I'm a DC superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 225, Evidence and Trust. Are you sure that's what Nick Fury said? Anton looks strange. I sent someone to kill the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How come I didn't know? I'm sure. Eddie said in a deep voice. When Tony Stark contacted me, I heard the news and confirmed it with him repeatedly. He said he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. That's interesting. Anton suddenly laughed. Hydra's reaction is stronger than I thought. Anton, things are tricky. Eddie frowned and said, if Nick Fury really thinks that we want to kill him, S.H.I.E.L.D. will also stand on the opposite side of the Justice League. At that time, we will not only face Hydra, which is hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and has an unknown amount of power, but also S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. The situation is not favorable to us now, and we should clear our suspicion as soon as possible. It can't be cleared. Anton said, Nick Fury is not so stupid. If he can say such a thing and directly accuse Batman of being the mastermind behind his murder, then he is not Nick Fury. But he did this. Eddie said, and understood the meaning of Anton's words, and took a breath. You mean, Nick Fury has been replaced by Hydra? Yes. Anton nodded. It's very likely. No, he must have been replaced. I'll tell Tony right now. Eddie said and was about to hang up the phone. Wait. Anton asked suspiciously, when did your relationship with Tony Stark become so good? Well, the last time the alien Lang invaded New York, I saved him once. Eddie chuckled. Later, when you were filming a movie, he invited me to a few parties. Party? Anton pondered for a moment and realized that what Eddie was talking about was the period from Lang's invasion of the Earth to Tony's random parties in Iron Man 2. So, he curled his lips and said, okay, remember that you are still a member of the Justice League, but he lured you into the Avengers. Of course it's impossible. They don't pay me. Eddie said and hung up the phone. It seems that he went to tip off Tony Stark. Anton sat at home, thinking of the news Eddie had just sent, and the military intelligence. His face wrinkled slightly. Ding dong. At this time, the mobile phone received a message from the Secretary of Defense, John Kohler, who had just contacted Anton. Meet me at the New York airport in half an hour. So urgent? Anton tutted. Normally, it takes 40 minutes to fly from Washington to New York, but Kohler asked him to meet at the New York airport in half an hour. Obviously, this is an emergency passage. From John Kohler's attitude, it can be seen that the military is particularly annoyed at this time. There is no place to vent their anger. It's not that they can't find the target, but the key is that they can't find evidence. The grumpy old brothers in the military were slapped in the face, and they have already determined in their hearts that Hydra is the culprit who caused the prisoners of the Cobra organization to die instantly after arriving at the prison. According to the Daily Bugle, Hydra is hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. Where is the evidence? Behind the Daily Bugle is Batman. Although based on the good cooperation between the military and Batman, they are willing to believe Batman, but it is impossible for the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. to tear each other apart, based on Batman's one-sided words. Half an hour later, Anton received Kohler, who got off the military plane. The two met in a friendly manner. After all, Batman now has basically been tied to the military at all levels. The key is not only that Batman had promised before that the Justice League would be nominally affiliated with the military, but also that at this time, the Jameson family behind Anton established Wayne Company. Wayne Company is involved in the arms industry. In terms of arms business, the military has drawn a large number of orders from Hammer Company. The binding between the two parties is not only limited to feelings, but also interests. Where is the evidence? Kohler got into the car driven by Anton. His face sank slightly. Anton, we are willing to believe you, but you must provide strong evidence. Otherwise, we have no reason to intervene. After all, behind S.H.I.E.L.D. stands the World Security Council. You know, the World Security Council is not only represented by our country, but also by other member states of the United Nations. The subtext is that, if you want to slap S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face, you can't be unreasonable. I understand. As Anton spoke, he parked the car in an alley. He got out of the car and opened the manhole cover in the alley and signaled to Keller, "Let's go. The person you want to see is down there." Keller thought for a moment and was a little surprised. This is the territory of the Ninja Turtles. Following Anton into the sewer space, he first saw the Ninja Turtles and a big rat. As for Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner, Anton asked them to avoid him. Bruce Banner is still a wanted criminal by the military. Although the military probably understands that Bruce Banner may be hiding under the protection of Batman, based on the friendly cooperation between the two sides, they didn't say anything. After all, Batman and the Justice League are now under the jurisdiction of the military. From this point of view, Bruce Banner has also become a non-staff member of the military. The person you want to see is inside, at a corner of the sewer. Anton turned his head and looked at Keller. Keller didn't think Anton would harm him, so he walked past the corner without hesitation and saw a man with a metal arm. When he saw the man's face clearly, his face changed instantly. As a senior government official and military representative, he didn't even recognize this man. Keller turned his head suddenly and stared at Anton behind him. His tone was shocked. It's him. Before he finished speaking, Anton gave a positive answer. "I'm 100% sure that this man is him. Bucky Barnes, Captain America's comrade in arms. What's going on?" Keller took a deep breath, looked at Anton, then looked at the Winter Soldier, and a strong desire for knowledge emerged in his heart. "I do have a guess. It's a long story, but it happens that we don't lack this time now." Anton slowly opened his mouth and explained to Keller the reason. A resident somewhere in Washington. After Tony received the information from Eddie, he subconsciously frowned and felt that this matter was becoming more and more difficult. Nick Fury was replaced. Thinking of the black salted egg that was dug out from the ruins of the house, with severe burns, bullet holes all over his body, and a weak breath, he fell into deep thought. "It's not impossible. Jarvis," he suddenly said, "call up the surveillance of the ward where Nick Fury is." Yes. Jarvis did as he was told. Nick Fury had just finished the operation and was out of danger. He was lying in bed to rest. Tony observed for a while. He didn't know Nick Fury very well and couldn't tell the difference. After pondering for a moment, he simply got up and went to the hospital to visit. After arriving at the hospital, he saw Coulson, Black Widow and Hawkeye, 3 loyal subordinates of Nick Fury, standing guard at the door with anxious expressions. "Tony, why are you here again?" Black Widow looked at Tony, a little surprised. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to see," Tony said, and asked Black Widow, "Do you really think that Batman is the mastermind behind this?" "I don't know." Black Widow shook her head. "Batman is very mysterious. No one can see through him." "Forget it." Tony asked again, "How is Nick's condition?" Black Widow said, "After the operation, he just woke up for a while, said a few words to us, and fell asleep again." Tony asked again, "Do you think he has any problems?" "Problem?" Black Widow was surprised. "I don't understand." "Then it's okay." Tony waved his hand, looked at Black Braised Egg through the glass, and then turned and left. Black Widow and others looked at his back, puzzled. "Jarvis, control the hospital surveillance." After Tony passed the corner, he came to the operating room, where Black Braised Egg had the operation. From the trash can outside, he found the clothes that Black Braised Egg had changed, with bloodstains left by Black Braised Egg on it. Cut off a piece, and left the hospital. After a long time, after testing and comparing, he looked at the DNA information of the black salted egg found in the internal database of S.H.I.E.L.D. and found no suspicious points. The person in the hospital was the black salted egg he knew. If the person in the hospital is Nick Fury, it means Eddie is lying to me. Tony closed his eyes, very entangled, feeling that he should accept the reality, but also that he shouldn't believe it. "Batman, is it really you?" He still remembers that when he was facing Iron Man, Batman and Cyborg had rescued him. Although Batman was just a spectator at the time. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. A message popped up on Pierce's phone. Someone just hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters database and checked Nick Fury's DNA information. It should be Tony Stark's artificial intelligence. Seeing this, Pierce smiled silently. Then, the message was automatically deleted, and Pierce was not surprised. Want to fight me? His eyes turned cold. Batman, you are still a little naive. As early as when he planned to use face-changing technology to let his people replace Nick Fury and take the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had made all preparations. After rescuing Zatan, the master of disguise and camouflage of Cobra, from the military, Pierce immediately replaced Nick Fury's DNA information in the internal database of S.H.I.E.L.D. with Zatan's DNA information. Moreover, he asked Dr. Zora, a network life, to operate it, striving to leave no flaws. Obviously, his strategy was very successful. Now that Tony Stark has obtained the definite results, he will only suspect that Batman is up to something. In a few days, he will join forces with the awakened Nick Fury to apply to the World Security Council to sanction Batman. At that time, there will be a reason to mobilize the Avengers to take action against Batman. Once the Avengers and the Justice League conflict, he can reap the benefits. No matter which side is damaged, he will be the one who benefits in the end. As for the Hydra problem within S.H.I.E.L.D., this is even simpler. Who would have thought that the top and second in command of SHIELD are both spies? Please vote for me. Please subscribe. I have updated over 100,000 words this month. I really tried my best. I want to add an egg to my instant noodles tomorrow. Dads, please help me. Chapter 226. Preparing. New York. Sewers. Ninja Dojo. Temporary prison. Anton, hand over the Winter Soldier to us. Defense Secretary John Kohler said solemnly, if this matter is really as you said, then only the military can handle it. Captain America joined SHIELD and his connection with the military has become shallower, but if we can make the Winter Soldier work for the military, we can put the military and SHIELD on the same starting line. This is very important to us. The same starting line here refers to the super soldiers created by the super serum. Although the Justice League is nominally affiliated with the military, it does not actually accept the military's mobilization. As far as the military itself is concerned, it is extremely short of super soldier combat power. Therefore, their pursuit of this kind of individual combat power far exceeds Anton's expectations. We have no intention of keeping the Winter Soldier. Instead, the Winter Soldier is a trouble for us. Anton said, Minister Keller, the military can take the Winter Soldier away at any time, but through the existence of the Winter Soldier, you should be able to lock Hydra and verify that everything I said is true. This is the evidence you want. So, I hope you can meet our requirements. The Winter Soldier is indeed evidence, but he cannot be decisive evidence. Keller was a little embarrassed. Of course, he understood what Anton meant. Anton and Batman's request was nothing more than to let the Justice League take action against S.H.I.E.L.D. in the name of the military, to find out and destroy the Hydra members hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. To be honest, if there is enough evidence, the Justice League and S.H.I.E.L.D. will go to war, and the military will also be happy to see it happen. Who let S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters be placed in Washington? It is equivalent to S.H.I.E.L.D. moving its territory to the military's home. From the beginning, the military did not like S.H.I.E.L.D. But the current situation is that the Winter Soldier has been brainwashed by Hydra, and many information needs time to explore, and there is a lack of key information. If the military rashly lets the Justice League go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D. under its name, it is no wonder that it will be criticized. After all, the World Security Council stands behind S.H.I.E.L.D. The World Security Council is an organization similar to the United Nations, with many countries in it. The United States is only one of the permanent members, and there are several other permanent members. S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked by the Justice League. If there is no definite evidence that S.H.I.E.L.D. made the mistake first, it will definitely set off an unusual wave. This is the key to Keller's entanglement and he dare not make a decision. As long as the military agrees to the Justice League's action, there will naturally be evidence. Anton said, you should have heard that Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, was attacked and is now lying in the hospital. But you may know that before Nick Fury fell into a coma, he said that the mastermind behind the attack was Batman. What? Keller was shocked. Is there such a thing? Yes. Anton nodded. I can tell you with certainty that Nick Fury has been replaced by someone, and the director of SHIELD who is lying in the hospital now is not Nick Fury at all. Then who could it be? Keller frowned. Who has the ability to disguise himself as the director of SHIELD? Do you remember why you came to New York? Anton asked again. Keller looked puzzled. The reason why he came to New York was because all the prisoners of the Cobra organization taken away by the military from the New York Police Department yesterday were dead. The military was furious because of the lack of evidence. Keller seemed to understand. Is it related to the group of dead prisoners? Yes. Anton nodded. Among the prisoners, there is a man named Anton, who is a master of disguise and camouflage of the Cobra organization. He can completely transform into another person and restore the target person's every move, speaking style, and even life details. So, the person lying in the hospital now is not Nick Fury, but this Anton. Keller's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, so, the body lying in the military morgue is fake. Not necessarily fake. Cloning technology is very advanced, and cloning a body is even simpler. Anton shook his head, but with the technology of the military, it should be able to verify whether the body is a cloned product. Of course. Keller nodded. The most irreplaceable part of a clone is the brain. The brain is the most wonderful organ in the human body. No matter how advanced the cloning technology is, it is impossible to reproduce the brain of an adult in his 30s. After saying this, he was a little impatient. In all aspects, the military actually has high hopes for the Justice League. If the Justice League can really take action in the name of the military to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D., it will definitely give the military a face. The premise is that when the Justice League takes action, it must be legitimate. It cannot start fighting randomly. All official forces must abide by the rules. An organization that does not abide by the rules is a terrorist organization. Hydra spent so much effort to stir up trouble behind the scenes, not only to try its best to eliminate its presence, but also to rely on rules to build a bridge, promote the confrontation between the Avengers and the Justice League, and create evidence to let the Avengers take action against the Justice League. The reason why Anton waited patiently and did not attack S.H.I.E.L.D. at the first time was because he wanted to get the approval of the military before he could take action naturally. If you want the Justice League to get the most benefits in this matter, you must abide by the rules. Leading the Justice League rashly, attacking S.H.I.E.L.D., arresting Pierce directly in front of the public, and then using Wonder Woman's lasso of truth to save the situation and inspire the people. This is a child's approach. It seems refreshing, but it slaps the military in the face. You know, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. is in Washington, which is undoubtedly the territory of the military. If the Justice League ignores the existence of the military and breaks into his house to catch thieves, it seems to be well intentioned, but it also means that the owner of the house is not capable. Batman and the military have a pleasant cooperation, so it is necessary to go around a little to let Keller and others give Batman more trust. In fact, as long as the military approves Anton's application as soon as possible and agrees that the Justice League will suppress S.H.I.E.L.D. and catch Hydra, Anton can completely use the power of thunder to press S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the Avengers to the ground. From Edda's reminder, he already knows that Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. has launched a conspiracy against Batman. But Anton doesn't care, because Anton knows very well that with the force he has now, it is no problem to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait for me for one night. Keller was refreshed. Hearing Anton say this, he felt that he had found the key information that gave the military a reason to intervene in the matter again. As long as it can be confirmed that the body is fake, your application will definitely be approved. The military will not tolerate being fooled again and again. While speaking, Keller took out his mobile phone and delivered important information to the military. The army is full of hot-tempered guys. I can tolerate it once, twice, because there is no evidence. But if you dare to come again, I have no evidence, and I will make up evidence to deal with you. Not to mention that Anton has already handed over the knife, just waiting for the military to sharpen the knife before sending it back to chop people. Anton is quite calm. He knows that his inference will not be wrong. There is no such coincidence in the world. It doesn't make sense that Nick Fury was attacked and hospitalized as soon as a prisoner in the army died, and he said Batman was the murderer before he fell into a coma. Zaton must have been replaced by someone. In this case, you stay here tonight, Minister Keller. There is no place in the whole of New York that is safer than this sewer dojo. After Anton finished speaking, he said hello to Keller and turned to leave. He also had to go back to prepare. After 2 days of waiting, I finally finished these tedious steps. It's time to gather people and attack with all my strength. A house in Queens. Peter lay on the bed and prepared to go to sleep. He closed his eyes for a moment, but he couldn't fall asleep. He turned over. What should I do? Anxious thoughts emerged in his mind. So he turned over and got out of bed, put on his Spider-Man suit, looked at the flashing lights outside the window, and took a deep breath. Batman won't forget me. I'm Spider-Man. Peter opened the window and prepared to go out for a walk. Ding. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Feeling something in his heart, Spider-Man immediately picked up the phone and saw the caller ID on it, which cheered him up. Hello, Anton. Peter was ecstatic. You finally remembered me. Is there anything I can do for you? I'll do anything for you. Take a good rest and wait for me at the school gate tomorrow. Anton said, tomorrow's exercise should be quite a lot. You will meet many interesting people, and there may be some of your former idols among them. Interesting people? Former idols? Spider-Man was stunned, but he sensed a clue from the other party's words. Obviously, something big will happen tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he immediately took off the battle suit he had just put on. He had no intention of going out for a walk at all. He pulled up the quilt and closed his eyes tightly, fearing that he would not be able to sleep. Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil's residence. Matt Murdock received a call from Anton. I haven't contacted you for a long time. Anton smiled and said, I need your help tomorrow. For Hydra? Matt asked. Yes. Anton nodded. There have been a lot of major news in the past 2 days, from Batman solving the New York crisis, to the Daily Bugle exposing SHIELD and Hydra, to SHIELD publicly appearing and announcing the establishment of a new superhero team, the Avengers, and finally Tony Stark joining the Avengers, and Captain America, who was thought to have died for 70 years, returning to life, and becoming a member of the Avengers. These news constantly impact the lives of people across the United States and even the world. Countless people are numb from eating melons. But truly smart people can discern key information from them. From beginning to end, it is actually a game between two forces. The Justice League led by Batman, and a Hydra hidden behind SHIELD, revealed by the Daily Bugle. As a member of the Justice League and Batman's comrade in arms, Matt Murdock, who is Daredevil, of course chooses to unconditionally support Batman. After choosing a position, it is easy for him to see the truth. It looks like you're ready to take action. Matt was not surprised and said, have you thought about it? If the Justice League acts rashly without formal permission, it will be regarded as a threat by all parties. We will get the military's permission tomorrow. Anton said, Hydra is smart, but they didn't expect that their cleverness would backfire. They have completely annoyed the military. Now they just need to wait for the military's permission. The Justice League can use the military's order as an excuse to break into SHIELD, find Hydra, and chop off its heads one by one. Okay. Since Anton has made arrangements, Matt will naturally not say anything more. He nodded decisively. Contact tomorrow. Then, the call ended. Anton came to the courtyard, looked at the starry sky outside the window, and sneered at the corner of his lips. At this time, Eddie, who was still in Washington, sent the message to Tony Stark, but he didn't wait for Tony's reply for a long time. He realized that the situation had become complicated again. I went to get vaccinated today. I got up early and slept all afternoon. There is still one chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 227 Out of Control. The next day, SHIELD headquarters. Since SHIELD Director Nick Fury was attacked and hospitalized, SHIELD Secretary General Alexander Pierce temporarily took over SHIELD. At the same time, SHIELD Deputy Director Mariah Hill hurried back to take charge of the related work that Black Egg had not completed before, and became the acting director. Although Hill did not often appear at the headquarters, she was also one of Black Egg's trusted subordinates. This time, Hill not only became the acting director, but also brought back a big object, the aerospace carrier. The aerospace carrier is the technological crystallization of SHIELD. The equipment includes an aerodynamic control tower, an anti-gravity room, a combat command center, a cockpit, a prison, a microcomputer room, a flight deck, an observation deck, a medical room, a nuclear control room, and a World Observation Institute. In general, the interior of the aerospace carrier is almost a collection of all the high-tech mastered by SHIELD. Not only can it be launched through 4 turbo engines, it can still maintain altitude, even if one is damaged, and it can also turn on the reflector to achieve a stealth effect, and it can also take off F-35 fighters and launch nuclear bombs. The disadvantage is that the defense is not strong. But SHIELD's idea, or rather, Nick Fury's original idea, is to use the helicarrier as the Avengers base in SHIELD. In this way, the only disadvantage of the helicarrier is made up. Because with the Avengers members, combined with the original capabilities of the helicarrier, it becomes strong enough to naturally resist interference and attacks from some external forces. Meeting. At this time, Coulson knocked on the door of the acting director and met the former deputy director Mariah Hill, who had not been seen for a long time. The Secretary General is going to convene an Avengers meeting to discuss the issue of Batman. Coulson looked at Hill and hesitated for a moment. There may be a serious smell of gunpowder at the meeting. You must control it, Mariah. How to control it? Hill's face was calm. Have you ever thought about what we should do if the mastermind behind the attack on Nick is really Batman? Coulson, you have blindly trusted Batman. Coulson defended, because I know Batman can't do this. This is all a conspiracy of Hydra. But so far, we haven't caught even one Hydra person. Have you ever thought that maybe Batman is deliberately misleading us? From the beginning, he has been misleading us and making us doubt ourselves. Coulson was silent. He found that he couldn't refute the other party. There were some things he couldn't say to Mariah Hill. Let's go, Coulson. The meeting will start soon. We can't be late. Hill left the office. Coulson looked at Hill's back and frowned slightly. He knew his deputy director and knew that the other party might really think so in his heart, and he suddenly had a headache. Mariah Hill was born in Chicago. On the day she was born, the temperature was below 44 degrees below zero, and her mother froze to death in the hospital. Her father never forgave her for her mother's death, which shaped Hill's cold character. Hill is extremely efficient at work, and more importantly, she does not absolutely obey the orders of Fury and his backbone. Because of this characteristic, she is appreciated by the upper echelons. In this respect, Mariah Hill is more like a qualified director than Nick Fury. Because Hill absolutely obeys the orders of the World Security Council. Nick Fury is a deep-minded guy. Sometimes, not only the backbones around him, but also the World Security Council, the superior organization of SHIELD, cannot influence Nick Fury's actions and decisions. This makes many members of the World Security Council particularly unhappy. Meeting room. Several Avengers members are all present. In addition to the Avengers, there are SHIELD Secretary General Alexander Pierce, Acting Director Mariah Hill, and Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson. The man who presided over this meeting was the man with the highest position among those present. Alexander Pierce, Secretary General of SHIELD. Before this meeting begins, I have a few words to say. Pierce stood up, his face solemn. First of all, there are indeed Hydra members lurking inside SHIELD, and I have already grasped certain clues. However, I deny the statement in the Daily Bugle that I'm the leader of Hydra lurking inside SHIELD. My current position is Secretary General of SHIELD, and I used to be the Director of SHIELD. If even I have been infiltrated by Hydra, then there is no need for SHIELD to exist at all. In addition, I want to talk about the issue of Nick's attack. Yesterday, I talked for a long time with several permanent members of the World Security Council. Before Nick fell into a coma, he said that the person who attacked him was Batman. I don't know how he judged it, but as his comrade in arms, I have absolute trust in him. Therefore, early this morning, the World Security Council passed the plan to sanction Batman. In other words, from now on, Batman has become our enemy, including the Justice League he organized. After this sentence was finished, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became solemn. Everyone present looked at each other and remained silent and did not express their opinions. They did have some ideas in their hearts, but they could not influence the overall situation. Obviously, the two most powerful people in SHIELD, the Director and the Secretary General, are hostile to Batman. It is easy to understand that Alexander Pierce does not like or even hates Batman. The Daily Bugle under Batman publicly stated that Pierce is a bad guy. Pierce certainly will not tolerate such a thing happening again. And it seems understandable that Nick Fury, the director of SYNOPSIS, who had always been quite friendly to Batman, suddenly changed his attitude. After all, Nick Fury said, before being hospitalized, that Batman was the mastermind behind the attack on him. In this way, no one else can reverse the situation at all. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to deal with Batman, I have nothing to say. Suddenly, Tony said, but have you ever considered the relationship between Batman and the military? This is something that the World Security Council has decided after careful consideration. Pierce said, once we take down Batman and the Justice League behind him, there will naturally be people from the World Security Council to help us solve these situations. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. can completely replace Batman and reach a closer cooperation with the military. I believe that the members of the Avengers, that is, you, are better than Batman and the Justice League. Before that, I hope you can disclose some information inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to trust all of you. At this time, no one expected that a member of the Avengers suddenly spoke. He is Captain America, Steve Rogers. Rogers suddenly stood up, attracting all the attention in the audience, and the tense atmosphere in the meeting room was set off with a bit of gunpowder. He looked around. I have fought against Hydra for a long time and know the harm of Hydra better than anyone else. In my opinion, it is better to get the inside clear than to target external enemies. Pierce, since you said you have some information about Hydra, don't hide it and tell me everything. Okay, if you insist. Pierce stood up and led the group out of the conference room to a prison in the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. His name is Jasper Sitwell, a level 7 agent. We investigated for a long time and finally confirmed that he is a spy planted by Hydra in our base. What? Coulson was shocked. Sitwell. He has a good relationship with this guy. They often go out for drinks together. They can be regarded as colleagues and friends with good relationships. He never expected that this guy was actually a spy of Hydra. In prison, the bald Sitwell was wearing a prison uniform and sitting on a chair inside the glass prison. His hands and feet were handcuffed, and there were clearly visible wounds on his body. He looked coldly at Pierce and others outside the glass without saying a word. We tortured him the most brutally, but got nothing. Pierce spread his hands and said helplessly, I have to admit that he is a very stubborn person. Coulson frowned. The others looked calm, looked at each other, and said nothing. At this time, Captain America, Steve Rogers stood outside the glass, staring at Sitwell inside the glass, his eyes narrowed. I won't say anything. Rogers' eyes were too compelling. Sitwell felt great pressure, and subconsciously showed a grim smile, combined with the scars on his body. He looked particularly terrifying. Sitwell even made a mouth shape, provocatively looking at the S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Long live Hydra. Let's use the truth serum. Hill suddenly spoke. She looked coldly at Sitwell in the prison in front of her, and looked at Pierce. I remember that we once developed a truth serum. Although it has side effects, it is a reasonable means for the enemy. The Avengers looked at each other and remained silent. I agree. Rogers spoke again. Having experienced the war years, he would not have any extra mercy for the enemy, let alone the people of Hydra. A moment later, hearing the name Batman from Sitwell's mouth, everyone's face sank. Among them, Rogers clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. Coulson panicked. He felt that things were completely out of control. Originally, it was to promote the confrontation between the Justice League and Hydra, but now it seems that it has become a confrontation between the Justice League and SHIELD. Things are clear. Pierce didn't even look at Sitwell in the glass prison, who was foaming at the mouth. His eyes rolled up, and his consciousness was blurred. Instead, he turned around and looked at the people in front of him with a low tone. The enemy is Batman. After a pause, he said again, I now declare that we will enter a wartime state and prepare to go to war with Batman. On the other side, after a day and a night of waiting, Anton received a message from John Keller. It is confirmed that Zatan's body is a clone. Do whatever you want. The military will be the strongest backing of the Justice League. Update first and then change. Chapter 228 Action Target. After announcing the wartime, Pierce asked the Avengers to prepare for battle, and he took Hill and Coulson to discuss how to deal with Batman. In the combat meeting room, the Avengers looked at each other with different expressions. You all think Batman is the mastermind? Captain America. Steve Rogers frowned, looked around, looked at his companions, and asked. The evidence is conclusive. Crossbones. Rumlow responded. The director and Sitwell both said that Batman is the mastermind. Do we have any other suspects? But have you ever thought that Hydra has been lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, and the first person to publicly expose the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra was Batman? Rogers said, if Batman is really related to Hydra, why would he do this? Since Hydra has been exposed, then what good does it do for him to attack Nick? Last night, he retrieved all the information about Batman from S.H.I.E.L.D. and even watched 2 movies, Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Combined with Batman's usual actions, his suspicion of Batman suddenly changed. Alexander Pierce, this guy who was pointed out by Batman as a member of Hydra from the beginning, now seems to have been completely cleared of suspicion, and after Nick Fury was admitted to the hospital, he became the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. Rumlow said, because Nick had already noticed the existence of Hydra long before Batman. Batman saw that the matter was exposed, so he naturally wanted to cry thief and avoid being exposed. No, that's not the case. Suddenly, Black Widow said, the person who first reminded us that there was something special inside S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed Batman. Long before the Daily Bugle publicly exposed Hydra, we received Batman's hint in our contact with Batman. Do you really know our director, Nick Fury? Rumlow said, are you really sure that he realized the existence of Hydra after being reminded by Batman, rather than having noticed the clues before Batman appeared? This sentence made Black Widow frown. Even Hawkeye couldn't help but show a hesitant expression. With Nick Fury's deep character, no one dares to say that they understand him. Even Coulson, whom Nick Fury trusts the most, dares not say this. Rogers frowned. Although he did not completely agree with Rumlow's words, he did not trust Pierce and Batman that much. Judging from the current situation, this is simply the 2 sides throwing dirty water at each other. Although Rogers and others belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., at this moment, they are more like neutral personnel and cannot stand on the right side. There is another question. Rumlow said again, have you ever thought that Batman has been shaping his own image since he appeared, making movies, comics, autobiographical novels, etc.? He has turned himself into a real star and a spokesperson for justice. He is doing this more like covering his ears and stealing the bell, making himself a good person in the eyes of the public, and becoming the person who is least likely to be suspicious. I think Batman is using this series of actions to disguise his true face. After a pause, Rumlow looked at everyone in front of him and said firmly, just like now, you are affected by these, lacking suspicion of Batman, and even less trust in your own people. This is the result of Batman's secret guidance. These words are not without reason. No one can see the mystery of Batman. For a time, not only Rogers, but also the remaining Tony, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Octopus Otto, who have come into contact with Batman, could not deny Rumlow's words. Soon, we will receive the order to act. After a moment of silence, Rogers said, if we want to act, what do you think? Where should we start? I have investigated, and there is a person who is very suitable as the first target of the action. Rumlow said again, he is the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Eddie Brock. In addition, his true identity is Venom, a former member of the Justice League. As you can imagine, as the first veteran who came into contact with Batman and joined the Justice League, if we can capture Venom, it will definitely bring us a lot of useful information. Eddie. Tony frowned. He and Eddie have a good relationship, and there are some strange things about this matter. Pierce and Batman are now throwing dirty water on each other, and there is something wrong with both sides. He doesn't trust anyone now. Emotionally, he is of course more inclined to Batman, but from a standpoint, Pierce's approach is not necessarily wrong. Eddie Brock is in Washington right now. This is our best chance. Rumlow looked around and said in a deep voice, since everyone has different opinions, let's vote within the team to decide whether or not to take action against Eddie Brock. After that, he raised his hand. I agree. I agree too. Dr. Octopus, Otto, slowly raised his hand. He and Eddie had no friendship at all. Given the current situation and his own force field, he naturally stood on the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. I agree too. Porky thought about it and cast a positive vote. Abstain. At this time, Tony's face was calm. Abstain. Black Widow shook her head. Captain, what do you think? Rumlow looked at the last person in the team who had not expressed his opinion, and also the person with the highest status and the most say in the Avengers, Captain America. The current situation is that there are only votes in favor and abstentions. Even if Rogers votes against, it will be useless. Obviously, Rumlow just wants to know Rogers' attitude. Action. Rogers pondered for a moment and no longer hesitated. The current situation does not support them to make more judgments unless they can get more useful information. To get more information, it is inevitable to take action against Eddie. Okay. Rumlow smiled and said, let's act now without further delay. Captain, you will be in charge of the next action. Is that okay? No problem. Rogers nodded. New York. Midtown High School. Peter was lying on the desk listlessly in a daze. Anton said he would pick him up from school today, but there has been no news until now. Could he have forgotten him again? There were a lot of thoughts in his mind. Hey, Peter, why do you look weird today? The fat man Ned next to him looked weird, looking at his good friend in surprise, feeling that something was wrong. Ned leads. He is a good friend of Peter Parker and has appeared in the Amazing Spider-Man and the Spider-Man movie version of Holland. Needless to say, the latter. It is worth mentioning that in the former, in The Amazing Spider-Man, Peter Parker fell in love with Betty Brant of the Daily Bugle. After the relationship ended, Ned chose to take over. In the end, Peter became their best man at Ned and Betty's wedding. In addition, when the villain Evil Ghost, that is, the first generation Evil Ghost, Roderick Kingsley, was in chaos, Ned was brainwashed and believed that he was a supervillain. He took the blame for the real Evil Ghost and was brutally killed by the assassin for some reason. Of course, in this world, Roderick Kingsley never appeared in the Evil Ghost. Because the Green Goblin was arrested at the first time, Kingsley had long lost the possibility of embarking on the original Destiny trajectory, and most of him became a passerby at this time. Instead, the original second generation Evil Ghost, Phil of the Daily Bugle, became a superhero Evil Ghost and joined the Justice League. As a result, Ned must have naturally escaped from the tragic fate. Nothing. Peter waved his hand. I didn't get enough rest last night. Oh. Ned immediately took over and said excitedly, you are also paying attention to the news online. Captain America was frozen for 70 years and reborn. What do you think? This is so cool. I never thought that Captain America is still alive. Ned. Peter had a headache. Let me be quiet for a while. Hey. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium spoke, you two be quiet, it's time for class. Bang. Suddenly, the door of the classroom was pushed open. The principal stood at the door, looked around, and his eyes fell on Peter. Peter's heartbeat quickened, and he had a premonition of something. Sure enough, the principal said, Peter, come out for a moment. Everyone has seen the opinions and negative reviews about this plot. Reflect seriously, and don't make excuses. I didn't do a good job of the outline. I originally wanted to use the core of Avengers, Civil War and some settings of Captain America too as the core of this section, highlighting the battle between the Justice League and the Avengers, and by the way, severely stepping on Hydra. It seems that I didn't achieve a reasonable effect. I can't help feeling a little depressed, but it has become an established fact, so I won't dwell on it. I will adjust it as soon as possible and finish writing this plot. Sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 229 You Are the One Surrounded. Peter came to the outside of the classroom nervously, excited and expectant. Then, the principal's words almost made him jump up with excitement. The reporter from the Daily Bugle is here again. The principal smiled and said, do you remember the last New York elite school ranking event of the Daily Bugle? The Daily Bugle said that the schools that ranked at the top last time will have a student interview. This time you go again. Remember to say more good things about our school. No problem, principal. Peter was excited. I won't let you down. Go. The principal watched Peter leave. At the school gate, Anton. Peter sat in the co-pilot and said excitedly, "You are finally here. I thought you forgot about me." "How could I forget you?" Anton laughed dumbly and said, "Are you ready? What we are going to face next will not be easier than last time." "Really?" Peter showed no fear. "I'm more excited. Even if it is a one-on-one duel with Captain America." "Do you think so?" Anton asked with a smile. "What?" Peter was stunned. "Captain America? Washington." Pierce's action, approved by the World Security Council, was quickly passed to the Avengers. From the discussion just now, the Avengers have already determined the first target of the action. Eddie Brock, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, who is still in Washington. As Rumlow said, Eddie is not only the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, but also the superhero Venom, a veteran member of the Justice League, and the first superhero to come into contact with Batman. It is conceivable that Eddie must know many secrets of Batman. A lot of useful information must be pried out from Eddie. The group immediately took action. Iron Man. Tony Stark frowned. Eddie is his friend. He lacked the power to make decisions in this action, so it was quite a headache. On the one hand, he didn't want to fight with his friend, and on the other hand, if he didn't catch Eddie, he couldn't get closer to the truth. Thinking of the news from Eddie last night and the results of his own verification, Tony's eyes showed determination and gradually hardened his heart. Soon, a high-end hotel in downtown Washington. The Avengers arrived at the scene by car. They looked at each other, put their hands to their ears, made a few simple calls, confirmed that the communication signal was correct, and immediately took action. The target is in room 2701 on the 27th floor. He is alone. Be careful, the symbiote in the target's body, Venom, is highly intelligent and can sense danger in advance, which means that Venom is likely to sense our presence in advance. That means we must act quickly. Quick. Tony said in a deep voice, "Leave it to me. I will try my best to convince Eddie." On the other side, Eddie was squatting in the hotel thinking about what was going on. Nick Fury was attacked, and he passed the news that Nick Fury might be replaced to Tony, but Tony did not respond. After receiving the news, there are two possibilities. The first is that Tony verified the news to be true. The second is that Tony verified the news to be false. If it is the first case, the current situation will definitely not be so easy, and there will be no waves inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But if it is the second case, that would be troublesome. This will only push Tony Stark to the Hydra camp. Eddie frowned. Suddenly, "Eddie, run." Venom's deep voice echoed in his mind. "What?" Eddie was startled and stood up subconsciously. Crash. A red figure suddenly broke into the open-air balcony of his hotel. Eddie turned his head and saw Iron Man. Tony. Eddie frowned, and the venom in his body began to take over his body, but left his head outside, looking like a monster with two heads. "What do you mean?" Eddie's face was ugly, his eyes were sharp, staring at the old friend in front of him. Perhaps, now they are no longer friends, but enemies. "Eddie, we need to have a good talk." Tony stood in front of Eddie, opened the mask on his face. His face was serious and helpless. He said, "There are some situations involving Hydra, and Batman himself has some unresolved grievances. You know, just like Nick's accusation against Batman. I hope you can stand up and answer. Is this what you mean by a good talk?" Eddie said coldly, "You broke into my place and used force. This is not the kind of conversation I want. I don't want to fight you, but I have to come." Tony was even more helpless. "However, since I'm here, I hope there will be no fight, as long as you can be obedient. It's not my style to surrender," Eddie said, and his head completely retracted into Venom's body. At this moment, Venom completely took over Eddie's body. Raw, a monster with a black body and white stripes on its body, appeared in Tony's sight. The monster has a humanoid form, sharp fangs, two eyes filled with white eyes, and muscles all over its body. Click. Tony closed the mask, knowing that he would not give up without a fight. This situation was similar to what he expected. If Tony was Eddie, Tony would never surrender. It is foolish to let others control your life in 99% of cases. This is the symbiote. Tony scanned the venom in front of him, his face darkened. "Sir, don't deal with this monster. Do you need me to buy an insurance policy for you now?" Jarvis suddenly spoke. "Shit." Tony gritted his teeth. "Who taught you these words?" Of course I learned it from you. Jarvis said, you are my best teacher. Shut up. Tony said, and Venom in front of him spread his hands and turned into a sledgehammer. Boom! Exclamation mark. But to Tony's surprise, Venom's hands turned into a sledgehammer and smashed the door behind him. The wall shattered, and the door flew out directly. At the same time, Black Widow and Hawkeye behind the door also appeared in front of Tony. TSK. Tony was silent, and Jarvis interrupted again. It seems I need to buy some insurance for your teammates. Please shut up. Tony finished speaking, and controlled the armor to kill Venom. However, Venom had already observed Tony's actions, and the hammers in his hands changed again, like countless vines wrapped around Tony's armor, and the huge force instantly changed Tony's flight direction. Bang! Exclamation mark. Tony, who didn't have time to turn off the thrusters, had to crash through several walls, and was forced to stay away from Venom. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Venom jumped out of the balcony and immediately went to the wall opposite the hotel building, then climbed all the way, and quickly left the site of the Avengers present. We can't let him run away. Hawkeye gritted his teeth. He and the Black Widow next to him quickly heated up their bodies, bursting with red light, and the strong temperature melted the doors on their bodies. Of course, since they were wearing special battle suits that could withstand high temperatures, they did not show their body. At the same time, Captain America hurriedly chased after Venom, jumped out of the balcony, broke through the wall of the building opposite the hotel building, and came into the building. He's on the rooftop. At this time, the voice of Mariah Hill, the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D., rang out. Although Captain America was in charge of this operation, Hill, who was in the Sky Carrier at this time, was mobilizing the surveillance of the entire city to provide assistance to the actions of the Avengers. Let's go. Dr. Octopus, who was late, followed Captain America's direction, controlled the mechanical arm on his body, and quickly jumped off the balcony to catch up. Black Widow, Hawkeye and Crossbones looked at each other and walked quickly. Whoosh! Tony's figure immediately surpassed them. Damn it. Hawkeye gritted his teeth. I have long felt that a flying vehicle should be equipped. Rooftop. Venom's voice echoed in Eddie's mind. Eddie, they are chasing us very closely. Send an emergency signal. Let Anton bring people to support us. Eddie paused and said angrily, all Avengers are here. This is Washington, the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Since the Avengers want to go to war, we will fight with them. He just got the exact news from Anton. The military agreed to Batman's request. The Justice League has been authorized and can go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D. at any time. But Eddie didn't expect that before the Justice League came to cause trouble, the Avengers under S.H.I.E.L.D. took the initiative to come to the door. That makes sense. Venom agreed. We are not afraid of having more people. He exposed Eddie's arm, which had a bracelet on it. It was the teleportation bracelet that Anton had equipped for the Justice League members before. The bracelet not only has the teleportation function, but also has the emergency call and rescue function. Obviously, the annoyed Eddie did not intend to use the teleportation function of the bracelet to escape, but planned to summon Anton and others, to let the Avengers see which side has more people. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. As soon as the bracelet was activated, Iron Man, Tony Stark, flew in front of him at a very fast speed. Don't run. Tony sighed. Eddie, you can't run away. Run. Eddie sneered in Venom's body. He controlled Venom, and two voices spoke together, saying, we are not planning to run. Really? Tony slowly landed from midair, and a small missile launcher appeared on his shoulder, and the Sidewinder missile was ready to go. That's the best. He said, if you move again, I will really be rude. While speaking, Captain America hurried over. He held up a shield, his face solemn, and stared at Venom vigilantly. Soon, Dr. Octopus, Otto, Black Widow, Hawkeye and Rumlow all came to the scene. The 6 members of the Avengers surrounded Venom in the middle. Just surrender. Tony advised again. You are surrounded. You have no chance. Opportunities are always created by yourself. Eddie and Venom spoke again at the same time. You are the ones who have no chance, and you are also the ones who are surrounded. As soon as these words came out, all the Avengers were stunned. Suddenly, Tony felt the amazing energy fluctuating, and the space seemed to be twisted and squeezed. He suddenly had an idea. Is it teleportation? Teleportation device. I just saw the 3 generations of Spider-Man confirmed in the same frame. Oh my god, my childhood is back. Spider-Man is really the only thing I miss about Marvel now. Chapter 230 Conflict. Justice League vs Avengers. Are we the ones being surrounded? Except for Tony, who was in deep thought. The Avengers members who surrounded Eddie were stunned, and then they seemed to have heard a joke. What are you talking about? Do you really think that one person can fight all of us? Rumlow sneered. Rumlow, shut up. The next moment, before Eddie could refute, Tony's face suddenly became serious and he shouted, "Be alert. Everyone, be alert immediately. They are coming." What? Who is coming? Tony, what are you talking about? The others were stunned again. Tony's performance made them feel a little uneasy, and their eyes subconsciously turned solemn. Could it be that Eddie really had some trump card? It's a teleportation device. Tony gritted his teeth and said anxiously, "The Justice League has a teleportation device. Eddie must have sent a message for help. His companions will not be unable to see it. They are all coming. Batman is coming." As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized, including the old-fashioned people in the team, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even he knew what teleportation meant. Boom. Although Tony's reminder was correct, it was too late. In Tony's view inside the armor, the surrounding energy fluctuations reached a peak, and the space was instantly distorted. Around them, the space that was originally as flat as a mirror seemed to have a big hole. At the same time, the other members of the Avengers, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Dr. Octopus and Crossbones, all saw a beam of energy light appearing around them and going straight into the sky. In the beam of light, there was an abnormal energy that made people feel terrified. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, one after another beam of light appeared, surrounding them, forming a strange star-layer sandwich formation. In other words, the Avengers surrounded Eddie, and several transmission beams of light surrounded the Avengers. Damn, it's too late. Seeing this, Tony's face sank, and he reminded again, gritting his teeth and said, "They are coming." Whoosh. As the voice fell, figures of different shapes appeared in the beam of light. Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and 4 muscular turtles, which are the mascots of New York City, the Ninja Turtles. Including Venom, the Justice League has 11 members, all in action. No, the Justice League should be 12, and one evil ghost, Phil, is absent. But at this time, Phil is carrying out the task that Anton had previously ordered, and has become the bodyguard of the old man and others. In this case, it is barely appropriate to say that the Justice League is in full action. In short, the number of Justice League members appearing in Washington at this moment is enough to make these people in the Avengers feel uneasy. Gudang. Dr. Octopus, Otto swallowed his saliva, turned his head, and locked his eyes on the cyborg in front of him. As Cyborg's defeated opponent, even if he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology to strengthen his mechanical arm, he dared not guarantee that he would be able to defeat Cyborg. The more you know, the more you can understand that Cyborg's technology is stronger than Tony Stark's armor. Everyone, you Avengers, seem to be a little too dismissive of our Justice League. Batman's eyes were cold, like a sharp arrow, sweeping across all the Avengers members in the audience, making all of them tremble and get goosebumps on their arms. You will pay the price for this. Green Arrow interjected. He stood next to Batman with a bad face. Batman needs to maintain a cool image and is not suitable to talk too much. The extra mouth can be fired by the Green Arrow, who is not too high. In the original book, the sentence "You have failed this city" can show the Green Arrow's own sultry personality. He has to add a sentence before killing someone. Isn't this just pretending to be cool? Batman. Tony took a deep breath. We don't want to go to war with the Justice League. At this point, are you giving in? Eddie glared at Tony. He regarded Tony as a friend, but he didn't expect that he would be attacked by his friend today. If it weren't for the teleportation device, he couldn't even run away, let alone summon his companions to launch a counterattack. Give in? Crossbones showed no sign of weakness and suddenly sneered. He stared at Eddie and clenched his fists. Don't think you can beat us with more people. Crossbones? Cyborg's electronic eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke. My real name is Brock Rumlow. On the surface, He is the captain of the Rapid Response Special Forces of S.H.I.E.L.D., but his real identity is a member of Hydra and the most loyal subordinate of Alexander Pierce. Huh? What? The other members of the Avengers were shocked and turned to look at Crossbones. Rumlow was also shocked. He didn't expect that not only the information of his immediate superior, Alexander Pierce, was exposed, but also his own identity. But years of hiding have made him a good actor. Stop talking nonsense there. So he glared with his eyes, showing great hatred, and then looked at his fellow Avengers and shouted, "At this time, do you still want to listen to their words of discord?" Rumlow is right. At this time, no matter what the enemy says, you can't believe it. Rogers clenched the shield in his hand and chose to support his companions. He said in a deep voice, "Now that things have come to this, prepare to fight. Anyway, we have already discussed this result. Captain America is the most prestigious person in the Avengers today." As soon as he spoke, the others immediately shut up and stopped thinking. That was doomed to no results. Just as Captain America said. They had discussed such a scenario before they set out. The final result was that, if they really fought face to face with the Justice League, there seemed to be no other choice except to fight. As for shaking hands and making peace, then one side must give in first, right? Obviously, neither side was willing to give in, and had never considered this option. Whoosh. After Rogers finished speaking, he waved his hand, and threw out the shield. This action was like a signal. The fuse was ignited, and the fire line burned all the way, completely detonating the bomb. The battle began. Black Widow and Hawkeye burst into red light, and the transformation of the Extremis virus gave them extraordinary power. Seeing this, the Ninja Turtles waved their weapons and met them, fighting in a group. Turtles have thick skin and flesh, and with their shells, they are not as afraid of high temperature and flame as ordinary people. Spider-Man looked around, and his eyes fell on Captain America. He pondered for a moment and thought that he could get to know his childhood idol. Just as he was about to rush over, he saw Dr. Octopus Otto coming towards him. Otto was still in shock from the last defeat. As a scientist, he was very afraid of Cyborg, so he had no intention of fighting Cyborg again. After thinking for a while, Spider-Man looked easier to deal with, so he picked Spider-Man. Rumlow was very cunning and killed Daredevil. At this time, we have to mention Eddie. His incarnation Venom was very vengeful. The tit-for-tat between Eddie and Rumlow just now made Venom want to ravage Rumlow without hesitation. Therefore, Venom stepped forward and joined the battle between Daredevil and Rumlow. Rumlow was under great pressure and instantly realized the consequences of talking too much. Iron Man's opponent naturally became Cyborg. The two armored monsters flew into the sky together, stepped into a new battlefield, and staged a colorful air battle. The last people left were Batman, Wonder Woman, and Captain America Steve Rogers. Among the three, Batman did not move. Captain America Rogers' shield kicked off the battle like a boomerang, hitting Batman hard. Clang! Exclamation mark. In a flash, at the moment when the shield was about to hit Batman, Wonder Woman suddenly dodged in front of Batman and used the protective silver bracelet on her forearm to bounce the shield away. The sound of metal clashing resounded. Captain America's shield flew back and fell into his control again. At the same time, Wonder Woman summoned the Divine Shield and the Sword of Vulcan. The Sword of Vulcan waved and pointed at Captain America. Whoosh! There was a strong divine power fluctuation around, as if a Force 8 gale was blowing, and the terrifying wind and waves swept over, driving Wonder Woman's long hair. At this moment, Captain America stared at the opponent in front of him and felt unprecedented pressure. He had learned about the information of all the members of the Justice League. Among them, the information of Venom, Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Ninja Turtles was quite easy to collect. Batman, Cyborg, Green Arrow, and Wonder Woman, these four guys, seemed to have jumped out of a stone, and there was no real correspondence at all. Even Anton, who was most likely to be Batman, was later ruled out by Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is also worth mentioning that among these four people, the most unconventional person was not Batman, who formed the Justice League, but Wonder Woman, whom Captain America was facing at this time. Daughter of Zeus, a real god. Not long ago, the information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. slapped Captain America, an old-fashioned man who firmly believed in science. Even he had to admit that there really were gods in this world. It's just that the so-called gods were from other planets, more advanced intelligent creatures, and looked exactly like humans. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Boom! Exclamation mark. Wonder Woman suddenly took action, pulling his attention back to reality, and his spirit was highly concentrated. Wonder Woman's body turned into a flash of lightning, and it seemed to burst out with golden holy light. Strong winds exploded in all directions, and hitting people's faces was like slapping them. Captain America's pupils shrank. Facing Wonder Woman's attack, he felt that the flow of time in the whole world slowed down, and his own actions slowed down. Only Wonder Woman shuttled through it at a normal speed, waving the ancient sword in her hand, and stabbing at him. The tip of the sword cut through the air, and ripples rippled. Captain America's forehead was full of sweat. At the critical moment, he broke the blockade of divine power, and moved the shield to block. Ding! Exclamation mark. There was another crisp sound of metal collision. Captain America barely blocked Wonder Woman's attack, and the sweat on his forehead finally slid down his cheeks. Immediately afterwards, a huge force that Captain America could not imagine surged from the shield all the way to his body, instantly knocking him back and forth, like a discarded rag doll, falling directly from the rooftop, drawing a perfect parabola, and falling from the sky. Captain. This scene shocked the other Avengers. No one thought that Captain America, who was not weak in combat among them, could not even block a single attack from the enemy. Captain. In the sky, Tony, who was fighting with Cyborg, and testing back and forth, caught this scene. The thrusters around his body exploded and rushed towards Captain America, who was falling to the ground. Want to leave? Cyborg sneered. You look down on people a little too much, Tony. As he spoke, his arms transformed into energy shells, aiming at Tony and firing, blocking his attempt to help Captain America. There are a lot of characters I'm trying to write, and more. Update before 12 o'clock. Chapter 231, Fierce Battle. Little Spider saves people. Captain America fell from the rooftop. In just a blink of an eye, he was far away from the rooftop, and there were still about 2 blinks of an eye from the ground. However, as a veteran Captain America, he had rich combat experience, and was quite good at adapting and making use of the surrounding environment. With a twist of his waist, he instantly approached the wall of the building. Bang! Exclamation mark. He waved his shield and forcibly inserted it into the wall, tearing a deep wound on one side of the surface of the building, even revealing the steel bars inside. Stone chips flew and hit Captain America's face, but there was no red mark left. This action greatly slowed down his falling speed. When he was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, Captain America jumped up, and the amazing force made a deep pit on the ground. Landed safely. Captain America breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the rooftop, and his expression was solemn. At this time, the surrounding Washington citizens really saw this Captain America who had just appeared in the overwhelming news, and was still being hotly discussed by the world. Is it really Captain America? He's really resurrected. Wait, didn't he join the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who is he fighting against? Look, there are Cyborg and Iron Man in the sky. Wait, is that figure on the edge of the rooftop of this building Wonder Woman? Oh my god, are the Avengers and the Justice League fighting? The citizens were stunned and shocked. If they saw all the people who appeared on the rooftop of this building, they would probably be so surprised that they couldn't speak. At this time, the conflict between the Justice League and the Avengers had just broken out. Strictly speaking, the whole process just now only took a few minutes. The citizens of Washington only realized now that an incredible battle was going on. Both sides of the battle had terrifying lineups. The Justice League, which had been established long ago and gradually gained popularity, and the Avengers, which had just been established, but had the first person in the construction of spiritual civilization in the United States, and attracted worldwide attention on the day of its establishment. The passers-by exclaimed. They saw that something was wrong, and after a moment of stunned silence, they ran away from this area, fearing that they would run too slowly. At the same time, passers-by who were still far away saw a tall and beautiful figure with golden holy light flashing all over the rooftop of the building that had been torn into a deep wound. She jumped down from the edge of the rooftop without hesitation. These people were stunned. Of course, they recognized this tall and beautiful figure. There are not many female superheroes known to the public. In the original plot, the Black Widow, who will be known to the public in the future, has only appeared once in public at the press conference of the establishment of the Avengers. Therefore, strictly speaking, there is only one female superhero now. That is Wonder Woman, whose fame instantly spread across the country as soon as she appeared, and her autobiographical film work sold more than $10 billion, becoming the goddess of the dreams of countless LSPs. Wonder Woman jumped down without any preparation. Is it so wild? She is worthy of being a god. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Wonder Woman fell like a meteor. Her speed kept increasing, and even produced a terrifying sonic boom, which exploded in everyone's ears. Bang! Immediately afterwards, she fell to the ground, and her slender and round legs did not even bend at all, and she stepped on the ground 10 centimeters deep. Then a circular pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was instantly formed, and spider web-like cracks radiated in all directions. Gudang. Too scary. The crowd in the distance saw this scene, their faces turned pale, and they once again realized what a god is. In their opinion, Wonder Woman's actions have gone beyond the scope of human beings. Even Hill and other SHIELD members who were far away in the sky carrier, observing the battle scene through the surveillance of the whole city, were stunned. Among them, Coulson sighed deeply. He was the first person in SHIELD who had met Wonder Woman. At that time, when dealing with the Thor incident in New Mexico, Wonder Woman's appearance and the destruction of the technological creature called the Destroyer first made him realize what the power of God is. Even if he watched it again now, the shock in his heart has not diminished. Get ready to support. Coulson took a deep breath and came to his senses first. He said to acting director Hill, "We can't expect the Avengers to stop the Justice League. Batman and his men have far more force than we can imagine. The Avengers need the Sky Carrier as support." "You're right." Hill was silent for a moment, nodded, and ordered, "Everyone get ready to go. Go to downtown Washington immediately, and prepare to support the Avengers." Yes. The SHIELD agents looked solemn. From the previous scene, they clearly knew that they were about to face a fierce battle. At this time, downtown Washington, the battlefield between the Justice League and the Avengers. When Captain America saw the scene of Wonder Woman falling from the sky, his heart sank, and he deeply realized the lack of his own strength. If all the members of the Avengers were assembled, Captain America felt that there might still be hope of victory. But there was more than just Wonder Woman in the Justice League. The Justice League even had more people than the Avengers. Trouble. Captain America exhaled, suppressing his shock. However, no matter how confident he was in himself, he could not think that he could easily defeat Wonder Woman. The power exposed by the opponent was completely beyond Captain America's cognition as a human. The power of the gods. He gritted his teeth, clenched the shield in his hand, and showed a firm look. Humph. Wonder Woman hummed. Her eyes were indifferent, and she looked high and mighty. The struggle of a mortal. Whoosh. She moved again. Her figure was like lightning, and she knocked Captain America away again. Captain America flew backwards for hundreds of meters, knocked down more than a dozen street lamps, and plowed a gully on the ground, without any power to fight back. Rooftop. Anton, as Batman, was quite relieved to leave Captain America to Wonder Woman. Although Captain America has the strength to fight anyone on equal terms, he is still far from being able to face a god-level figure like Wonder Woman. The transformation of the super soldier serum can only turn Captain America into a soldier who is invincible on Earth, but he cannot deal with a god-level figure like Wonder Woman who has mastered power beyond the Earth level. In Anton's opinion, although Wonder Woman cannot reach the level of a Father of Heaven, she is far beyond the Earth level, at least close to the side of a sub-Father of Heaven. In her record, a headbutt can at least fight Superman. The thought flashed through his mind. Anton cast his eyes on the battlefield in front of him. The battle between the four little turtles and Black Widow and Hawkeye was a bit tense. Black Widow and Hawkeye were injected with the extremis virus, which not only can release thousands of degrees of high temperature in their bodies, but also have an amazingly fast self-healing ability. Although the little turtles are thick-skinned, they can only suppress these two people, and it is difficult to cause a strong blow to them. Among the Avengers, the other two, Otto and Rumlow, were fighting on a battlefield that seemed far less intense than that of Black Widow and Hawkeye. The battle between Otto and Rumlow was one-sided. Rumlow was really overwhelmed by Daredevil and Venom alone. He was beaten to a bloody mess and looked miserable. As the captain of the SHIELD Rapid Response Team and a member of Hydra hidden in SHIELD, Rumlow's ability was not weak. It was mainly because he was a bad mouth. It would have been fine if he had only Daredevil, but Venom chased him. Bang! Rumlow knocked down the entrance attic of the rooftop and was buried in the ruins by rubble and bricks. He couldn't get up for a long time. Facing the joint attack of Venom and Daredevil, no matter how advanced his equipment was, it was impossible for him to reverse the situation. As for Dr. Octopus Otto, he was also unlucky. He chose his nemesis Spider-Man, but he didn't expect that there were too many people in the Justice League. Green Arrow looked around and found that he was missed, and he was furious. After thinking for a moment, he decided to compete with Spider-Man for the monster. Don't forget that Dr. Octopus's first appearance was on the Manhattan Bridge in New York. Green Arrow and Cyborg teamed up to beat Dr. Octopus once. Although Green Arrow was just a bystander in that battle, he didn't mind beating him a second time. After the battle broke out, Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus both changed their positions and ran around the walls around the building, shocking the office workers inside the building to scream in fear. They recognized the identities of these two people. They were both guys who had appeared before and made a big splash in New York next door. Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man, needless to say, is a member of the Justice League. He has appeared in the Daily Bugle many times and has been reported by many New York media. Dr. Octopus, Otto, has also re-entered the public eye with the recent hot news about the Avengers. What on earth happened? Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus are fighting? Just now there were Captain America and Wonder Woman. Did the Justice League really go to war with the Avengers? Aren't they all superhero groups? Oh my god, can anyone tell me what happened? The fight between Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus also caught the attention of the crowd not far away, shocking them greatly. Now, the war between the Justice League and the Avengers has been confirmed. Although the battle on the rooftop has not yet come into the public's sight, from the existing situation they have observed, they can know that Wonder Woman and Captain America, Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus, Cyborg and Iron Man, the three sides have already fought in a group. They fought to the death around this innocent building. Soon, the public saw another figure joining the battle. Green Arrow shot an arrow with a suction cup arrowhead, and under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he came to the rooftop of another building, bent his bow, and aimed at Dr. Octopus, and released his big hand holding the tail of the arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrow after arrow flew out, and hit the joints of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm. Crack, 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 crack. Astonishing flames instantly erupted at the building. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm was attacked by the explosive arrow, and black smoke that was not thick, but not to be ignored instantly emerged. Damn it. Otto's face changed, and he controlled the slightly injured mechanical arm, intending to change his position to avoid the Green Arrow's cold arrow. But he greatly underestimated the Green Arrow's ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another arrow broke through the air and killed. This arrow was loaded with acid arrows. After hitting the mechanical arm, the arrow sprayed out strong acid with an astonishing concentration, which immediately corroded the mechanical arm that was cut by the explosive arrow. Although Otto's mechanical arm may have added vibranium as a material, as long as it is metal, it will react to acidic substances. Even vibranium and adamantium are no exception. Zzzzzzzzzzzz. Otto's mechanical arm circuit had problems, and it immediately stopped working. The front end of the arm, like the opening and closing of 5 fingers, became soft and weak. Kakaka. At the same time, the fierce battle broke the wall that the mechanical arm firmly fixed on, like a paper screen window, which was immediately torn by the arm, causing Otto to lose his foothold. Whoosh. Otto's pupils shrank, and he fell from midair to the ground powerlessly. His situation was the same as Captain America's before. However, Otto was far from having the ability to respond like Captain America, and his mechanical arm was corroded by the strong acid of Green Arrow, which made it sometimes work and sometimes not. He lost the ability to save himself, and he felt desperate. It's over. Otto closed his eyes, and it seemed as if he saw the coming of death. Whoosh. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a spider web fell from midair and hung him between 2 buildings. What? Otto opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. His body swayed up and down with the force of the spider web, and the scene and the characters in front of him gradually became clear as his vision swayed. At this time, Spider-Man was seen standing on a spider thread between two buildings, doing the classic Spider-Manation squat posture that most Europeans can't do. He maintained an amazing balance, as if walking in the clouds, and then spread his hands to him with leisure. It seemed to say, "Take it easy, brother." On the rooftop of another building, Green Arrow saw this scene and smiled with emotion. He was not surprised at all by Spider-Man's way of saving people. "I'm still going to write, but don't wait, it will definitely be late. I said before that I wouldn't update in the early morning, just treat it as a fart. Well, when it comes to typing efficiency, 1 hour at night is better than 10 hours during the day. I have to endure it." Chapter 232 Chasing Tony. Anton, through the perspective of Green Arrow, saw Spider-Man saving Otto, and he was not surprised either. Spider-Man is kind by nature, and Otto is not a bad guy in essence. Now he has gotten rid of the reputation of a bad guy, and has become a superhero of the Avengers. Although the two sides are on opposite sides, Spider-Man will definitely not be willing to kill, and will only choose to defeat the other side as much as he can. And saving people is his mission to become a superhero. Retracting his gaze, Anton looked at the battlefield within his own sight. That is, the battle between the turtles on the rooftop and Black Widow and Hawkeye. In this melee, they have the most people. There are 4 Ninja Turtles. Black Widow and Hawkeye are 2 people. In total, these 6 guys stand in 2 factions and fight in a group. The turtles are quite depressed. In terms of fighting skills alone, they are slightly better than Black Widow and Hawkeye. With years of day and night ninja training, coupled with the super strong physique after mutation and the turtles' own defense, they can suppress Black Widow and Hawkeye. However, after being injected with the extremis virus, Black Widow and Hawkeye had the ability to release high temperatures and the ability to heal quickly, which turned them into indestructible cockroaches. The battle was particularly intense, not as exciting as the other battlefields. Hey, Wonder Woman almost beat Captain America to the point where he couldn't stand up. Venom and Daredevil also defeated their opponents, and even our junior brother, Spider-Man, and Green Arrow defeated the Octopus. Only Cyborg and we haven't defeated our opponents. We must speed up. I don't want to be the last one. Michelangelo stepped on the flying skateboard and glanced at the other battlefields outside the rooftop, showing an ashing expression. It's okay to lose to anyone, but it's a bit uncomfortable to lose to his own junior brother, Spider-Man. Do you think I don't want to? Donatello was busy dealing with Hawkeye, and then complained, "It's a pity that Phil took the freezing gun away, otherwise we would definitely be able to deal with these 2 tricky guys." "Hey, Donnie, is there any way to restrain them?" Leonardo frowned. "It's not that they can't suppress each other, but mainly because the opponent's ability is too weak, so it's difficult to end the battle." "No." Donatello sighed. "I left too quickly. I didn't have time to take anything." "Where's Venom?" Raphael suddenly had an idea. "He can turn into a rope to tie these 2 guys." "No." Donatello said. "Symbiotes are most afraid of fire. The 2 of them can release thousands of degrees of high temperature, and Venom can't bear it." "Shit." Michelangelo cursed and circled and entangled with Black Widow and Hawkeye on his flying skateboard, and he couldn't think of a solution at all. Although the Justice League and the Avengers went to war, the 2 sides always maintained a tacit understanding. A tacit understanding of not killing. Once a life is hurt, it will really be a fight to the death. If someone is killed, even if the incident is over, it will leave a huge, indelible hatred. Therefore, the little turtles did not think of chopping off the heads of Black Widow and Hawkeye, although they did have such an opportunity. TSK. Anton shook his head, feeling that the turtles really couldn't restrain the actions of Black Widow and Hawkeye, so he took out the pistol-like claw gun from his waist and switched to the fishing net mode. "Little turtles, get out of the way." He raised his hand slightly, and a low voice suddenly rang in the ears of the turtles. The 4 little turtles subconsciously stepped back. A long time ago, Batman established his prestige in the Justice League. Not only because Batman was the founder of the Justice League, but also because Batman solved the troubles of the little turtles, allowing the little turtles to walk out of the sewer openly and become the mascot sought after and loved by New York City. They have an extraordinary recognition of Batman. This recognition is only inferior to the big rat, Splinter, who raised them. Whoosh. After Anton finished speaking, the turtles instantly gave up the battlefield. Black Widow and Hawkeye were startled. Before they could react, they saw a huge fishing net cast down towards them. The two were shocked at the same time. They planned to escape from the area surrounded by the fishing net. But the little turtles are not vegetarians. One of them took advantage of the situation and grabbed a corner of the fishing net, like an inverted wrist, fiercely covering Black Widow and Hawkeye in the center of the fishing net, and then spun around, entangled the two from all sides. Natasha, burn this net with all your strength. Hawkeye shouted, his whole body turned red, even his originally normal face burst into a scorching light like magma, as if he would explode like a human bomb in the next moment. Okay. After Black Widow nodded, her whole body posture was exactly the same as Hawkeye. The blazing high temperature erupted. The two of them tried their best to stimulate the energy in their bodies, and at this time their bodies emitted an amazing red light, as if they had turned into two little suns. Oh no, don't let them burn the net. Donatello was a little panicked. Humph. Anton slowly stepped forward, looked at the two figures in front of him, and sneered. They can burn themselves, but they can't burn this net. As an equipment inherited from Bruce Wayne, Anton has enough confidence in this fishing net. Sure enough, Black Widow and Hawkeye tried their best to burn the fishing net red, and even almost melted the rooftop floor under their feet, but they couldn't burn the fishing net. Damn it. Black Widow and Hawkeye looked ugly. The fishing net completely wrapped them up. The two of them leaned against each other with their hands and feet curled up together. Under the pull of the turtles, they were completely bound and became prisoners. You guys keep an eye on them. Anton ordered, looking up at the sky slightly. Next, the only thing worth mentioning is probably the fierce battle between Cyborg and Iron Man. As for Wonder Woman and Captain America, is there any need to say who will win? Sky. Tony flew around to avoid the attack of Cyborg behind him. At the same time, all parts of his body turned into shells, especially the Sidewinder missile on his shoulder, which was one of his killer weapons. Boom. Boom. However, his killer weapon could not hurt Cyborg at all. The energy shield in front of Cyborg completely blocked all of Tony's attack routes, leaving him no chance. Damn. Tony thought, thinking of the alien attack in New York a few months ago. The external defense mechanism of the spaceship called War Fortress piloted by the alien Commander Lange was similar to the energy shield of Cyborg at this time. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was powerless and could only watch others save the city and turn the tide. The most hateful thing was that he almost fell to his death. If Eddie hadn't caught him. Thinking of Eddie, a trace of guilt flashed across Tony's face under the mask, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He believed that his choice was right. Since he made the decision, he would never regret his choice. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, an energy shock wave came like lightning, with a tricky angle, hitting the shoulder of Tony's armor. Crack. The Sidewinder missile launcher on his shoulder was destroyed. In other words, Tony lost a great helper. However, Tony adjusted his body shape and continued to fly over Washington at an extremely fast speed, even accelerating his energy and speeding up. Whoosh! He passed the vehicles on the road at a low altitude. When the driver showed a horrified expression, another silver figure came speeding over and chased the red figure that passed in front of his car a second ago. What is this? The driver was stunned. He immediately turned on the radio and heard that the radio media had quickly caught the hot spot and informed the whole country. At 2:12 this afternoon, a fierce battle took place in downtown Washington, D.C. between the Justice League and the Avengers. Yes, those are the two superhero teams that everyone imagines. The reason for the battle between the two superhero teams is still unclear, but based on the intelligence sent back from the scene, it is speculated that all members of both superhero teams participated in the battle, and Dr. Octopus and Captain America from the Avengers were quickly defeated. The remaining Crossbones, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were motionless, and most likely have been defeated. Cyborg and Iron Man are exchanging fire in Washington, D.C., and the outcome is yet to be determined, but Iron Man is clearly at a disadvantage, and is being chased by Cyborg. Hearing this series of words, the driver took a breath and made a contribution to global warming. Chapter 233, The Avengers Fail. The helicarrier. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures shuttled across the sky above Washington. The high-rise buildings seemed to have become their playground. The gorgeous shells exploded in the air, causing citizens to exclaim and revel from time to time. This was much more exciting than the fireworks at night. Although the battlefield between Cyborg and Tony was the entire center of Washington, they deliberately avoided the crowd when attacking each other. Of course, they didn't know that their battle had been broadcast live by the entire Washington citizenry. There were text broadcasts, video broadcasts, and telephone broadcasts. They hit Washington Square. Stop. It seems that Cyborg and Iron Man are going to fight it out in Washington Square. The radio host spoke fiercely, holding a mobile phone to contact the radio reporter in Washington while announcing the information he had learned, and attracted countless listeners with his clever words and excellent oral broadcasting skills. At this time, the radio station's listening rate had set a new record. In just 10 minutes, about 1 in 10 people in the United States turned on the radio to listen to the live broadcast of the battle and the battle situation. The audience was highly focused, afraid of missing a single word. Many drivers even parked their cars on the roadside and turned up the volume of the radio in their cars. They looked nervous, as if they were listening to an epic battle like the World Cup. Washington Square. Cyborg and Tony were suspended in midair, facing each other from a distance. Let's do it here. Cyborg looked at Tony Stark indifferently and said calmly, "You're the only one left, Tony." So soon. Tony immediately understood what Cyborg meant. The entire Avengers, except for himself, had all been defeated. His face under the mask was quite ugly. No more nonsense. Since you're the only one left, let's just do it. Cyborg raised his hand and gathered energy. Boom. The terrifying energy beam broke through the air and rushed towards Tony like a meteor. Tony raised his hand and also released an energy beam. The two collided. Bang. The fountain under their feet exploded directly, and the pool and the ground collapsed instantly. The water in the pool seemed to show the fear of humans, colliding with each other and rippling in all directions. In the collision of energy beams, some fearless spectators thought they were far away and looked over boldly. However, they never expected that the two energy beams would emit a random burst of energy, mixed with the gravel produced by the collapse of the pool, and flew hundreds of meters, hitting their feet, causing the ground to crack. Some directly penetrated the fire hydrants on the roadside, and water jets shot out, splashing down, instantly soaking their clothes and hair. This scene scared them so much that their faces turned pale, and they turned around and ran away with their heads covered. They understood it completely in their hearts. This level of battle, even if you are just a spectator, is dangerous beyond imagination. The only people who can safely appreciate the battle between Cyborg and Iron Man are probably these figures in the high-rise buildings not far away. Because Cyborg and Iron Man deliberately avoided tall buildings when they collided, and the aftermath, due to the solidity of the building, did not cause a very bad impact. At most, the glass was broken. In short, most of these people were not afraid of death. They took a relatively small risk and took out their mobile phones to take pictures non-stop with nervous and excited faces. Among them was the radio reporter who hurried to this place. Boom. In their vision, Cyborg and Iron Man, both of them were superheroes with a technological orientation, with armors of various shapes and countless weapons and shells flying in the air, but they seemed to have eyes to avoid tall buildings. In addition to the violent flames and shockwaves that erupted in the collision, they directly hit the ground. Crack. The ground of Washington Square cracked, and the tiles were directly shattered into powder. The fist-sized cracks spread all the way, and the depth seemed to go straight into the center of the earth. Soon, groups of black smoke produced by explosions enveloped the entire Washington Square. Whoosh. A silver figure suddenly passed through the thick smoke and grabbed the red figure's neck with a big hand, then pinched the red figure all the way and smashed it heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground sank again, and a huge circular pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared, crossing in the cracks. The entire Washington Square was in a mess, and it was completely turned into a tragic battlefield. Crunch. Everyone saw that Iron Man was defeated in an instant and was locked to the ground by Cyborg. The locks of the armor joints broke and flew, and his whole body made a creaking sound under the heavy load. "Tony, it's over." Cyborg's voice rang in Tony's ears. "It's still early, Cyborg." Tony gritted his teeth and struggled with all his strength. "Coulson, are you not here yet?" Boom! Exclamation mark. As he spoke, Cyborg suddenly raised his head. People saw Cyborg's movements from afar and inexplicably looked up at the sky as if they had a premonition of something. Crash. After the thick smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, the clear blue sky suddenly became wrinkled and rippled like waves. A huge warship left its stealth mode and gradually appeared, hovering above Cyborg and Iron Man. "Helicarrier." Cyborg muttered. "I told you, it's not over yet." Tony forced a hard smile under his armor and then exhaled. Finally. However, Tony did not see Cyborg in front of him show any panic or even an unexpected expression, just as calm as before. It was as if Cyborg had expected this scene. "Tony, if this is your trump card, it's so disappointing." Cyborg slowly stood up, gave up suppressing Tony, and still looked up at the huge, sky-blocking helicarrier in the sky. "What?" Tony was shocked, and from Cyborg's words, he could hear his disdain for the helicarrier. Could it be that the Justice League still has a trump card? While thinking, the sky opposite the helicarrier also began to produce transparent air ripples, and the sunlight seemed to be distorted, just like the state when the helicarrier appeared just now. "This is..." Tony showed a shocked expression. Soon, just as he imagined, a jet black fighter with a shape inspired by the bat lifted its cloaking state and appeared opposite the shield's helicarrier. Although this bat fighter was not as big as the helicarrier, only about 1/10 of its size, no one dared to ignore it. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately see that it was Batman's fighter. Just like the motorcycle and Batmobile that Batman rode when he appeared before, this was the Bat fighter. Gudang. Tony finally understood why Cyborg was so calm. The Justice League had been prepared. Caca. Immediately afterwards, Tony saw the Bat fighter open its hatch, and a tall figure, with several people tied up with golden ropes, jumped down from midair. Boom! Exclamation mark. The figure stepped on the ground again to create a deep pit, but the golden rope in her hand protected the people tied up very well. Wonder Woman. Tony gritted his teeth, his eyes not stopping at Wonder Woman, but looking at the people tied up with ropes. Rumlow, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Otto, Captain America. It was just like what Cyborg said, except for himself. Everyone else had been defeated. No. Now it seemed that even he had been defeated. Tony looked at the virtual screen in front of him. Although he still had 29% of energy left, his weapons and equipment systems were basically damaged. Except for the palm cannon, he had lost the ability to fight back. As for the palm cannon, with the remaining 29% of energy, the power of the palm cannon that could be launched was just like a full force Cyborg. At present, the Avengers have been completely defeated. Radio station. The host was very excited when he received the news. Iron Man was defeated. Cyborg defeated Iron Man. Tony Stark, as expected. At the same time, Batman showed up, and the brand new Batman equipment, the Batplane, appeared in the sky above the city of Washington. All the Avengers were captured. Wonder Woman used her lasso of truth to tie all the Avengers to the ruined Washington Square. However, the confrontation between the two sides is not over. The Avengers seem to have activated their ultimate weapon, a super battleship, which is simply a sky aircraft carrier. Batman's fighter is only about 1/10 the size of this super battleship. You can imagine how huge this super battleship is. Oh my god, I saw the picture sent back from the scene. I really can't believe that this is a weapon that we humans can make. Wait, is this battleship alien technology? I'm going out for a meal, and will be back later. The next chapter will be late, but it will still be updated before 12 o'clock. Chapter 234 Bombardment. Protect Washington. The radio host didn't know that, as he said, some alien technology was indeed used in the construction of the sky carrier. This world is different from the original Marvel Cinematic Universe, and it incorporates a lot of messy things from other movies. In particular, during the construction of the Sky Carrier, New York was invaded by the alien Lang, and the Transformers War broke out at the Hoover Dam. All these experiences did not escape the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although they did not contribute much, S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to get the bargain under Nick Fury's operation. Tony took great pains to exchange a Decepticon corpse from the military and used it as a reference to develop his own car armor. When the construction of the Sky Carrier was about to be completed, Nick Fury asked Tony to participate in part of the work in exchange for the relics left by Tony's father, Howard Stark, in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony then showed his skills and applied the technology of the Decepticons to the Sky Carrier, greatly enhancing the technological level of the Sky Carrier. This is why Tony has high hopes for the Sky Carrier. Of course, although Tony did not think that the Helicarrier and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on it could defeat the Justice League, he believed that the Helicarrier had the ability to bring a certain threat to the Justice League. However, when Tony saw Batman's invisible fighter in the full presence of the Justice League, and his opponent, Cyborg, remained calm, he suddenly lost some confidence in the Helicarrier. In any case, we can only count on Coulson and the others now. Tony gathered his thoughts and sighed. His fellow Avengers around him showed a similar expression. Obviously, all the members of the Avengers at this time were deeply aware of the huge gap between themselves and the Justice League. According to their understanding, there was even one member of the Justice League who was not present at this time. The evil ghost, Phil. Although Phil was not the main fighting force of the Justice League, he was an official member of the Justice League after all, and was a part that could not be ignored. Well, if Phil knew that they thought so, he would definitely be very excited. Washington, Military District. Phil, Jonah Jameson, and John Jameson were nervously turning on the radio, listening to the live broadcast from the radio host. They were so excited that they almost jumped up when they heard that the Justice League had defeated the Avengers. At the same time, they refreshed the photos sent by netizens on the scene on their mobile phones, and they felt as if they had become a part of the Justice League. However, the Jameson father and son's sense of substitution was not as deep as Phil's. Secondly, the Jameson father and son had nothing to regret. Phil was different. He was so heartbroken and regretted why he took on the task of protecting the Jameson father and son without hesitation. If there was no such task, he would be the only one standing in Washington Square now. You know, the live broadcast of the radio station at this time did not mention the word evil ghost at all. Such a big event, I actually missed it. Phil thought about it for a while and felt his face turn green, and his intestines were about to turn green. It's not scary to defeat the Avengers. Whoever is missing will be embarrassed soon. The radio mentioned the existence of the super battleship, that is, the Sky Carrier, which made them come back to their senses immediately and look serious. Judging from the host's statement, this super battleship is obviously the last resort of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Justice League did defeat all the Avengers, but it has not yet completely won the battle. Phil and the other two were nervous when they heard this, and they listened attentively, not daring to miss a word. At this moment, Washington Square, the bat fighter in the sky, was suspended in the air without moving. Under the attention of the crowd, several figures jumped down from it one after another, causing waves of exclamations from the crowd. Spider-Man, Venom, Ninja Turtles, Green Arrow, etc. Except Batman, all others jumped from the air, using their own methods, and stood in the center of the already messy Washington Square, surrounding the captured Avengers. At the same time, Cyborg looked at them, and the thrusters of his body started leaving the ground and rushing towards the bat fighter in the sky. What's going on? The Avengers looked at each other. However, they soon understood what was going on, because the bat fighter and Cyborg headed towards the direction of the Sky Carrier together. Batman and Cyborg want to take care of the Helicarrier alone. Rumlow's pupils shrank. No. Maybe only Batman is needed, and Cyborg is just going to be his driver. Tony gritted his teeth and said, don't forget, Cyborg has the ability comparable to artificial intelligence. Once Cyborg is connected to the network of the Helicarrier, no one can take back control from him. As soon as these words came out, all the Avengers looked heavy. They knew that this battle might face a complete failure. Shame. This is absolutely a shame. Batman is coming. In addition to Batman, there is also Cyborg. Everyone be careful, launch artillery fire, turn on automatic aiming and manual assistance, and don't let Batman and Cyborg get close. Quick, quick, quick. In the command room inside the helicarrier, Hill looked serious, staring at the radar screen in front of her, and through the glass window, she saw the black figure of the Batfighter getting closer and closer, and she felt unprecedented tension in her heart. To be honest, the Justice League is the most difficult and powerful opponent she has ever encountered. Even the strongest force of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, was defeated without suspense under the suppression of the Justice League. Hill didn't think that the helicarrier could stop the Justice League, but now, she had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Batman did not command all members of the Justice League to attack, but wanted to use his own strength and the strength of Cyborg to kill into the helicarrier. This is a bit contemptuous. Hill took a deep breath, his eyes solemn, and a little fighting spirit ignited. This is the last chance to save face. We must seize it. Boom boom boom. Countless gun barrels on the helicarrier moved, aiming at the approaching Batfighter, spitting out flames crazily. The shells killed the Batfighter like lightning, but the latter dodged them one by one. Under Anton's operation, the Batfighter seemed to have spirituality and life. Not only did it avoid the attack of the shells, but it could also activate the weapons and equipment inside the fighter and easily emit red energy rays as a counterattack. Bang, bang. The shell launcher on the helicarrier was blown up, and billowing black smoke came out. At the same time, Cyborg passed through the energy barrier from the sky, where the shells were flying, preventing the shells from accidentally falling into the city of Washington. Cyborg, is he protecting the city? Cyborg is not going to help Batman. He expected that the attack of the sky carrier would affect Washington. He is going to protect the city. The Avengers were stunned. Tony looked at the figures in the sky running around to catch the shells, and for the first time realized that he had not considered it carefully. The onlookers below felt differently. They realized Cyborg's efforts. Superhero. Countless people were excited. This is a superhero. I drank some wine, and I don't plan to stay up late today. Good night everyone. Chapter 235. Kill through the mothership. Reveal the truth. Cyborg. Seeing this scene, Coulson became more and more suspicious of the legitimacy of the war between SHIELD and the Justice League. But Hill didn't think so. Her tragic childhood experience made her a cold and decisive person. SHIELD and the Justice League had reached this point and there was no way out. Before firing the shells, Hill had considered that the attack of the sky carrier might have an impact on the city. But things have come to this point, and it is impossible to do it. After all, SHIELD can't just sit there and surrender. Besides, if Batman can be captured, there is still room for turning things around. It is worth making sacrifices for victory. Hill learned this truth from Nick Fury. The Justice League is too arrogant. Hill said in a deep voice, since Cyborg is not going to intervene in the battle, it is very beneficial for us to rely on Batman alone to break through the sky carrier. Everyone turn their guns around, ignore Cyborg, concentrate firepower, and only attack that fighter. We must shoot down Batman together with that fighter. Understood? Yes. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents received the order and accelerated their shooting. However, the Batfighter flying around the sky carrier was as slippery as a loach. The agents could not accurately aim at the Batfighter at all. They could only rely on the densely scattered ammunition to force the Batfighter to stay away so that it could not really get close to the sky carrier. Cyborg was still receiving shells on the periphery to protect the city. At this time, the citizens of Washington saw this scene in the sky that could not be ignored. A huge super battleship covered the sky and was frantically firing shells to attack a Batfighter that was less than 1/10 of its size. As for the figure controlling the Batfighter, people already had someone in mind. The online news had already exploded. One after another, similar pictures were forwarded crazily. In the picture, the Avengers, including Captain America, who has attracted the most attention recently, were all captured and tied to the ground. Surrounding all the Avengers were members of the Justice League. They were Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, Spider-Man, Venom, Daredevil, and Ninja Turtles. As far as they could see, around the super battleship in the sky, Cyborg, who had previously fought with Iron Man, was catching shells with his bare hands. Then, the only member of the Justice League who had not appeared was Batman. No, People familiar with the Justice League also knew that there was a superhero, the Evil Ghost, who had not appeared. But of course no one would count the Evil Ghost now, and everyone was willing to believe that the person controlling the fighter plane that looked like a bat must be Batman. In fact, these people were not wrong. Anton controlled the fighter plane to avoid shell attacks, and from time to time fired energy rays to destroy the shell launcher on the sky carrier. SHIELD and others even started the F-35 fighter plane in an attempt to launch a fatal attack on the Bat fighter plane. But they still underestimated Anton, or rather, underestimated Batman. Anton was waiting for this moment. When the F-35 fighter takes off, the amount of shells fired by the helicarrier will change from dense to less dense. Because everyone on the helicarrier has to prevent the shells from accidentally hitting their own fighters. So, at the moment, when the F-35 fighter is about to take off, Anton seizes the opportunity, urges the Bat fighter, shoots out an energy ray, and destroys the wing of the F-35 fighter. Then, the Bat fighter takes advantage of this to kill into the close range of the helicarrier. Click. The rear cabin opens, and Anton jumps out. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, Anton transformed into Batman, glided about 100 meters, avoided the shells, and landed on the deck of the helicarrier. Batman is here. The helicarrier has been invaded, all agents are dispatched, and he must not be allowed to get close to the command room. Quick, quick, quick. On the helicarrier, Hill's expression was calm but ugly. A series of orders were issued, and all the agents immediately armed themselves and took action, killing Batman on the deck. She didn't expect that she and others had tried their best, but Batman still seized the opportunity. Beside him, Coulson sighed. He seemed to have seen the scene of the helicarrier being killed by the enemy. At the same time, the radio host received a notice from the reporter on the scene. The pilot of that Bat fighter is indeed Batman. Batman drove the Bat fighter and destroyed the enemy fighter that was about to take off from the super battleship. He crossed a distance of more than 100 meters, dodged countless shells, and glided to the deck of the super battleship. We can't see what will happen next. After Batman arrived at the super battleship, the huge super battleship stopped attacking. Cyborg returned to the team. He seemed very confident in Batman. Okay, friends, let's look forward to a good result. Countless people refreshed the internet and uploaded pictures on major forums, websites, and social media by people on the scene in Washington, while turning on the radio live broadcast to listen to the host's impassioned commentary. Now, everyone knows that Batman has entered the enemy camp. The final result will soon be revealed. After arriving on the deck, Anton waved his hand and shot the bat dart. Beep beep. The bat dart exploded instantly. The agents in protective clothing were blown away by the powerful shockwave. One by one, their heads were broken and bleeding, and their ears were full of buzzing. S.H.I.E.L.D's equipment is quite advanced. Ordinary explosions won't kill them, but they are enough to make them lose most of their combat power. Boom. Then, Anton didn't intend to hold back. He released another flash bomb, blinding the agents who came later, and then turned into a wolf that rushed into the flock of sheep. His fists, shoulders, knees, calves, head, and every part of his body could become weapons for fighting. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had undergone rigorous training, they were unable to resist the attack of Anton, who was transformed into Batman. The entire fight on the deck took only 2 minutes. After that, there was only one person standing on the spacious deck. This person was undoubtedly Batman. At this time, Anton looked at the camera in the corner of the deck with cold eyes, said nothing, and took a step. He successfully passed the first line of defense, and the command room seemed to be within reach. In the command room, Hill's face was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that Batman could so easily deal with all the agents on the sky carrier, and even had enough power to control when he attacked, which seemed to be at ease, and maintained his principle of not killing people. We lost. Coulson showed a bitter expression. He said to Hill, "Give up resistance and let Batman come. At least we can reduce the losses. Washington Square has become a ruin." When the Avengers saw Batman entering the sky carrier, they knew the outcome was set. S.H.I.E.L.D. lost. Before this battle, they might have doubted it, but after this battle, the power of the Justice League was beyond their imagination. No one would think that Batman, as the leader of the Justice League, would lose because of a battleship. To some extent, as the losers, their confidence in Batman is stronger than that of all the people listening to the radio broadcast. Whoosh! Cyborg returned to the square from the sky and said hello to his companions. If you count carefully, this time the Justice League went to battle. It was actually the time when they had the most people. Except for Phil, everyone else was present. Of course, this battle also harvested the strongest record of the Justice League and completely played out its style and momentum. Now no one dares to ignore the Justice League. Even the military personnel in the Washington military district were secretly shocked when they heard the news from the scene and the pictures on the internet. At the scene, seeing Cyborg returning to the ground from the sky, Tony suddenly spoke. "Even if you win, this matter is not over yet," Tony said in a deep voice. "Cyborg, how are you going to explain about Hydra and Nick's assassination? Before we came here, we had already gotten rid of the military people to help us get Nick Fury out of the hospital. Soon, you will know the truth that Nick Fury identified Batman as the mastermind behind the incident." While Cyborg was speaking, his eyes shifted to one of the Avengers members who was tied up. Under the shocked eyes of all the Avengers, Cyborg continued to speak and told them the truth that made them unbelievable. "By the way, it doesn't matter whether there is a fake Nick Fury or not. According to our investigation and clues, there is a Hydra member hidden among you. I mentioned this question when we first met. Now, we can discuss the authenticity of this matter." As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to Rumlow. Spider-Man, Daredevil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and others learned the details before the Justice League took action. Moreover, the information disclosed in the Daily Bugle recently also made them realize early that Batman was fighting a terrifying organization hidden behind the scenes. This organization is called Hydra, and its minions are all over the world. When they received the news, they actually couldn't believe that even the Avengers, a superhero team launched by S.H.I.E.L.D. to compete with the Justice League and represent peace and justice, had Hydra members. Every member of the Avengers is undoubtedly a senior member of S.H.I.E.L.D. A member with such a status is actually an enemy spy. This is like a fairy tale. But when they learned about the situation, the person who mentioned this matter was Batman. No one would think that Batman would talk nonsense. The other members of the Avengers couldn't help but look at Rumlow at this moment. At this point, the Justice League has the upper hand, and it seems unnecessary to use this kind of news to divide or even humiliate the Avengers. They all frowned. Some couldn't believe that there was an enemy spy hidden among their companions. As for Rumlow at this time, his heart was cold. He was shocked that Batman's intelligence system was so powerful that he could even find out his identity information, but on the surface he tried his best to remain calm. "Don't believe what he said." Rumlow gritted his teeth and whispered, "They want to divide us internally." Old rules. The next chapter will be released before 12 o'clock. By the way, it will be free for a limited time on the afternoon of the 20th. Well, to celebrate, everyone can vote for the monthly ticket, and recommendation votes are also fine. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 236 ends. Naturally someone will talk to you. Split. Cyborg laughed. Not only him, but also other members of the Justice League beside him showed funny expressions. Even if the Avengers don't split, they can't beat us. In that case, whether you split or not doesn't seem to have any impact on us. Spider-Man couldn't help but interrupt. Are you a little too proud of yourself? This sentence was not very hurtful, but very insulting. The faces of all the Avengers sank, and they looked very ugly. Their eyes fell on Spider-Man. These eyes seemed to want to eat people. Spider-Man was scared and took a step back. He shrank behind Cyborg and dared to stick his head out to watch the fun. "Cyborg, you slander me." Rumlow was furious. "Don't throw dirty water on me. You, the Justice League, are the black hands behind the scenes. Do you still want to hide it until now?" He paused, feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't stop talking. He shouted angrily, "I'm a member of Hydra." "Huh? As soon as he said this, Rumlow was suddenly stunned. What did I say? Rumlow showed an extremely surprised expression, looking at the cyborg in front of him, then turned his head stiffly and looked at his companions, his body trembling. Don't believe him. They are the ones who are doing the trick. I'm not. I am. I'm not. I'm. Rumlow found that he couldn't control his mouth, and finally simply shut his mouth and said nothing, staring at cyborg with hatred. Lasso of truth. Tony took a deep breath. Having seen the Wonder Woman movie, he immediately understood what was going on. As Rumlow said, it was indeed the Justice League that was doing the trick. To be precise, it was Wonder Woman's ability. Lasso of truth. People tied up with the lasso of truth can only tell the truth. Tony looked at his Avengers companions around him and found that all of them were tied up with lassos. Obviously, the lasso of truth is exerting its power. In addition to Tony, the other Avengers members also realized the key point and knew that it was the golden rope that tied them that had an extraordinary magical effect, which was also in line with Wonder Woman's background and origin. They looked at each other. Rumlow, what's going on? Rogers asked in a deep voice. Is Batman the mastermind behind Nick's assassination? And what is Alexander Pierce's true identity? Tell me everything you know. Rumlow's face was grim. He tried his best to control himself, but found that he couldn't do it. Nick Fury is dead. The one in the hospital now is Anton, the master of disguise of Cobra. Rumlow finally spoke, his face dejected, and his mouth uncontrollably. Alexander Pierce is the leader of this generation of Hydra. I'm his subordinate. All of this is our conspiracy, including the confrontation between the Avengers and the Justice League. It was deliberately created by us. Pierce. Rogers' face sank. Is he really a Hydra man? Yes, he is our leader. Rumlow said, but now Hydra has many leaders. In addition to Alexander, there are also Dr. Zala, Baron Strucker, Daniel Whitehall, Madam VIP, and so on. Pierce cannot control the entire Hydra very well. The reason why he was elected as the leader is that in the current Hydra, he is undoubtedly the most powerful one and the one who can successfully revive Hydra. These words were quite clear, and the whole audience was silent. Rumlow's face was already pale. He looked up at his companions around him, and felt that these people wanted to cut him into pieces. Only the original opponents, the Justice League, were excited to watch the fun. Helicarrier. Anton found that the entire battleship had gone quiet. The SHIELD people seemed to have given up attacking him, and were ready to lie down and be ridiculed. However, he did not relax his vigilance and slowly approached the command room. Only Hill and Coulson were left here. The others were driven to the tail of the super battleship by the two to prevent the conversation from being leaked. Batman, we meet again. Coulson looked at the man in front of him, took a deep breath, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that our meeting again would be like this. I have long reminded SHIELD to clean up their own house. Anton said lightly, now it seems that the things you can't do can only be done by the Justice League. Hydra is not simple. Coulson said, someone deliberately created the confrontation between SHIELD and the Justice League. This is not SHIELD's fault. The people who targeted you are not us, but Hydra. But the Avengers did something they shouldn't have done. Anton said, you have to understand that I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble for you. I was forced to fight back. Anyway, this matter should end. Coulson said seriously, Batman, the actions of the Avengers have been approved by the World Security Council. We have reasonable reasons to doubt the legitimacy of the Justice League. Forget it. I'm too lazy to listen to your nagging. Anton waved his hand and then tapped the bracelet on his wrist. Hill and Coulson's faces changed slightly, thinking that Batman was going to take action again. But they saw that a strange energy light suddenly appeared in front of them, distorting their vision, and at the same time, the air around them rippled. Is this teleportation? Coulson was stunned. Swish. The next moment, all the members of the Justice League, including all the captured Avengers, disappeared from the ruined Washington Square and were teleported to the Sky Carrier. Hill and Coulson looked at the Avengers in front of them, somewhat helpless. It seems that you already know what happened. Anton glanced at the Avengers behind him. His eyes fell on Rumlow and sneered. I told you long ago that Rumlow is a member of Hydra, but you are so self-righteous and think you are so smart. When he said this, Tony felt Batman's eyes stayed on him for 2 more seconds. You are the ones who brought this upon yourself. What did you say? Coulson and Hill were shocked. Is Rumlow a Hydra man? That's right. Captain America, Rogers spoke, gritting his teeth. We were deceived. Alexander Pierce is behind all this. Batman, let us go. As he spoke, he looked at the man in black armor and fluttering cape in front of him and said in a deep voice, this is our fault. I'm willing to apologize to you, but please let us arrest Alexander Pierce with our own hands and never let him get away. Don't worry, Pierce can't get away. Anton said, didn't you notice that there is one less person around you? Huh. At this time, everyone saw that one of the Justice League members who was teleported to the Sky Carrier was indeed missing. Cyborg was gone. Now that the mastermind behind this matter has been caught, what are you going to do with us? Soon, Coulson came back to his senses. Judging from Batman's performance, he didn't seem to be going to let S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers off so easily. You don't need to talk to me about these. Someone will talk to you naturally. Anton tapped the teleportation bracelet on his wrist again. Swish. In a blink of an eye, everyone present, including the entire super battleship, disappeared instantly. The entire Washington citizen was stunned by the scene in front of them and couldn't help wiping their eyes, thinking that they had seen it wrong. Especially the group of people in Washington Square. If it weren't for the fact that Washington Square, which had become a ruin, was still in ruins, proving that a war had taken place here, they would probably doubt that everything they had just experienced and seen was just an illusion. In the not so distant Washington military district, the Sky Carrier appeared. Secretary of Defense, John Keller, had just returned to Washington with a Winter Soldier early this morning and had a meeting with many military leaders to discuss the situation. Then he received the news of the Washington War and immediately stopped the meeting, turned on the radio broadcast, and asked the military intelligence personnel to report the situation on the scene. The first time the battle subsided, John knew that Batman might be coming. Sure enough, as soon as his thoughts fell, he saw the door of the conference room being pushed open. Report, generals, outside. The soldier swallowed his saliva, with a trace of shock on his face. There's a super battleship outside. I'm a little stuck here. I need to think about it. Chapter 237 ending. The cunning black salted egg. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After the Avengers were defeated, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Carrier disappeared over the city of Washington, Alexander Pierce at the headquarters also received the news from the scene soon. Pierce's face was ugly and his brows were furrowed. Waste. He cursed fiercely. It's all a bunch of waste. Such a result was indeed far beyond Pierce's expectations and surprised him. He never thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, who he had placed high hopes on, would be defeated so easily by the Justice League. It did not achieve the result he wanted to see, that both sides would suffer losses. Instead, Batman and the Justice League stole the show. In the last minute, the Sky Carrier destroyed the city without regard for the consequences in the battle with Batman, which also contributed to Cyborg's highlight moment. In this way, he did a good thing with bad intentions, and helped Batman and the Justice League to open up the situation. Batman, although you won, this matter will not be let go. Pierce murmured, picked up the phone in front of the desk and dialed a number. This is a call from the US representative of the World Security Council. When S.H.I.E.L.D. approved the Avengers to take action against the Justice League, it had obtained the approval and consent of the World Security Council. Now that this battle has been lost, it is natural to use political means, together with the upper echelons, to first put Batman and the Justice League into the ranks of villains, so as to avoid public opinion being unfavorable to S.H.I.E.L.D. afterwards. But his call has been delayed. What's going on? Pierce's face sank, realizing that something was wrong. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who? Pierce was startled and looked at the door. Creak, but before he could speak, the office door was pushed open. My name is Cyborg. Cyborg approached slowly, speaking in a low voice. Pierce, you and I should be familiar with each other. How dare you come to SHIELD? Pierce put his hand under the table and pressed the alarm button, then glared. You illegals, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by us? Illegals? Cyborg showed a funny expression. You are the top leader of Hydra, and you said these words in front of me. Why do I feel that there is some realism and magical realism? By the way, don't press it. Suddenly, he looked at Pierce with a smile. The SHIELD rapid response team you want to summon has been killed by me. Now in SHIELD, you are the only one who can sit and talk to me. Otherwise, why do you think I came a step late? By the way, they have all arrived at the Washington Military District, waiting for me to catch you. What? Pierce saw the man in front of him approaching while talking. His pupils shrank, but he was helpless and could only show a desperate expression. On the other side, the Washington Military District. There is a super battleship outside. Super battleship? Hearing the words from the soldier, John Kohler and several military leaders in the conference room looked at each other and had guesses in their hearts. Sky carrier. Early this morning, they held a meeting to approve the Justice League's application to take action against S.H.I.E.L.D. A few hours later, a big battle broke out in Washington. The two sides of the battle were the Avengers and the Justice League under S.H.I.E.L.D. During the battle, the Avengers were defeated. S.H.I.E.L.D. urgently mobilized the Sky Carrier to support the Avengers, but still lost. The whole process did not require special military channels, and the answer could be obtained from the radio broadcast. In addition, they knew that the Justice League controlled the teleportation technology from aliens, and immediately realized that it was Batman who brought the Justice League. Don't be nervous. John Kohler stood up. We'll go there soon. The group set off from the conference room and came to the training ground of the military district. Although it was daytime, the training ground was covered by a large area of shadows. After all, it was naturally because of the huge warship suspended above the training ground. This is the Sky Carrier. A gleam of light flashed in John Kohler's eyes. The technological level of the Sky Carrier is almost the sum of all the advanced technologies on Earth, especially the military equipment, which is a little more advanced than the equipment and weapons in the military zone where they are. In other words, the Sky Carrier is like an aircraft carrier on the sea, which is the greatest embodiment of military power. At this time, an idea emerged in Keller's mind. If the Sky Carrier can be left behind, the strength of the military can be greatly enhanced. Mr. Keller. Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of John Keller. The people are brought back. Keller looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Batman who spoke. Behind him were all the members of the Justice League and the prisoners from SHIELD, including all the Avengers. Batman didn't wait for Keller to speak and continued, I think you have already done what I asked you to do. Yes, we arrested Nick Fury from the hospital and brought him here. According to the DNA information we extracted from him, it is exactly the same as the genetic clone of Zatann lying in the morgue. Keller nodded and said in a deep voice, it is certain that the Nick Fury in the hospital is a fake. His real identity is Zatann, the master of disguise of the Cobra organization. What? The Avengers were surprised and shocked when they heard this. On the one hand, they had learned the news from Rumlow who revealed the truth. On the other hand, they could learn from the military that the news was indeed true, which directly shattered some of their fantasies. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers could no longer deny that their actions were outrageous. The most surprised person was actually Tony Stark. Impossible. I compared Nick's DNA information with the S.H.I.E.L.D. data. How could he be disguised? Tony opened his eyes wide, extremely shocked. Some thoughts in his mind disappeared without a trace, but it was still a little unbelievable. He said blankly, could it be that Nick Fury's identity was replaced from the beginning? S.H.I.E.L.D. has become ahead of Hydra. Is it difficult to replace the data? A voice floated in the distance. Swish. Suddenly, a silver figure carrying another slightly thin and hunched guy appeared in everyone's sight. This person was Cyborg. And the guy he subdued and brought to the Washington Military District was no stranger to most people present. It was Alexander Pierce. No. Tony was still full of doubts and said in a deep voice, Jarvis checked the information. There is no sign of replacement in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Otherwise, I would not be fooled by such a simple trick. That's because you underestimated Hydra. Cyborg said, there is a cyber life form inside Hydra, Dr. Zora. He is like a ghost on the internet and can roam freely on the internet, just like your artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis. Covering up traces is nothing to him. Cyberghost, Dr. Zora. Tony finally realized that he had been played around by the people of Hydra. Cyberghost. The other Avengers, including Coulson and Hill, looked at each other, all showing expressions of astonishment and shame. All kinds of truth show That shield has been played around from beginning to end. It is rare for Hydra to play the dark under the light to this extent. Drive Zala, isn't he dead? He was diagnosed with a terminal illness in 1972 and died soon after. At that time, many old people in the bureau even watched him being buried with their own eyes. Coulson and Hill looked at each other. As senior executives of SHIELD, especially the former, they knew a lot about the internal affairs. Zala's full name is Onim Zala. During World War II, he was a capable general under Hitler, a geneticist from Switzerland, and the first human genetic engineer in the history of the Earth. Hitler intended to use Zala's genetic technology to complete the idea of superior race ruling the world. But the German army was defeated in World War II, the Hydra organization was destroyed, and Zala became a prisoner of the US military. Later, Zala died. Even before Zala's death, he had gained great trust from Tony's father, Howard Stark, one of the 3 founders of SHIELD. You have to ask the relevant personnel about this. Cyborg looked at Pierce, who was captured by him. Of course he's not dead. Pierce's face was grim, and he laughed triumphantly. After Zora was diagnosed with dying, he transferred his consciousness to a giant computer of the same era, and thus became a network life form. Just like you said, a ghost on the network. Everyone's backs were sweating, and their hearts were cold after hearing this. But some people were surprised why Alexander Pierce was so cooperative, saying whatever he was asked, and didn't seem to be shy about his true identity as Hydra, without any struggle. Then, everyone saw Wonder Woman's lasso of truth wrapped around Pierce's body. Many people suddenly realized they had collected information about Wonder Woman, and they had a certain understanding of Wonder Woman through the movies Anton had filmed. The lasso of truth. It is definitely a torture weapon. But after World War II, Hydra was completely destroyed under the attack of the coalition forces. How did you manage to revive from the ashes? Coulson and others showed strong confusion again. They didn't understand how Hydra's vitality could be so strong. Thanks to Tony's father, Howard Stark. Pierce's eyes fell on Tony. What? Tony was shocked. He didn't expect his father to be involved in such a thing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. My father is definitely not a member of your Hydra." "Yes, Captain America." Steve Rogers nodded. "Howard is not such a person. Howard was his comrade in World War II. Although his style of doing things was a bit strange, he had absolute confidence in his companions." Thinking of this, he glanced at Rumlow and suddenly lost his confidence. "The reason I say that is because your father approved a plan after he founded S.H.I.E.L.D. with Peggy Carter and Chester Phillips." Pierce said slowly, "It was this plan that gave Hydra the opportunity to revive and preserve the bloodline of Hydra. The Paperclip Project." Coulson suddenly realized it and murmured, "So that's it." The details of the Paperclip Project, in simple terms, is to commission carefully selected German scientists to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. during World War II, so that the remnants of Hydra, such as Dr. Zala, can take root in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now it seems that this is undoubtedly the most strong decision S.H.I.E.L.D. has made since its establishment. There is no other one yet. So that's it. Suddenly, John Kohler applauded with a smile. "Excellent. Really wonderful." Not only him, but also the military leaders standing with him, also looked like they were watching a good show. They were not unfamiliar with the Paperclip Project. Given the competitive relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US military, this kind of outdated confidential information from the last century is no longer a secret. Besides, Chester Phillips is not only the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also one of the representatives of the military. Many things about S.H.I.E.L.D. were not secrets to the US in the last century. It's just that in this century, S.H.I.E.L.D. has gradually escaped from the control of the US and has become a thorn in the side of the military. S.H.I.E.L.D. has brought it upon itself. It has shit in its trouser pockets. Now no one can help you clean it up. John Kohler looked at Batman and nodded. "Batman, thanks to you this time, we can pull out this nail. Let us handle the next thing. Don't worry, we won't let you down. I will join forces with the generals to apply to the president to let the Justice League officially become a military affiliated agency, and the military will share law enforcement power with the Justice League." After a pause, he affirmed, "From now on, the Justice League will be close to the military. In other words, the Justice League will become a community of interests with the military." Hearing this, all the members of the Justice League, except Anton and his clone, became excited. As amateur heroes, they were officially recognized, which was a great honor. Just like Captain America, who was admired by everyone during World War II, with an official identity and endorsement, everything he did was just. Unfortunately, the current Captain America is only a military official, but he is actually an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who made Rogers dug out of the polar regions by S.H.I.E.L.D. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., the president will hold you accountable. After saying that, Keller looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. people again, and said with a smile, after this, your headquarters will probably have to move to another place. The implication is that, even if you don't die, you will be skinned alive. The faces of the S.H.I.E.L.D. people were ugly. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed to blame for this accident. The resurgence of Hydra and the battle started by S.H.I.E.L.D. this time were all related to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sexy operation. No matter what, they can't escape punishment. We will definitely accept the punishment that S.H.I.E.L.D. deserves. However, all these accidents are part of the plan. In order to lure out Hydra, we have made great sacrifices. By the way, Secretary of Defense, Mr. Kohler, I will definitely explain the whole story to you and Mr. President. Suddenly, a voice came over. When Coulson and others heard this voice, their pupils shrank, and they all showed horrified expressions, and immediately turned their heads to look. A familiar figure walked out of the crowd of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounded by the military. This person took off his disguise, and it was the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who was thought to have died. Seeing this person appear, everyone was shocked. Nick, you are not dead. Many thoughts flashed through John Kohler's mind in an instant. His face was ugly, and he felt that the situation was not good. Nick Fury, who was thought to be dead, suddenly resurrected and stood in front of everyone. Obviously, this was premeditated by Nick Fury. The current situation may not be as favorable to the military as he imagined. Nick Fury's appearance, judging from the current situation, can at least help S.H.I.E.L.D. recover 30% of its losses. Anton, who was transformed into Batman, stared at the black salted egg with interest. Although he was a little surprised at the resurrection of this guy, he also felt that it was natural. Based on his understanding of Nick Fury, such a scheming guy could not be murdered by Hydra so easily. Yes, I'm fine. Nick nodded, his eyes swept over Rumlow and Pierce, and sneered, if I didn't fake my death, these people wouldn't show up one by one. Pierce, I really didn't expect that you are actually a Hydra member. Nick. Pierce's face was gloomy. The moment he saw Nick Fury appear, he immediately realized that he had been tricked. All of this was actually to lure the snake out of its hole. You are really careful enough. Pierce couldn't help but sneer. The information of fake death was hidden so deeply, and no one was told. I watched the Avengers being beaten and S.H.I.E.L.D. being hit hard. Nick, I really doubt you. I have never trusted anyone. If Nick Fury revealed the news of his fake death to a second person, Hydra might have intercepted the message transmission within S.H.I.E.L.D., and Pierce would not be so reckless. No, I naturally have someone I trust. Nick Fury said, you used to be half, but the facts disappointed me. Okay. Keller scolded, this is our place, not the place for you to argue. Nick Fury, no matter what your reasons are, S.H.I.E.L.D's actions this time, the impact and losses caused to Washington, should be the sole responsibility of your S.H.I.E.L.D., and you should pay the price for it. I said, we will do our best to bear the responsibility that we should bear. Nick Fury said, looking at Batman, if possible, can you ask Wonder Woman to let our people go? Yes. Anton waved his hand. Swish. Wonder Woman released the lasso of truth. All members of the Avengers immediately regained their ability to move freely. They came to their senses in an instant and suppressed their companion, or rather, the spy among the members, Rumlow. At the same time, Alexander Pierce beside Cyborg was handcuffed. In that case, this place is left to you. Batman shrugged. Everything that follows has nothing to do with the Justice League. As for the remaining remnants of Hydra, as he spoke, his eyes swept across Nick Fury. I believe that someone has their own arrangements. This chapter has 5,000 words, and typists will be corrected after updating. In addition, there will be another update before 12 o'clock. Writing. Chapter 238 afterwards. Take stock of the harvest. After saying this, Batman and other members of the Justice League understood that it was time to leave. The next confrontation was between the military and SHIELD. From Batman's look, he had no intention of intervening in the political struggle and interest competition between the two sides. The Justice League has upheld justice and got what it deserves. After this, no organization, including SHIELD, CIA, FBI, Interpol, etc., or any other messy organization, dared to attack the Justice League at will, and regarded the Justice League as illegal. In addition, Batman also took this opportunity to establish more contacts with the military and deepen cooperation in certain aspects. That is, the Wayne Company controlled by the Jameson family will benefit a lot from it. Don't forget that there is also a Cobra organization mixed in this incident. The funder of the Cobra organization, Destro, is the CEO of Mars. The Nanoarm warhead is the super weapon that Mars has spent more than 10 billion euros to research. What's more worth mentioning is that as an arms company, Mars occupies a strong share in the international arms market. It is conceivable that after this incident, even if Mars will not fall apart, it will be severely hit by the United States and SHIELD. At that time, the military will most likely lend a helping hand to endorse Wayne Company and help Wayne Company compete for this part of the market as compensation to Batman. In addition, Anton has long been eyeing the arms production base privately controlled by Destro, the Ayers factory. Anton has confirmed the location of the Ayers factory from Destro and is just waiting for him to send someone to take it over. Of course, this receiving process will not be peaceful. None of this matters. In short, the distribution of benefits in this incident, whether on the surface or in secret, is enough to satisfy Anton. Let's go. Look forward to seeing you again. Anton did not intend to stay any longer. After saying that, he glanced at his many companions around him, operated the teleportation bracelet, and disappeared instantly. Seeing this, the Justice League people around him also disappeared in front of others with the teleportation ability brought by the bracelet. This scene made John Keller and others, as well as the people of SHIELD, a little jealous. Mind transmission device. Teleportation technology. If this advanced technology can be mastered by them, it will surely play a greater role. As a result, Batman and others only use this technology to travel. What a waste of resources. Tony's eyes flashed when he saw this. As early as when the alien Lang invaded the Earth, he was interested in teleportation technology, but he had experienced a lot of things and forgot about it. Now, the performance of Batman and others in this battle made him think of this matter, and he felt that he should try to figure out this special and extremely practical technology. Hey, at the same time, at the moment when Batman and others disappeared, a cry of surprise came. Batman, wait for me. This person was Phil, one of the official members of the Justice League and a demon. Phil saw that something was wrong outside, so he came out to see, and immediately saw many familiar figures standing in the middle of the training ground. But just when he was about to say hello, Batman and others immediately teleported away. This hit Phil hard, and he stood there in a daze. Why did I leave right after I came out? He stood in the shadow under the sky carrier, looking up at the light in the distance, sighing. Is it really destined that I can't move with the main force? Oh. Suddenly, Jameson and his son came to Phil's side. Batman is here just now. Jonah Jameson looked at the sky carrier above his head and was amazed. This is the super battleship mentioned in the broadcast just now. TSK. No wonder the host said that this might be alien technology. This is different from what Anton provided. Ahem. It really doesn't look like something that can be made by current Earth technology. John Jameson next to him was stunned, always feeling that his old man had just said something that could not be revealed. In the vast universe, a huge spherical spaceship was suspended in the corner of a galaxy. Anton and others were teleported to the interior of this spaceship. This is naturally the base of the Justice League, an alien technology spaceship called War Fortress. It's over. Anton looked around at his companions and smiled. We have gained a lot this time. No one will dare to target us anymore. However, from what those people said just now, Hydra has not been completely destroyed. Daredevil asked, what are your plans next? Do you want to deal with Hydra alone? No, I don't plan to deal with Hydra anymore. Anton shook his head. The purpose of Hydra is to cut off one head and grow another. No matter how they are killed, they can always be reborn on the corpse. This is an organization that can't be killed. Do you want to leave it to SHIELD? Eddie pondered for a moment and suddenly said, anyway, in this situation, SHIELD will not let Hydra go. It's better to leave Hydra to SHIELD to deal with it, and we don't have to worry about it. Moreover, once this incident happened, it has served as a warning to others. Hydra dare not attack us at will. Not bad. Anton nodded. Hydra is no longer a threat to us. On the contrary, if they dare to offend us again, we can wipe them out with thunder at any time, and they will never know how much information we have on them. You know, when it comes to force, none of us can be afraid. That makes sense. Daredevil said, since you have an arrangement, I won't say much. It's over, and I should go back. After that, he said goodbye and teleported away. Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles, and others also left the place. Anton took back his clone, and he was the only one left in the huge base. A smile appeared on Anton's face. In addition to the interests of all parties, there is also the most important point in this harvest. Justice value. Arrest Alexander Pierce and Rumlow, thwart the Hydra conspiracy, and severely damage the Hydra shield branch, and reward 5 million justice points. Current justice value balance 45 million. The small goal of 100 million is getting closer and closer, and it is almost halfway through. Anton was very emotional. However, it took so much effort to get 5 million justice points, which is definitely hard work compared to the previous times. Of course, it can't be said to be a small amount. After all, although Alexander Pierce is nominally the leader of Hydra today, look at the leaders in Hydra, except for Pierce's own men, who really regards him as a leader? Strictly speaking, Alexander Pierce represents only a large branch of Hydra. Defeating Pierce does not mean defeating Hydra. From this point of view, 5 million justice points can be considered appropriate. There was originally some content to be written on this page, but there is not enough time to finish it, so I will post 2000 words first. There is another chapter after midnight, so don't wait, just get up and read it in the morning. Chapter 239 Batman's fighting power is in crisis. Speaking of justice value, there doesn't seem to be anything special to pay attention to at the moment. By the way, the Fantastic Four are still floating in the universe, and they will probably be back to Earth soon. When that happens, I think I can get a lot of money from Dr. Doom. Anton pondered again. While thinking, he entered the system space and checked Batman's armor. With a huge amount of justice value of 45 million, Anton was too lazy to even look at the armor below 45 million, and his eyes were directly locked on the small target. The ultimate armor only costs 100 million, which is really a good deal. Anton smiled and thought to himself, after the New York War, we can get one step closer to the small goal. Suddenly, he saw a line of words appear on the ultimate armor. Anton had never seen this line of words before, and it was estimated that it appeared after he had a huge amount of money, which was roughly equivalent to verify the capital to buy. After a closer look, he was struck by lightning, and the smile on his face disappeared completely. Damn it, I mean, how can the ultimate armor be worth only one small target? It turns out that there are additional conditions to exchange for the ultimate armor. Anton was heartbroken. The general meaning of this line of words is that the ultimate armor, as Batman's strongest armor, needs to be used in conjunction with the universe's lore treasures to form an equivalent exchange. And what are the lore treasures of the Marvel Universe? Need I say, Infinity Gems. In other words, to exchange for the ultimate armor, you must take 6 Infinity Gems plus a small target of justice value. Anton was upset and hurried to check other armors. Then he was even more upset to find that the Hellbat armor, which is second only to the ultimate armor in value, also has an additional restriction. The Hellbat armor is created with the hard work of the giants of the Justice League. Superman forged it on the sun, Aquaman quenched it in the deep sea, Wonder Woman enchanted it, Cyborg and his father Dr. Stone built the electronic engineering system, the Flash connected the Speed Force, and Green Lantern cast the cape. This armor can be said to be able to go to heaven and earth, and it is omnipotent. It is probably the strongest one under the ultimate armor. Even the Fenrir armor has slight shortcomings. The Master once wore the Hellbat armor and beat Darkseid to a pulp. The restriction condition for exchanging the Hellbat armor is that Anton must first exchange for several heroes of the Justice League who helped Batman create this armor. Only by combining the power of these heroes, plus an additional 80 million justice points, can the Hellbat armor be unlocked. Hiss. Anton took a breath. This feeling is like when he read a novel in his previous life. The rubbish author was afraid that the writing would collapse, so he patched it overnight. It's so uncomfortable. What a small goal. Anton feels that the difficulty of exchanging the Hellbatman is almost the same as the Ultimate Armor, except that the justice points are 20 million less. Fortunately, after looking around, only these two sets of armor have additional restrictions. The remaining armors can only be exchanged with justice points, including the Fenrir armor, which is also worth 80 million like the Hellbat armor. Speaking of the Fenrir armor, it has super strong defense capabilities and can track the speed of the Flash. The gloves also store red sun energy, which can weaken Superman's strength. In short, Batman built it to completely target the weaknesses of the major heroes of the Justice League. Because in the endgame event of the New 52, the Joker used a special Joker toxin to control the people of the Justice League, making them form a group to kill Batman, and the Master could only take advantage of the weaknesses of each member and defeat them one by one. In this way, the Fenrir armor, like the Hellbat armor, is related to several major giants of the Justice League. But it is conceivable that in terms of combat power, Fenrir is definitely not as good as Hellbat. So, you can consider it when you can accumulate justice value up to 80 million at most. Anton frowned slightly, quite unhappy. But when the justice value reaches 80 million, maybe the Superman clone can be exchanged, and the Batman armor is not as useful as before. So, why not make a new armor to play with first? After this series of events, Anton realized a problem. Batman's combat power is in danger. In this incident, the Justice League fought against the Avengers, and Batman stood by and watched until the end, when he rushed into the Sky Carrier and ended the battle completely. Was it because he was pretending? No. It was simply because the various abilities of the Arkham Knight armor could not keep up with the rapidly rising combat power of the Avengers members. Let's not talk about Captain America, who can fight anyone on equal terms, just Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were injected with the Extremis virus. Obviously, it is impossible for the current Batman to suppress Hawkeye as easily as before when he first met Hawkeye and the other Avengers members, Iron Man and Dr. Octopus. These two guys are not easy to deal with, especially the former. There is only one Avengers member who is easy to deal with: Crossbones, Rumlow. Can Batman compete with Green Arrow and Venom for monsters? That would be too low. Therefore, the only remaining opponent was the Sky Carrier that arrived at the scene as reinforcement. With the help of the Bat Fighter, Anton transformed into Batman and showed off happily without exposing any shortcomings. But in the end, this situation still made Anton realize the fact that Batman's combat power was in danger. Kingdom Come, worth 40 million justice points. Anti-Superman armor, worth 50 million justice points. Anton looked at the two sets of armor that he was most likely to exchange with his current ability to measure whether he needed to continue saving money. Kingdom Come, the Batman represented by this armor, is not a story of the main universe, but a future world. Superheroes are already old, but new superheroes are also rising, and humans have become victims of the struggle between superheroes and supervillains. The retired Superman reappeared, and without his mortal identity, he became a god who came to the world. In order to fight against superhumans, Batman created the Kingdom Come, which has the ability to fly and strong defensive performance, just like a god among mortals. The anti-Superman armor, a very classic armor, needless to say, has appeared in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. It can absorb the electricity of the entire city and release it from the fingertips, while strengthening Batman's power. Relatively speaking, the former is more cost-effective. Although the latter has defeated Superman, the main reason in that battle was not because of the strength of the armor, but because Batman used the power of kryptonite to weaken Superman. Therefore, in Anton's view, the latter is not even as powerful as the former in terms of combat power, purely because the record is too tough. So it is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Forget it, don't rush for the time being. Anton thought about it, resisted the desire to exchange, and finally decided to keep the justice value first, and not rush to exchange. It is a reasonable choice to save up to the upper limit of 80 million as much as possible, and exchange the armor when necessary. In short, the Ultimate Armor and Hellbat have additional exchange conditions. Continuing to save justice points without thinking has lost the meaning of the original plan to exchange for the Ultimate Armor. For Anton now, if necessary, using justice points to strengthen Batman's combat power is a relatively appropriate solution. He muttered to himself, the plot of Thor 1 has passed, and the Avengers were established in advance. According to the time node, the next Marvel event is the New York War. There is a key figure in the New York War, the evil god Loki. Although Loki was beaten by Wonder Woman, who made her debut in the Thor event not long ago, he finally escaped in public under the watchful eyes of the god King Odin. This means that the New York War will definitely happen again. It's hard to say how long it will take. After slight changes in the plot, it may be longer or shorter than the original node. In short, solving the New York War will definitely get enough justice points. And if you want to perfectly solve the Chitauri, you may get more justice points. At that time, the justice points will go back and forth, and it will not be a loss at all. In Anton's imagination, the key to perfectly solve the Chitauri is to destroy the Chitauri's biological mothership. It's like directly closing the space portal and rushing into someone else's army to kill everyone. One is passive, the other is active. They are two completely different situations. The gains are of course different. However, with the current strength of the Justice League, it seems that it is still a bit beyond their ability to directly rush into the universe and destroy the Chitauri's biological mothership. Superman, the only one with such power, can't come out for a while. It seems that only by exchanging for a more powerful Batman armor can the desired effect be achieved. Anton touched his chin. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. The Avengers will be beaten first anyway. If it doesn't work, it's acceptable to directly close the space portal and isolate the invasion. Chapter 241 Step closer to making money. The battle in Washington spread all over the world in a short period of time, causing a great sensation. More people got to know the Justice League led by Batman, especially Batman and Cyborg. The former is the leader of the Justice League. Needless to say, the latter caught the shells with his bare hands when Batman was fighting against the battleship, saving Washington billions of losses and protecting Washington. This move instantly made Cyborg the most popular superhero in the whole of Washington, and his popularity was even unmatched by Batman. From Anton's system panel, we can see that the fan value figures of Batman, Green Arrow, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman, the four superheroes affiliated with DC, have soared by half at the least. Of course, for Anton, the fan values corresponding to these superheroes that have been exchanged are no longer as useful as before they were exchanged, but he must be happy to accept this hidden gain, the more the better. As for the Avengers, which was just established, its fame increased a lot after this battle, but most of them were ridiculed and mocked by netizens, and there were very few encouraging messages. Even the large number of fans who worship Captain America Steve Rogers dare not mention Captain America in these news. After all, the battle between Wonder Woman and Captain America was watched by hundreds and thousands of eyes. Videos and pictures left by the two sides during the battle can be seen everywhere on the internet. Major media outlets are frantically singing bad news. Captain America's miserable appearance made fans completely unable to say anything good. Should we say that he has been trying very hard to be beaten? Although this kind of words is true, it is very weird when the word hard work is added. Secondly, another eye-catching guy among the Avengers, Tony Stark, has also been ridiculed by countless netizens. In the war, the battle between Tony and Cyborg was broadcast live by the host on the radio in front of countless listeners. Tony reviewed the game afterwards and saw the information on the internet, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After the incident, he now locked himself in his home, blocked all the news, and was determined to make a powerful armor to let these people know how powerful he is. He swore that if there is a next time, he will never lose to Cyborg again. At this time, Anton stayed at home alone, watching the president's speech on TV and refreshing the news on his phone. He was very happy to see that netizens almost unanimously belittled the Avengers and praised the Justice League. Of course, in addition to these remarks, many netizens also called for the truth. In that battle, Washington Square was destroyed by the aftermath and turned into a mess. The surrounding houses were also damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, under the deliberate control of both sides, there were basically no casualties. As for the loss of private property, these people will probably receive a satisfactory amount of compensation from certain departments. For such a serious and influential incident, the public certainly wants to know the inside story. They first targeted the Daily Bugle. As Batman's only voice channel, other news media may spread rumors, and only the Daily Bugle is the most trustworthy. As the victorious party in the battle, Batman seemed to have nothing to hide. It is worth mentioning that after the fight, Eddie, as the first person to be attacked, was extremely indignant. He went home that day and wrote a press release, scolding the Avengers and SHIELD for having shit in their heads. But this press release was not sent out in the first time. Secretary of Defense John Kohler called him personally and said that for the sake of the military, he hoped that the news could be released later and slightly polished. Without Anton's reminder, Eddie understood. So, at the press conference in front of Anton, the president personally faced countless media in the White House and told the story of the incident. At the meeting, the president first stated that the Justice League had become a partner of the military and the two sides had reached a strategic partnership. The war in Washington was all due to the internal division of SHIELD, and a group of terrorists forged an executive order which drove the Avengers to capture Washington. Fortunately, the military saw the clues and saw through the conspiracy, notified the Justice League to arrive in time, defeated the Avengers, and caught the manipulator behind the scenes. At the end of the press conference, the president also awarded the Secretary of Defense John Kohler and several military leaders the Medal of Honor. At the same time, a Batman Medal of Honor was specially made and hung in the White House. Originally, John Kohler contacted Anton and wanted Batman to go to the White House to receive the medal, but Anton refused, so everything was kept simple. After the press conference, Eddie slightly modified the news of the Daily Bugle and clicked to publish. The official website of the Daily Bugle was almost overwhelmed. The content of the Daily Bugle after Eddie's modification was not much different from the president's speech, but it emphasized more on the separatist forces within SHIELD and praised the military and the president's response plan. As for the credit of the Justice League, there is no need to emphasize it too much. People have seen it clearly. Although many details were omitted and the role of the military was exaggerated, there are many smart people on the internet who can understand it at a glance. At the same time, SHIELD issued a compensation plan. This time, Washington's losses will be borne by SHIELD, and it will invest manpower and material resources to compensate Washington. Representatives of various countries in the World Security Council also issued apology statements. This incident ended on the surface. There is no need to say more about the struggle for interests in secret. In short, according to Anton, the Sky Carrier has been forced to stay by the military. SHIELD has no intention of taking back the Sky Carrier. Obviously, they want to settle the matter as soon as possible. It is better to lose money to avoid disaster, cede land and pay compensation, and try to suppress the matter as much as possible. The solution of admitting the punishment is effective. The headquarters of SHIELD remained in Washington and was not forced to leave by the military. However, the incident was too big and the losses were staggering. Nick Fury reviewed it afterwards and took the initiative to resign as the director of SHIELD, stepped back and became the deputy director. The person who took over the position of director was not Mariah Hill, but Nick's original deputy, Phil Coulson. Mariah Hill took a step up and took over Pierce's vacancy and became the Secretary General of SHIELD. From this point of view, the position of the director of SHIELD is equivalent to Nick Fury's left hand to the right hand, and it is still in his hands. He is worthy of being an old fox. In addition, the old man and others who were sent to the military territory by Anton did not return to New York immediately after the incident, but stayed in the Washington military district to discuss the details of investing in Wayne Company with the military. Yes, the military decided to invest in Wayne Company and completely reach a community of interests with the Justice League. This is not surprising. Stark Group has so many shareholders, and the military definitely has a seat at the table. The old man certainly accepted it with pleasure. Such a backer who came to him on his own initiative should not be rejected in vain. With the technical help of the planet Cybertron, plus the funds and power provided by the military, Wayne Company will soon grow into a giant consortium. This is one step closer to Batman's money power. Everything is developing in a good direction. Anton's power has further expanded after this incident, and Wayne Company has been able to expand. Ring ring ring. The old man's phone call. The share issue has been settled, and the heirs factory you mentioned, I will send Wick to take over. The next step is to proceed steadily. In just a few months, we still can't move too fast. After a pause, the old man smiled and said, but you did a good job this time. You are much more capable than your cheap father. You didn't say that before. Anton smiled and said, you used to say that I was a prodigal son, and I might as well go to Hollywood to make porn movies. I'm not as good as your son. Humph. The old man sneered. That was in the past. Now it seems that an astronaut who can only float around in the universe is not as capable as Phil next to you. Phil was stunned when he heard it next to him. He felt like he was praised, but he also felt a little inexplicably sad. Why? Don't underestimate astronauts. Anton said, maybe someday, astronauts will give you a surprise. What surprise can John give me? The old man said, now it seems that the only surprise he gave me was that he gave birth to you when he was 18 years old. After hanging up the phone, Anton rubbed his head. The interface of his mobile phone was frozen on a small piece of news on the internet. The reason why it is called small news is that if Anton had not paid special attention to it, he would not have known about it at all. Affected by the cosmic storm, the space station suffered heavy losses. It is reported that among the several astronauts who have returned, many have been affected by cosmic radiation. The Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom should have returned to Earth. It won't be long before we can reap the benefits of Doctor Doom. Anton smiled. Although the Ultimate Armor has additional exchange conditions and cannot be counted on for the time being, the justice value is still a hard indicator and cannot be lacking. It is still available before 12 o'clock. During the limited free period, please vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 241 Constantine. The magic side hero is about to arrive. The news of the Washington incident was still fermenting. At this stage, everyone was talking about Batman and the Justice League. However, Anton no longer worried about it. He started to get off work as usual. DC's operations were still the same. The only thing worth mentioning was that the first season of the Flash TV series ended, and the system panel showed that the Flash's fan value had reached 23 million. Although it was still a long way from the Flash's goal of 50 million, it also allowed Anton to see the effect of the TV series. After the first season of The Flash ended, the second season entered the preparation stage. At the same time, the script and preparation work for the TV series Smallville were completed, and filming had begun. Superman's fan value is currently 42 million. The last time he checked, the number was 37 million. It has increased by 5 million in almost 2 months, which is a normal phenomenon. According to this effect, when the first season of Smallville ends, Superman's fan value should exceed 60 million. At the same time, Anton did not forget that DC's next movie, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, is about to be filmed. Now Batman's name has increased significantly and resounded throughout the world. Using Batman's fame to promote Superman will definitely yield a considerable number. It should be able to drive Superman's fan value to more than 80 million. The remaining 20 million is to continue to strengthen publicity, starting from novels, comics, animations and other aspects to continue to gain fan value. This cycle, Anton estimated, will take about half a year. After pondering for a moment, Anton continued to check the fan value of other heroes. Aquaman, 5.24 million. Green Lantern, 6.71 million. Constantine, 10.13 million. Shazam, 8.14 million. Aquaman and Green Lantern's fan value is relatively low, but Anton can accept it. Regarding these two heroes, DC and Anton have not yet planned to deploy film and television works. relying solely on the novels, animations, comics and other content output by other departments of DC, it can have a fan value of more than 5 million, which is actually a good IP work. After all, fan value does not represent popularity, and popularity is definitely greater than fan value. More than 5 million fans means that the number of people who know these two characters must exceed 10 million, or even reach tens of millions. However, driven by the appearance of Batman, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman and Cyborg in DC, many people have begun to pay attention to DC. Therefore, it is not surprising that Aquaman and Green Lantern have such a high number of fans. What surprised Anton was the fan value of Constantine and Shazam. Everyone is growing wildly. Why are these two magic side superheroes higher than Aquaman and Green Lantern? Especially the former, whose fan value has exceeded 10 million. Constantine himself is only worth 30 million, which is more than 1/3 of his own value. How can it grow so fast? Anton was surprised, picked up his phone, and ordered his secretary, Betty, have someone make a report for me. The recent clicks, comments, fans, etc. of Constantine and Shazam. I want the most accurate numbers. The boss always has privileges. Anton happily drank coffee in the office and did nothing. 2 hours later, the report was delivered to him. After reading the report, Anton found that the original data of Constantine and Shazam were indeed not as good as Aquaman and Green Lantern. But after the release of the Wonder Woman movie, the data of these two works have been greatly improved, and they have quickly surpassed Aquaman and Green Lantern. There are 2 pages of analysis at the end of the report, which believes that Wonder Woman's background story caters to a group of people who have fantasies about theology in the magic world. After knowing Wonder Woman, these people also discovered Constantine and Shazam of DC and quickly became addicted. It does make sense. Although Wonder Woman appears in the same worldview as Batman and others, at its core, the source of her power is in the field of theology, which is completely different from the source of power of Batman and others. Even Superman's power increase can be explained by genetic science, but Wonder Woman can't. Similarly, the power of Constantine and Shazam is fundamentally contrary to science. But many people like this kind of magic setting. The appearance of Wonder Woman in the real world made others realize that there might really be magic in this world. Theology might really be the final destination. So, since magic heroes are more popular now, we can consider creating a magic hero first. After reading the report, Anton suddenly changed his mind and thought that magic heroes were quite promising. Although from the perspective of the audience, magic heroes are definitely not as popular as the audience of several giants in the Justice League, but a small audience has its own advantages. That is, the fans are sticky. As long as the movie is made, the fans' value gained will not be less than that of normal DC heroes, and may even be more. In addition, magic also occupies a very important part in the Marvel world. The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One guards the multiverse and monitors the Earth. Anton and her will meet sooner or later. Anton is still a little uneasy about a big guy like Ancient One. He doesn't think that Ancient One will see through his golden finger, but he thinks that if Ancient One, a big guy who can see through the past and the future, feels that the fate line does not conform to the original trajectory, and insists on turning the story back on track, wouldn't it be troublesome? In the final battle of Avengers 4, when the Hulk tried to take the Eye of Agamotto, which is the time stone among the Infinity Stones, from the Ancient One, he was almost rejected by the Ancient One on the grounds that it would disrupt the fate. He finally agreed after much persuasion, which shows that the Ancient One respected fate. Therefore, Anton could not judge the Ancient One's attitude towards him. Logically speaking, his appearance has greatly disrupted part of the fate, and even the main character team of the Marvel Cinematic Universe has been fleeced by him. The Ancient One should have appeared in front of him and stopped his actions, but he has not appeared yet. This is always a bit scary. It may be a good choice to create a magic side hero who is ready to meet with the Ancient One at any time. Constantine. Shazam. Anton pondered for a long time, took out his mobile phone, and called the company's producer, Jim. Anton, what's the matter? Jim was surprised that he received a call from Anton. Anton told him not long ago that he would take a break for a while and was not going to continue filming seamlessly. Jim was not surprised. Given Anton's status and family background, filming is purely a hobby. Can filming make money faster than selling arms? After that, Jim has been promoting other projects and rarely even went back to the company, just sending a report from time to time to let the company know what he is doing. Now Anton called. Is it to check the work? Then, Anton's words cheered him up. Jim, I want to make a movie. Anton said, as usual, I will deal with the script. You just need to prepare the crew for me. No problem. What do you want to shoot? Jim on the other side of the phone was very surprised. He really didn't expect that Anton had only rested for less than a month and then had a new idea. Before that, he thought Anton was tired of the hobby of making movies and he would take a break for at least a year and a half, or even 10 or 8 years would not be too much. Although Anton is already a world famous director, in fact, the money he earns from this director's job is not as much as the money he makes from a single order from Wayne Company. Just shoot Constantine, Anton said lightly. Chapter 242 Cold-Blooded. Constantine's story is not complicated. It is nothing more than wandering between hell and heaven, and finally playing tricks on Satan, the king of hell. In Anton's mind, Constantine also has the original Keanu Reeves version of the movie. Hellblazer is used as a reference. Just copy it as it is, and you can save countless efforts. In addition, Hellblazer was released in 2005. At that time, it invested 100 million yuan, and the box office was 230 million yuan. The reputation was overwhelming, but the benefits were not high, and even the box office lost a lot of money. Of course, as time goes by, this movie has always been a classic in the hearts of many fans. Through other operations, it is estimated that it can barely break even. But in this world, the report that Anton just saw, plus the fan value on the system panel that only he can see, can be determined that the magic side world background represented by Constantine has a lot of appeal to the niche population. In addition to the DC company represented by Anton himself, and the reputation of the Justice League led by Batman, as long as the publicity is done properly, it will not lose money, and it will be the difference between making more and less money. The most important thing is that Anton's purpose of making movies in the beginning was not to make money, so he made the decision without hesitation. Constantine. Jim on the other end of the phone was a little surprised and a little disappointed when he heard Anton's decision. As an employee of DC, he was familiar with the works operated by DC. As far as he knew, Constantine should be a relatively unpopular virtual hero, and he could not compare with other heroes in terms of audience. In Jim's opinion, the most suitable DC hero to be filmed now, besides Batman, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, and even Green Arrow, should be Flash. The Flash TV series had just ended, and the effect was quite good. Then he came up with a movie plan, which was definitely a successful project. However, he knew that he could not convince Anton, so he accepted it readily. Anton's current status is very special. In the eyes of the public, he is a member of the Justice League, and it is worth mentioning that among the current members of the Justice League, only Anton is not a superhero. It is generally believed that Anton is like the butler of the Justice League, responsible for the logistics of the Justice League. The Daily Bugle is undoubtedly the propaganda outlet of the Justice League. DC is an important channel for everyone to understand the Justice League. Both ports are controlled by Anton, and his identity as a butler is confirmed. Therefore, Anton's actions are not just about him personally, but also represent the well-known Justice League behind him. Constantine. After hanging up the phone, Jim touched his chin and suddenly became excited. So far, every time Anton shoots a work, it means that a new superhero will appear. Does shooting Constantine mean that the Justice League has added a new member? John Constantine. Magic, theology, plus the latest Wonder Woman. Jim always feels that the door to a new world is opening to ordinary people like them. Anton was too lazy to pay attention to Jim's ideas. He found Browning from the screenwriter department and discussed the plot with him for a day. It was still Anton who made the outline of the script, and Browning led other screenwriters to fill in the content. Since Constantine's story is not complicated, the core and the excitement point, according to Anton's ideas, a draft can be produced soon. After get off work, Anton staggered back home. At this time, the old man and John had returned to New York from Washington in advance. After several days of negotiations, the further cooperation between the military and Wayne Company was established, which benefited a lot. Anton's cheap father, John Jameson, was shocked to learn the detailed information of Wayne Company during this negotiation. After not going home for a while, the family has changed drastically. His cheap son has become a world-renowned director and the only ordinary person in the superhero team. His cheap father has become the chairman of the arms company. The original main business of the Jameson family, the Daily Bugle, seems to have become the most insignificant part of the family. This series of changes took John a long time to adapt to after returning home, and this habit was completely broken after the battle in Washington a few days ago. John felt that he still underestimated Anton and the old man. Judging from the content of the negotiations between Wayne Company and the military, Wayne Company has laid the foundation for becoming an arms giant. In the next few years, Wayne Company will definitely occupy a place in the global arms industry. According to his discussion with the old man, he will join Wayne Company as the old man's deputy. The future goal is to build Wayne Company into a consortium like Stark Industries. The Jameson family will occupy a transcendent position in it. Anton, you did a great job this time. The old man looked at Anton's home and couldn't help laughing. The Avengers' reputation has been ruined, and the military is very happy. During the negotiations with Wayne Company, they gave Batman a lot of face. As a subordinate organization of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers is a thorn in the eyes of the military, who let S.H.I.E.L.D. stay in the United States. Fortunately, the military and the Justice League reached a cooperation and became very popular. Their fame and favorability completely overshadowed S.H.I.E.L.D. After this incident, in the eyes of many people, the Avengers are far inferior to the Justice League. Even with the blessing of Captain America, the Avengers have lost the aura that was worshipped by countless people when they first appeared. Now as long as Batman is mentioned, Captain America's fans have nothing to say. It's as it should be. Without Batman, the military will suffer a great loss this time. After Anton finished speaking, he asked, I saw the final result. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not evacuate the US mainland and did not even leave Washington. The military just accepted it? For a sky carrier? Of course it is impossible to have only one sky carrier and all the technology to build a sky carrier. The old man knew this very well. During the negotiation between Wayne Company and the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were also negotiating. John Keller did not hide anything from the old man for the sake of Anton and Batman. This was not something shameful. Perhaps, he knew that Batman was paying attention to this matter, and he also hoped to inform Anton and Batman behind Anton about the specific negotiation situation through the old man's mouth. All the technology to build the helicarrier. Anton raised his eyebrows. S.H.I.E.L.D. is generous, but the military won't just admit it, right? It's not as simple as you think. The technology of the helicarrier is only mastered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the World Security Council only knows the result, but not the reason, and has not mastered the specific technology. The old man said, but this time, Nick Fury directly shared all the technology contained in the helicarrier with the major permanent members of the World Security Council, in exchange for the forgiveness of the World Security Council and the support of all permanent members. Of course, the US representative also used this as an excuse to leave the only helicarrier entity in the Washington military district and did something in the negotiations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Anton listened, thinking, in this incident, since Nick Fury did not die, it means that the war between the Avengers and the Justice League was mostly the result of Nick Fury's deliberate connivance. Nick Fury understood the principle of breaking down before building up, so he simply faked his death to lure out the snakehead inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Since he dared to do this, he naturally knew the consequences. This is what Nick Fury had thought of a long time ago. Regardless of what Anton thought, the old man continued. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military shared a lot of intelligence and even came up with a powerful research project, hoping to get the support of the military. It seems to be called the Pegasus Project. I don't know the specific content, but the military accepted this condition. He paused and said, finally, Nick Fury resigned as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson took office, and Maria Hill, who is most trusted by the representatives of the World Security Council, replaced Alexander Pierce as the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D. These are all superficial things. I don't need to explain more. You should know. As he said, the old man noticed that Anton's expression changed slightly and said, "Why, do you have any other ideas?" "That's not the case." Anton narrowed his eyes, recalled the old man's words, and shook his head. "I just think that Nick Fury is more cold-blooded than I thought." Coincidentally, John Cola said the same thing to you. The old man was surprised. There are still before 12 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 243 about the Dark Justice League. After listening to the old man's words, Anton also caught the name of a plan. Project Pegasus. According to the timeline, this plan first appeared in Captain Marvel. It was a research plan on the Cosmic Cube by Dr. Lawson and Howard Stark, disguised as the Kree. Later, in Thor's Easter egg and Avengers 1, Nick Fury restarted the Pegasus project. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was using the Cosmic Cube to study dark matter, it was snatched away by the invading Loki. The military is actually not unfamiliar with the Pegasus project. At the beginning, the Pegasus project was a research project jointly established by NASA, the Air Force and S.H.I.E.L.D., with the purpose of developing alternative energy and light speed engines. Later, due to the Kree's snatching, the death of Dr. Lawson, the absorption of all energy sources by Captain Marvel Carol, the disappearance of the Cosmic Cube, and other messy events, the Pegasus project had no choice but to be sealed and shelved. No one could have imagined that decades later, the Cosmic Cube would reappear, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would restart the Pegasus project, which would lead to the New York War and Avengers 1. In Anton's opinion, it was foreseeable that the military agreed to restart the Pegasus project with S.H.I.E.L.D. due to their yearning for infinite energy and the light speed engine. The Cosmic Cube was something that even the military, who knew very little about, could see its value. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to get away with it. Anton finally understood when he heard the key point. Nick Fury, the old fox, actually used the Cosmic Cube to seduce the military. However, in this way, when the Pegasus project caused trouble, the Justice League had a better reason to get involved due to the relationship between the Justice League and the military. For Anton, it was also a good thing. By the way, Wick has taken over the Airs factory, and there will be news soon. The old man changed the subject. What are your recent plans? Since you don't plan to continue making movies, why don't you join Wayne Company with John? No, the new movie has been approved, and I will go to Los Angeles in a few days. Anton said, I won't interfere with Wayne Company. You know, managing a company is not my forte. Then he looked at John. Your cheap son is back. I believe he can be your successor and help you build Wayne Group. New movie? The old man was a little curious. Anton's rise is quite legendary. Among them, the most interesting thing is that every time Anton makes a movie, a new superhero will appear in the Justice League. This fact that is open to the public has been analyzed over and over again by countless people. No one would have thought that this is Anton's golden finger. Now there is a view on the internet. The Justice League is not a new organization, but a mysterious organization that has been established for a long time, and Batman is just one of the founders. Perhaps it was the change of the times. Batman thought that it was time for the Justice League to be known by the public, so he found Anton, filmed Batman, and made his debut. Then he formed a new Justice League. Seeing that Batman was doing well, Batman's old comrades changed their minds and joined one by one. In order to introduce these old comrades, Batman would instruct Anton to shoot a biographical film to announce the return of his old comrades. Although this view was not recognized by everyone, it also attracted the attention of some people on the internet. After all, after the appearance of Batman, people have gradually realized that this world is not as simple as everyone thinks. In secret, aliens, mutants, technology geeks, and magic monsters are emerging in an endless stream. Who knows what the future will be like? What are you going to shoot? Even John couldn't help but be curious. Constantine. Anton was not afraid of spoilers in advance and said, a story about the devil, involving God and Satan. What? The old man and John were both stunned. God, Satan. As soon as you hear it, you know it is related to Christianity. The Wonder Woman that Anton filmed before was related to Greek mythology. Why does it feel like Anton is fighting with the occult? Is there really a demon or a god in this world? The old man stared at Anton, and John had a similar expression. Both of them were full of curiosity. I don't know if there are demons, but there are definitely gods. Anton pondered for a moment and said, isn't Wonder Woman a god? Soon, you will see 2 more gods. However, rather than gods, they are aliens. Aliens. The old man and John looked at each other and understood the scientific explanation of the so-called gods. So, this Constantine, is he also a member of the Justice League? John asked again. As we knew before, every time Anton filmed a movie, a new Justice League hero would appear. As for Constantine, John didn't know much about the works of DC, so he had never heard of this name. No, Constantine is not a member of the Justice League. Strictly speaking, he is just a friend of Batman who is not so close. Anton thought for a moment and said, if you must say, he is a member of the Dark Justice League. The founding members of the Dark Justice League are Madams and Adu, Constantine, Zatanna, Deadman, and Shadow. In addition to the founding members, the organization has been constantly adding new members. It is worth mentioning that the members of the Dark Justice League are all supernatural heroes who can use magic in the DC universe. Therefore, most people believe that they are not suitable to join the traditional Justice League, which is different from the traditional Justice League headed by Batman. In the previous life, the well-known members of the current Dark Justice League are Wonder Woman, Etrigan, Man-Bat, Zatanna, and Swamp Thing. Dark Justice League. Hearing Anton's answer, the old man and John looked at each other, feeling that they had learned another important piece of information, and then thought of the speculation circulating on the internet, and suddenly felt that they had locked the truth. Then they stopped asking. At this time, in a laboratory in a building in New York, read, all the investors have withdrawn their capital. We lack funds for the experiment and cannot continue. Sue Stone looked at her lover with a frown in front of her and thought that Reed Richards could not bear the blow and was a little depressed. But to her surprise, Reed smiled at him. Sue, we succeeded. The future Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, clenched his fists, revealing unprecedented excitement and ecstasy between his brows. He repeated and emphasized, we succeeded. What? Sue still thought that Reed could not bear the blow. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Reed suddenly throw his hand, and his arm stretched infinitely like rubber, and immediately extended several meters. This. Sue widened her eyes and thought of her good friend, the researcher who went to space with them, Ben Grimm. After Ben Grimm came back from space, his body structure changed, and he gained a rock-hard body and powerful strength, but he was also disfigured. Sue originally thought that Ben Grimm's experience was a special case, but she didn't expect that Reed had also undergone incredible changes. So, Sue. Reed looked at his girlfriend with burning eyes. Some changes must have happened to you, as well as your brother Johnny and even Victor Doom. We succeeded. Our bodies have undergone some kind of mutation after being affected by the radiation brought by the cosmic storm. Although it is different from what we expected at the beginning, we succeeded. Chapter 244 Mr. Fantastic. Read. If Iron Man is the orthodoxy of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then the one who inherits the mantle in the comics should be Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four. Before Iron Man became a god with the help of movies, the phrase a mortal being on par with gods was used to describe DC Batman. In the comics, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, is the smartest person in Marvel. Time machines like the one in the final battle of Avengers 4 are the norm. Reed even traveled through various parallel universes through the space shuttle he made, and established connections with Mr. Fantastic and other universes. With his super high IQ and magical inventions, he is called Godsticky by countless Marvel fans. Of course, in the movie universe, Reed must be inferior to Iron Man. In the movie world, Iron Man, who single-handedly reversed Marvel's difficult situation, is Marvel's father. This feeling is just like the Fantastic Four who single-handedly renewed Marvel's breath in the comics field. Today's world, Tony has always maintained the image of a successful person in the eyes of others. Even when he is in a mess, he can still show a chic demeanor. Reed, however, is just an unknown poor man who failed in research and is on the verge of bankruptcy. At this time, in Reed's personal research institute, the research team, which has always maintained 4 people, looked at each other and learned the amazing facts from Reed. Everyone who has gone through that cosmic storm may have mutated. In fact, they have already felt the difference. After Reed's reminder, the remaining 3 people paid attention and observed carefully, and all felt the huge changes in their bodies. Ben Grimm's changes can be reflected from his appearance. He has been nicknamed the Stone Man by outsiders and has suffered from mental torture. The remaining 3 people, Reed Richards can change any shape of his body according to his will, like a deliberately infinitely extended rubber, and even immune to physical attacks. Sue Stone and Johnny Stone, these 2 siblings, one can be invisible and can create a protective stance, and the other can produce flames with a maximum temperature of thousands of degrees all over his body, can fly, shoot flames, and is immune to flames. All these changes undoubtedly meant that they had become humans with extraordinary powers. Although their own changes were very different from the genetic engineering content that Reed had initially studied, this also meant that their research was effective, and it could even be said that their research had achieved initial results. In this case, we can win back investors and continue the research. Johnny, who would later be known as the Human Torch, was very excited. Although he was a jerk, he was not a fool. If his brother-in-law's research could succeed, his own status would also rise. With the superpower, he might be selected by Batman and invited to join the Justice League and become a superhero. The cocky Johnny Stone never denied that he was a fan of Batman. He had a great desire to become a superhero and to be in the limelight. No, Reed refused. They chose to withdraw their investment at our most critical moment. It is their loss. Since they don't trust our results, we naturally have to find a trustworthy investor. Do you want to continue looking for Victor? Sue Stone said. Victor is also one of us. If our bodies have changed, then he will be the same. The investor I want to find is not him. Reed didn't like this rival very much. He said, but I will contact him later and explain our situation to him. Who do you want to find? Stoneman, Ben Grimm said. No matter what you want to do, I'm willing to support you. But, Reed, my ability is different from yours. The changes in my body have tortured me. I just want to become that ordinary person again. Ben, I will help you. Reed's old friend was very concerned. He was not an arrogant person. He knew that Stoneman had suffered a lot of discrimination during this period of time because of his physical mutation. I'm going to find John. Reed said, paused, John Jameson. Ah, what? The other people were shocked and looked at each other. Coach. Not bad. John Jameson, a retired astronaut, was their coach before they went into space. How did you think of him? The others were puzzled. Remember when we were training, I often chatted with John. Reed smiled slightly. He once told me that after he retired, he would most likely go home to inherit the family business. So, John's family is very rich? John's eyes lit up. Although he had a good relationship with John, he had never known about these situations. Indeed, they are rich, and not ordinary rich. Reed said, John Jameson, you can think about it. Who would you think of as the most famous Jameson in the United States now? Jameson? The 3 looked at each other, and their breathing stagnated. Anton Jameson? Yes. Reed nodded. Do you remember that John once told us that he has a son? Is his son Anton Jameson? Batman's comrade in arms? Except for Reed, who had guessed this result a long time ago. Everyone else showed shocked expressions, widened their eyes, and their faces were full of disbelief. It's Rick. If John's son is really Anton Jameson, then wouldn't it be possible for us to meet Batman? Then can I really join the Justice League? Oh my god, I didn't expect John to be so low-key. Seeing their expressions, Reed couldn't help but smile, but he was secretly thinking in his heart, I'm afraid John himself didn't think that he would have such an amazing power before he went home. He still remembers that John was intent on complaining to him that his son was a prodigal son who only knew how to spend money to pick up girls. Who would have thought that just a business trip and then going home, the Jameson family would soar to the sky. One day later, Anton, who was slacking off at DC and supervising the screenwriter to improve the Constantine script, saw John coming to him, and was a little surprised for a while. "Dad, why are you here?" There is something I want to discuss with you." John looked a little embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know how to start. "What's the matter?" Anton couldn't help laughing. If it's a request that can make the old man so angry that he stamps his feet, I can agree to it now. Of course, if you say you don't want to join Wayne Company and want to continue to be your astronaut, then forget it. "Of course not," John said. "A friend came to me and hoped that Wayne Company could invest in them. I have to tell the truth, my friend is very talented, but his company, it's hard to describe." "What friend?" Anton frowned. "Shouldn't you talk to the old man about this kind of thing?" "I thought so at first, but the other party strongly requested to meet with you." John spread his hands and said, "They and I have a good relationship. I can't refuse." "Who?" Anton thought. "What's his name?" "Reed Richards." John said, "In the space station project I participated in before, they were my students, and I was their coach." "No problem." Anton suddenly became excited, nodded without hesitation, stood up and said, "Let's go. I'm very interested in him. I wanted to write a longer article before posting it, but someone called me to invite me to have hot pot tonight, and I can't refuse. I will come back to continue writing after I finish eating hot pot." Chapter 245. See Black Sauce Egg again. Taunting SHIELD. Anton didn't know that when he followed John to Reed's institute, an old acquaintance of his also targeted Reed and others. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Reed and others thought John brought Anton to visit, and excitedly called their companions to act together. As a result, when they arrived at the door, they saw that the leader was a black salted egg, and there were a man and a woman standing next to him. These three people looked quite familiar. "Hello." Reed was surprised. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "The people we are looking for are you, Reed Richards, and the people around you." The black salted egg looked at the people in front of him and said lightly, "Sue Stone, Johnny Stone, Ben Grimm. Who are you?" Reed frowned. From the other party's tone, he heard a hint of unusual breath. SHIELD. Suddenly, Johnny opened his eyes wide and saw the other party's identity. As a person who likes to be in the limelight, he is quite interested in the life of superheroes, and is also very concerned about the movements of major superheroes. Not long ago, the press conference held by S.H.I.E.L.D. and a lot of information about the Avengers were all in his mind. Johnny is not a scientist. Among the Fantastic Four, he is the only one who is not a scientist, but an ordinary person with a strong body. So in his usual research, he is a slacker who serves tea and water, and even has a hard time writing a report. But in daily life and fun, he is far better than the other three. When it comes to getting information and remembering these messy news, no one among the four is better than him. "You are Hawkeye, you are Black Widow," Johnny said, paused, and his eyes fell on Black Egg. "As for you, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director." Black Egg said, "I'm the Deputy Director now." Since Coulson became the director, the work of traveling has naturally become the responsibility of Black Egg. "Well, what does S.H.I.E.L.D. want us to do?" Reed interrupted, his face unchanged, still frowning, not feeling happy. Obviously, a confidential department, although it is no longer confidential, still made him feel uneasy when it came to him at this time, as if his secret had been discovered by others. "Perhaps I should introduce it again. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special force of the International Security Council that is used to deal with various strange events." Black Egg was quite friendly and said slowly, "Mr. Richards, your research has already involved this aspect. I hope you can cooperate with us." "Strange events?" Reed was confused. "What is strange about my research?" "Just like your good friend, Ben Grimm, he is now called the Stone Man, and your girlfriend's brother, Johnny Stone. His body suddenly spontaneously combusted yesterday afternoon, but now he is safe and sound." Black Egg said, "We have reason to suspect that you already have superpowers. In fact, we have collected your information." Suddenly, Black Widow interrupted and said, "After returning from the space station, some changes occurred in your body. We suspect that these changes caused your body to mutate and gave you superpowers. You are in danger now." This sentence made Reed and others change their faces slightly. Although they knew this was true, they did not expect that the official would come to them so quickly. What Reed and others did not know was that in the past few days, after Black's Degra-shaped shield, he compared it with the Justice League and found that the Avengers lacked strong combat power, so he tried his best to search for people with extraordinary abilities and who met his recruitment conditions in order to strengthen the combat power of shield and the Avengers. Therefore, he was impatient to find Reed and others. Don't say that Reed and others were exposed too quickly. It was really Ben Grimm's Stone Man change that attracted too much attention. Combined with their information in the spontaneous combustion phenomenon of Johnny Stone yesterday, it is easy to be associated with physical mutation. Shield, which is crazy about this kind of information, will naturally not miss it after confirming it. You want to catch us for a search? Reed's eyes turned cold in an instant, and the faces he looked at Black Studeg and others became full of disgust and rejection. No, you misunderstood. Black Egg said, we don't want to control your freedom, but your body has mutated, which is very dangerous. SHIELD has the most advanced research and equipment, which will be of great help to you. He spoke softly but firmly, intending to let Reed and others know how powerful it is, and then understand that SHIELD has no ill intentions. So, Ben Grimm suddenly said, do you want us to join SHIELD? Yes. Black Egg finally forced a smile and nodded to confirm. Your research is very valuable. SHIELD will give you enough funds and protection. Funding is needless to say. As for the protection mentioned by Black Egg, Reed and others' eyes flashed. Nick, they don't need protection. Suddenly, a voice came, and everyone in SHIELD looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw the person coming, their faces changed. Anton, Black Widow and Hawkeye were shocked. Anton, Reed and others were also shocked, and then saw John next to Anton, confirmed Anton's identity, and were happy again. They liked Anton much better than SHIELD. On the one hand, in the current public opinion, the Justice League is more reliable than SHIELD and the Avengers. On the other hand, Anton is the son of their old friend and a comrade in arms of Batman. These 2 points alone are enough for Reed and others to have great trust in Anton. Why are you here? Black Egg's face sank slightly. When he saw Anton appear, he had an ominous premonition that his actions today would definitely be sabotaged by the other party. Shouldn't you have investigated it very clearly? Anton smiled and said, all Reed's investors withdrew their capital and lacked research funds. They were looking for investors, so they found my father. My father was their coach when they went to the space station to receive astronaut training. If you don't even notice this, then I can only say that I have tried my best to underestimate SHIELD, but you still broke the lower limit of my understanding of you. As he said, he shrugged. No wonder you were fooled by Hydra. Hey Ludan, and others heard this undisguised ridicule and their faces turned ugly. Especially Hawkeye, holding the bow and arrow tightly in his hand, thinking of the extremely embarrassed appearance on the rooftop of the building in Washington, where he was bound by Batman's fishing net and tied by Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. He was gnashing with hatred. You know, the relationship between SHIELD and the Justice League was not bad, but after the Washington incident, the two sides completely tore each other apart, and the relationship took a sharp turn for the worse and reached a freezing point. Moreover, the Justice League has now established a community of interests with SHIELD's secret competitor, the US military, and the two sides naturally have a confrontation. Hearing Anton's ridicule, the people in SHIELD were not surprised. Anton, if you plan to invest in them, you shouldn't say they don't need protection. Black Egg said calmly, if their research can give an ordinary person superpowers, they will need protection more than anyone else. I think they have the ability to protect themselves. Anton replied, also, I want to correct you. It's not me who plans to invest in them, but Batman. Batman? Batman is optimistic about us? Reed and others heard the argument between the two sides, especially Anton's last sentence, and their breathing became rapid. Batman, as a legendary figure and a big boss in the superhero world, actually expressed great optimism about their research and even planned to invest in them. This is undoubtedly exciting news. As for why Batman knew about them, it didn't seem strange. Even SHIELD could find them so quickly, not to mention the mysterious Batman. In that case, I wish you good luck. Black Egg's face turned cold. When he heard Anton say Batman's name and the excited faces of Reed and others, he knew that SHIELD had completely lost the opportunity to win over Reed and others. Let's go. Then, he left with Hawkeye and Black Widow in the elevator. We just give up like this? Hawkeye was a little unwilling. If you don't give up, do you plan to force Reed and the others to join us? Black Egg's face had calmed down, and he said lightly, with Anton here, we have no chance, even if we force them. In the current social opinion, people trust the Justice League more than SHIELD and the Avengers. To change this public opinion, we can only wait for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity. In the future major events, the reputation of the Avengers will be re-established. Only in this way can we reverse everyone's view of SHIELD and the Avengers. In addition, we have to strengthen our strength. Black Egg thought of this, and was indeed a little headache, saying, judging from the superhero members that the Justice League currently has, they do have more advantages than us. There is a person who is very suitable. Black Widow suddenly said, he is imprisoned in a prison in the suburbs of New York. I plan to recruit him. Are you talking about the Sandman, Flint Malco? Black Egg asked. Not bad. Black Widow nodded. Although he is driven by Justin Hammer, he has never hurt anyone or killed anyone. He is very suitable to be recruited into the Avengers. Go ahead. Sandman is a good candidate. Black Egg pondered for a moment, then ordered Hawkeye, Barton, come with me to find Victor Doom. Since Reed is not good enough, we can only start with Victor. Understood. In Reed's laboratory, Reed and others are much friendlier to Anton and John than to SHIELD. At least, after SHIELD left, the first time they saw Anton, they invited Anton and John to enter the laboratory and sit on the sofa to talk. Anton, are you serious? Batman is optimistic about us? After SHIELD left, the one who couldn't wait the most was not Mr. Fantastic Reed, but Johnny Stone, the Human Torch. As a little fan of Batman, his liking for Batman is beyond doubt. So, we can see Batman in the future? Johnny opened his eyes wide, looking forward to Anton's answer. Even the other people, even Anton's cheap dad, John Jameson, were quite curious. Until today, John didn't know Anton's true identity. No one took the initiative to tell him about this, including the old man. Everyone seemed to want to see him laugh. Maybe. Anton didn't give a very sure answer, but smiled and said, Batman is very interested in your research, so if there is a chance, he will not miss meeting you. The communication with Reed and others was actually very smooth. Unlike the disgraced SHIELD, it is difficult to gain the trust of others all at once. Secondly, Reed and others wanted Anton to become an investor, and Anton even put on the attitude of Batman. As the only person in the world who can communicate with Batman in both directions, no one would think that Anton was talking nonsense. Even John thought that Batman had been eyeing Reed's research for a long time. Otherwise, there was no reason why Anton agreed without hesitation when he mentioned it, and even took the initiative to ask to meet Reed immediately. John didn't think that Anton was doing this for his own sake, that is, for his cheap father's sake. John didn't care that much. After the deal was done, Anton asked John to sign a contract with Reed and others in the name of Wayne Company, and then said, Batman actually admires you, Reed. You are one of the few smart people in this world. He thinks that you still have a lot of potential that has not been tapped. Really? Reed was very surprised. He really didn't expect that the other party would know his name when his status was so different from Batman's. Not bad. Anton nodded. It just so happens that in addition to your project, we have some research that may need your help. If you are willing, can you come with me now? Where to? Reed's heartbeat accelerated, and he always felt that he would see some secrets tonight. You will know in a while. It was difficult for Anton to explain it clearly at once, so he knew that it would be better to take Reed and others to visit the site first, and the other party would naturally understand his approach. So, the group took the initiative to come to the territory of the Ninja Turtles, the sewer laboratory next to the sewer ninja dojo. This place is completely different from the original laboratory. The walls beside it have been reinforced and hardened, and many circuit devices and research equipment have been added. It can be regarded as one of the most advanced research institutes in the world. Two men in white coats appeared in front of Anton and others. Let me introduce them. They are Dr. Curtis Carnes and Dr. Bruce Banner. Anton introduced them to both parties and said, "This is Reed Richards, Sue Stone, Ben Grimm, and Johnny Stone. You are all experts in biology and have studied genetics. You should have a lot in common. Carners? Dr. Lizard?" Johnny took a breath when he heard the name and then looked at Bruce Banner. He thought this person was just ordinary, so he ignored him and rushed forward to shake hands with Connors. "Hello," Johnny said, "I've heard a lot about you." Connors? Reed didn't know the name Bruce Banner, but he was familiar with Curtis Connors. Dr. Lizard was one of the villains that Batman solved shortly after his debut. He disappeared after that. Reed thought that he was arrested by the police and put in prison, but he didn't expect that he would become Batman's companion. While thinking, he suddenly realized, "So, Wayne Company's limb regeneration technology is the result of your research. Dr. Connors, this is amazing. Bruce also helped me a lot." Connors was a little ashamed. While they were communicating, John Jameson, Anton's cheap father, looked at the surrounding scene and then looked at Connors and others and was very surprised. He had also heard of the name of Dr. Lizard. As for Bruce Banner, although he had never heard of this person, from Anton's introduction, this was not an ordinary character. John wanted to know more and more about what his cheap son had experienced to have such a change in just over a year. Also, who exactly is Batman? He actually took a fancy to his son and transformed him into what he is today. I can't believe that Anton was a spendthrift who only knew how to pick up girls more than a year ago. John was very emotional. On the other side, Connors was introducing the laboratory's research results to Reed and others. Just like you want to unlock the code of human genes and keep humans away from diseases, what we originally studied was human body strengthening drugs. Chapter 246 Harry joins the Avengers. Reminder. Connors, Banner, and Reed and the others had a very pleasant exchange. Even Johnny, a scientific research idiot, listened with great interest. Although Johnny didn't understand these professional terms, he also learned the history of human enhancement drugs from Connors and Banner. The first human enhancement drug should be Captain America's super soldier serum during World War II, which was then valued and has been a key research project around the world to this day. This happened to overlap with Reed's genetic engineering research. "So, Batman wants us to help you develop a perfect human enhancement drug?" Reed suddenly realized, frowned slightly, and looked back at Anton. He was a little repulsive. The source of the human enhancement drug came from the super soldier serum during World War II. It was born during the war. It is conceivable that, if it was really developed by someone, it would only fuel human ambitions and even lead to the outbreak of war. Reed didn't want to be a sinner in history. "No, to be precise, our research purpose is the same as yours," Anton said. "Most human enhancement drugs now have side effects, such as the Green Goblin. I think you have heard of him. The Green Goblin was injected with human enhancement drugs, which led to schizophrenia, so he became a violent and bloodthirsty villain. Our initial goal was to cure him and make him return to normal." After a pause, he said, "Now, with your research, we may really be able to make up for human genetic defects and keep humans away from illness. Human enhancement drugs do encourage human ambitions and promote wars. Anton has no idea of creating a legion of super soldiers. We can't expect everyone to be Captain America. Most people will definitely lose themselves after gaining power, immerse themselves in power, be driven by power, and quickly degenerate. Especially human enhancement drugs have side effects. This almost means that once injected with human enhancement drugs, they will immediately become a lawless supervillain, thus endangering society. Therefore, their idea from the beginning was to research an antidote to eliminate the side effects of human enhancement drugs, to a certain extent, make up for human genetic defects, keep humans away from illness, and even increase life expectancy. Once this drug is truly effective, its effect will definitely be better than human enhancement drugs. With this drug, Wayne Company will immediately become the guest of honor of all the rich and powerful people in the world. I understand. Reed nodded. Anton's words were surprisingly similar to his inner thoughts. So he looked at Anton with a burning gaze and nodded immediately. "I'll join." Out of trust in Batman, Reed and others unexpectedly cooperated after learning Anton's true intentions. On the one hand, the genetic engineering project was originally their research direction. On the other hand, after Reed communicated with Connors and Banner under Batman, he found that the latter two were the few scientists in the world who could keep up with his thinking and stand on the same level as him. With such a research team, it is difficult not to succeed. Reed can't wait. The Fantastic Four were recruited by Anton. However, it seems that the Fantastic Four are different from the original plot. They don't want to be superheroes, but want to concentrate on research. Especially the Stone Man, Ben Grimm. Their research can reverse the changes in the Stone Man's body structure and turn him back into an ordinary person. This stone-like big guy did cause him a lot of trouble under his influence, except for Johnny Stone, who had a lively personality. The others had no intention of being in the limelight, as he often went in and out of the sewer laboratory these days. Johnny Stone got to know the 4 little turtles living in the sewer ninja dojo, as well as the little spider, Peter Parker, who occasionally came to the sewer to communicate with his martial arts teacher. With Johnny's cheerful personality, he quickly got along with them. With the help of Donatello, he even used the uniform he brought back from space to make a suit that was not afraid of flames, and gave himself the nickname Thunderbolt. "Johnny, you will follow us from now on." Michelangelo patted Johnny on the shoulder. Johnny was quite strong, but in front of the 4 turtles, he was like a little chicken. "When we meet Batman, we will suggest to him that you join the Justice League," Michelangelo said. "Before that, you might as well go with us to the New York Police Department and join the New York Police Department Task Force. With our protection, no one in the task force dares to bully you. You can also make your name as a Human Torch famous." "That makes sense." Johnny's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had already stepped half a foot into the door of superheroes. Reed and others were too lazy to pay attention to Johnny. They fully respected Johnny's choice. After all, the latter could only serve tea and water in terms of research. It would be better to follow the Ninja Turtles to do good deeds. With Johnny's current superpowers, it is not so easy to encounter danger. After Anton learned about the Little Turtles operation, he not only didn't take it to heart, but also gave full affirmation verbally. Being able to recruit the Fantastic Four is undoubtedly a major benefit to the Justice League. Reed and others can not only do research, but also have strong combat power, which has raised the shortcomings of the Justice League and increased the upper limit of the Justice League. As for Johnny Stone, this guy doesn't understand research, but he can be led by the Little Turtles to join the task force to work, which is also a good direction. What surprised him was that Victor Doom disappeared. In the past few days, in the communication with Reed, they mentioned Victor Doom, who followed them to the space station. That is, Dr. Doom. Reed is not a conscienceless person. In the original plot, although he and Victor Doom are quite incompatible, he never thought of killing Doom. On the contrary, Doom himself is very stingy. After getting superpowers, his ambitions have expanded rapidly, and he wants to dominate. Reed intends to tell Doom about the changes in his body, but finds that Doom's phone can't be reached, and he can't find anyone anywhere. Feeling that something is wrong, he found Anton in a hurry. Anton heard that Dr. Doom was missing, and was afraid that the wool he had in his hand would fly away. After an investigation, he summoned Cyborg, and looked through the surveillance videos of the past few days. He found that Victor Doom was taken away by the people of SHIELD. On the day when S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Reed and others, he failed to achieve his goal from Reed and others, so he turned around and went to Victor Doom's company. After a conversation, Doom took the initiative to follow S.H.I.E.L.D. to leave. He then borrowed Cyborg's perspective to search for all the movements of S.H.I.E.L.D. that day. He found that after Natasha failed to recruit the Fantastic Four at S.H.I.E.L.D., she went to the prison and took away Sandman, Dr. Doom, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus. Anton looked strange, pondered for a moment, showed a sarcastic smile, and suddenly said to himself, "This is almost a bad guy alliance. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no one to dig." In addition, he discovered something. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. left New York, Black Egg went to Oscorp alone and met with Harry. He left about an hour later. Anton was thoughtful. Although it is not known what Black Egg and Harry talked about specifically, through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment of Dr. Doom, who has not yet turned evil, and Sandman's behavior, it can be seen that Black Egg wants to recruit Harry into the Avengers. "Harry, are you free?" I want to talk to you about something. Anton pondered for a moment, and an idea popped up in his mind, so he took out his cell phone and called Harry. A moment later, Anton came to Oscorp and met Harry. Anton. Harry greeted him. Please take a seat. Let's not waste time on this, Harry. SHIELD found you a few days ago and wanted to recruit you into the Avengers, right? Anton said bluntly. What did that black brined egg say to you? Black brined egg. This description is quite appropriate. Harry was stunned, then laughed. Like you said, SHIELD wants me to join the Avengers and promised to provide me with some alien technology to enhance my combat effectiveness. They also promised to provide a large number of orders to Oscorp in the name of SHIELD. However, I said I would think about it and declined his recruitment. After a pause, he spread his hands and said, you know, SHIELD has a very bad relationship with the military. Oscorp's arms industry still relies on the support of the military. Wouldn't it be digging your own grave to join SHIELD? Actually, I suggest you join. Anton's eyes flashed. As for the military, I will win the support and support of the military for you in the name of Batman, and it will not affect Oscorp. What did you say? Harry was stunned and showed a surprised expression. Then he pondered for a moment, with a strange look on his face. Why do you want me to join the Avengers? In fact, I would rather join you. On the one hand, the military will want to know the movements of the Avengers at any time. Anton said frankly, if you join the Avengers, it can be of some help to us. On the other hand, SHIELD and the military have recently jointly launched a research project. This project may cause some dangers. On the Justice League side, Batman needs someone to help us keep an eye on this project. So, this is Batman's request. If so, I can agree to it. Harry frowned slightly when he heard this and thought for a moment. You will explain to the military for me, right? Yes, Black Salted Egg may find out about your meeting with me, but it doesn't matter. He won't give up on winning you over. Anton said, if you are willing, I will go back and contact the Secretary of Defense, John Kohler, to inform him of this. Okay. Harry was decisive and no longer hesitated. For your and Batman's sake, I'm willing to join the Avengers. At this point, he looked at Anton. I have another small request. Please go ahead. Anton said. Let me see my father again. Harry gritted his teeth, his expression very worried. The last time I saw him, he was not in good condition. Don't worry. Anton smiled. We have made new progress in our research, and we have found several rare talents whose abilities are no less than Dr. Connors and Dr. Banner. With their help, we can soon create the antidote your father needs. At the same time, even the genetic disease hidden in your body may be cured. Really? Harry trusted Anton very much. Hearing this, he stood up excitedly. That's great. Without further ado, I have something else to do recently. If you want to see your father, go to the ninja dojo in the sewer and find the turtles. They will take you there. After Anton finished speaking, he said goodbye and left. I'll go back and contact the Secretary of Defense. Okay. Harry watched Anton walk out of the office, then took out his mobile phone and called the number left by SHIELD. Nick, I've thought about your last topic. After a pause, he said, I've decided to join. After leaving Oscorp, Anton called John Kohler and told him that SHIELD was recruiting extraordinary people everywhere to build the Avengers in his mind. Kohler's answer didn't sound surprising, as he had already grasped this information. But when Anton mentioned that Nick Fury had found Harry and talked to Kohler on the other side, his face suddenly became ugly. I plan to let Harry join the Avengers. Anton's words startled Kohler again. His face froze a little, and then he suddenly realized, squinted his eyes, and replied, this is a good suggestion. I think so too. Anton said, this call is to tell you so as not to affect Oscorp. But it won't have any impact at all. Nick Fury might guess that Harry is one of ours. Kohler hesitated. This is an open conspiracy. Anton said, I don't intend to let Harry snoop on the inside story and intelligence of SHIELD. I just want to grasp their most superficial movements. What if Nick Fury knows? Besides, the Avengers are in urgent need of combat power, and they won't want to miss Harry. Even if SHIELD has the help of Stark Industries, it won't want to miss Oscorp. It is worth mentioning that a giant level overlord company can provide much more help to an organization than others can imagine. Various technologies, funds, and talents are enough to wipe out all of Nick's requirements for Harry. You're right. Keller understood what Anton meant. It was equivalent to the military and the Justice League blatantly letting Harry go to the Avengers to monitor the enemy. This would not affect S.H.I.E.L.'s decision. On the contrary, S.H.I.E.L.D., which had just calmed down public opinion, needed to use the power of Oscorp to strengthen its power in the United States. By the way, regarding the Pegasus project, I want to remind you. Anton thought for a moment and suddenly said, the Cosmic Cube is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Dangerous? Keller frowned. He was not surprised that Anton mentioned the Cosmic Cube. Batman has a very secret intelligence channel. Both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. know this. What is the danger? Keller asked. Is this a reminder from Batman? The Cosmic Cube is related to alien planets and may attract alien enemies. Anton reminded him in view of the friendly cooperation between the two sides. I can only say so much, and I only know so much. Loki's arrival is inevitable. He reminded John Keller, just to make Keller and others mentally prepared, so that they would not be in a hurry and could only think of releasing nuclear bombs and blindly pursue nuclear peace. After hanging up the phone, John Keller was thoughtful. Anton mentioned that the Cosmic Cube might attract alien enemies. He was surprised and suspicious about this. However, as far as he knew, aliens had indeed appeared on Earth more than once. Anton may have learned about the Cosmic Cube from the remains left by these aliens. Thinking of the situation in the last century, not long after the Pegasus project was launched, it encountered alien invasion, Dr. Lawson's death, the disappearance of the Cosmic Cube, etc. It was precisely because of this that the Pegasus project was suspended and shelved. John Keller's face changed slightly. Could it be true that, as Anton said, the Pegasus project, no, the Cosmic Cube, would attract aliens? Chapter 247, The Temperament of a Devil. After finishing things in New York, Anton finally got down to business. Jim moved quickly, and everything was based on Anton's requirements. Constantine's crew was basically ready. Anton left for Los Angeles to cooperate with the casting. As a world-famous director, Anton's new film project has attracted the attention of many Hollywood stars. Many entertainment tabloids followed up and reported it. Even fans of DC, including fans of the Justice League, began to pay attention to this matter. Everyone knows that every time Anton shoots a movie, it means that there may be a new member in the Justice League. Of course, the new members here must be put in quotation marks. According to the speculation of netizens, and the fact that Anton established DC so clearly when he started his business and came up with so many superhero themes and story outlines, they suspected that these were not new members at all, but Batman's old comrades. The movie stories shot by Anton are all adapted from the autobiographies of these old comrades of Batman. Of course, speculation is speculation after all, and no one can give a definite answer. In short, does the advancement of Anton's new film project mean that another old comrade of Batman is about to appear? There was a heated discussion on the internet. Soon, some media outlets that were quite powerful found some information about Anton's new movie, such as the name of the movie, Hellblazer. This name attracted the attention of some groups and triggered a new round of heated discussions. Hell. This word needs no introduction. Obviously, Anton's new movie is another mysterious work, and it may also be a bit suspenseful. The genre corresponding to this name is not very similar to a superhero movie. Everyone was eager to know what kind of story Hellblazer would be. The news was getting hotter and hotter. At this time, in Washington, the headquarters of SHIELD, Coulson, who was promoted to director, sat in a chair in his office and saw the report handed over from below. He flipped through it for a while and frowned subconsciously. Hellblazer? SHIELD, where Coulson worked, had much more power and energy than the entertainment media. He not only figured out the title of Anton's new movie, but also knew which character among the many virtual superheroes under the DC company Anton's new movie corresponded to. Constantine. Coulson muttered and thought. John Constantine. An Englishman, born in Liverpool, learned to use magic since childhood. As a magician, he rarely casts spells, believing that using magic often comes at a painful price. When conditions permit, he usually uses strategies, reasoning, investigation, transactions, and deception to solve problems. Coulson knows what kind of story Constantine represents. After all, when he was not yet the director, former director Nick Fury, his immediate superior, asked him to understand all the works under the DC company. Since then, Coulson has been paying attention to all the story content and story element of the novels, animations, comics, etc. launched by DC. So, it's another story about mysterious element. Coulson was very troubled. Anton's last movie, Wonder Woman, can be said to be a story about mysterious element, involving Greek mythology, Zeus, the king of gods, Ares, the god of war, and so on. The most important thing is that during the release of the movie, Thor, the god of thunder, appeared in New Mexico, and even Norse mythology came out. The existence of the gods was immediately verified. However, after the contact, he knew that strictly speaking, in the eyes of humans, gods are just alien civilizations that are more developed than human civilization. And Wonder Woman seems to be related to Thor. Before Coulson could figure out the connection, Anton was about to shoot Hellblazer, that is, Constantine. What does Constantine represent? Hell, Satan, God, Jehovah. Christianity is all here. According to Coulson's understanding of Constantine, there are even many angels in the story, such as Archangel Gabriel, Demon Nergal, etc., all of which are characters in ancient mythology. Gabriel, this guy doesn't need much explanation. In the Bible, he is one of the 4 archangels, roughly equivalent to the boss of the angels, the most trusted angel by God, and is praised as a symbol of wisdom. As for the demon, Nergal, in Coulson's cognition, this guy should be Hades in Sumerian mythology. The original Nergal was the god of war, the god of long-range shooting, and the god of cholera, also known as Ella, the brother of Ningersu and Nishaba, and has a close relationship with the constellation of Fire and Sagittarius. In the relevant myths and legends, he led 14 demons to attack the underworld, which was originally the land of the goddess Ereshkigal. In order to keep the peace, Ereshkigal was forced to marry him, and from then on Nergal was called the King of Death. These messy myths mixed together and completely confused Coulson's mind. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The former director and current deputy director, Nick Fury, walked in. Seeing Coulson's sad face, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? You look like you're stumped by something again." "Anton is going to make a new movie," Coulson said. "According to past rules, something is likely to happen again, and it's something that you and I can't understand." "Really?" Nick Fury sat leisurely in front of Coulson and shrugged. "Ever since I became the deputy director, I feel that there is nothing in this world that I can't understand. The director is responsible for all the troubles, isn't he? Nick, I would rather give this position back to you." Coulson sighed. "I get a headache when I think of God and the devil. I thought Greek mythology and Norse mythology were complicated enough, and now Christianity has appeared. I really doubt what other secrets this world is hiding." "So, Anton's next movie is related to Christianity?" Nick Fury raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Coulson nodded. He really didn't want to argue about it anymore, so he asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing that Coulson was really having a headache, and also understanding the mystery of Anton and Batman, Nick Fury also didn't hesitate. He was more calm than Coulson, and said with a smile, "Harry agreed to join the Avengers." "Oh, the military didn't stop him?" Coulson was surprised. Harry doesn't look like someone who would fall out with the military. After all, a lot of Oscorp's arms business still relies on military orders. "I checked. Harry had communicated with Anton before agreeing to join the Avengers." Nick Fury said, "It seems that Anton and the military are planning to put a pair of eyes in the Avengers. Harry is a good candidate. You know, we need the power of Oscorp now, so we will not refuse Harry's joining. Besides, Harry is someone I took the initiative to invite." "Yes, you thought about it a long time ago." Coulson glanced at Nick Fury, his face expressionless, but his heart a little powerless. Although he is now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., all his methods seemed quite immature in front of Nick Fury, the former director. especially since the latter had sacrificed many people and faked his death in Washington a few days ago to lure out the Hydra spies hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and even caused a war between the Justice League and the Avengers. If it were Coulson, he would definitely not do this. Coulson, I know you don't understand my choice, but you are the director now. No matter what, you must stick to your choice. Black Braised Egg glanced at Coulson in front of him and seemed to understand the latter's thoughts, so he stood up, turned his eyes to the afterglow outside the window, and slowly said, in this world, there are always things beyond your cognition. To achieve our goals, we must not be afraid of sacrifice and make some choices. Coulson was silent. Los Angeles. Anton did not go deep into the casting work. After he briefly looked at the cast list and detailed information provided by Jim, he went to the special effects studio of Quentin Beck, the future Mysterio, to prepare to use Quentin's holographic projection equipment, perfect the special effects in advance, and apply them to the filming process of the movie. Hellblazer. This movie does not have many special effects shots, and the special effects involved are relatively simple. Anton is now an experienced director. Judging from the schedule and budget provided by Jim, this movie will take about 2 months to shoot. If Quentin's holographic projection is used in the filming process, there is no need for post-production special effects, which is absolutely time-saving and labor-saving. Knowing Anton's intention, Quentin fully cooperated and showed Anton the current drone equipment. Anton was quite satisfied. Although the projection displayed by the drone is inevitably a bit stiff, as long as there is time to run in, it can naturally produce a vivid expression. Baker, just do it. I'll give you the script. According to the content of the script and the requirements of the screenwriter, make the character model I want, as soon as possible. Anton nodded. This time we not only want to let the holographic projection equipment really participate in the filming of the movie, but also let the people in Hollywood really realize that holographic projection represents the future. This is exactly the future you want to see. No problem, I will do my best. Quentin Beck was very excited. A few days later, at Anton's urging, the casting was completed and Hellblazer started. In order to wait for Quentin Beck's more realistic and vivid holographic projection model, Anton gave priority to shooting the parts that did not require special effects, and transferred all the special effects departments to the second month of the shooting plan. At the same time, the news of the start of filming of Hellblazer also spread to the outside world. Constantine. When people heard the characters represented by Hellblazer, they ran to watch the original novels and other entertainment works launched by DC. Seeing Christianity, God, angels, demons, and other information, they were quite shocked after being excited. If Wonder Woman represents God, then doesn't Ten's filming of Hellblazer prove that there is magic in this world, and that God and the devil really exist? Netizens have been arguing fiercely about these issues. More than a month later, Anton saw that there were still netizens arguing, and no one was willing to give in, so he found Jim and told Jim that he could start promoting the movie. Jim was stunned, and then he realized that Anton's filming progress was incredibly fast. Especially after Quentin's holographic projection equipment arrived, the special effects production part was completely omitted, saving time, effort, and worry. It will be finished in about half a month. Anton sat in the crew and was quite emotional. This was the easiest time he had ever made a movie. After the filming was finished, only simple post-production work was needed, and the movie could be released immediately. While thinking, Anton looked at Constantine in the system panel, whose fan value had become 15 million, and he really felt that this was easier than he thought. I really don't know why John Constantine can attract fans so quickly. Is it just because of his shamelessness? Anton shook his head and said he didn't understand. However, just before the film was finished, Jim introduced him to a guy who came to the crew to make a cameo appearance. He was stunned on the spot. Anton, his name is Johnny Blazer, now the most famous motorcycle stuntman in the United States. He has broken world records and jumped over dozens of cars. I invite him to come and make a cameo appearance. Just give him a few seconds of footage. After Jim finished speaking, he saw Anton's strange expression and suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? Do you think he is not suitable? No. Anton looked up and down at Johnny Blazer in front of him, suddenly laughed, and then said seriously, "Mr. Blazer, are you interested in playing Satan? I think you have a very devilish temperament. There are too many names in foreign film and television dramas. There are at least 4 Johns in this book, and now there are 2 Johns squeezed together, and Steve, I really vomited. I tried my best to avoid the same name, so I had to write a nickname. By the way, I just noticed that Marvel's Zeus will appear in Thor 4, which breaks the setting I used in the previous article. It's so hard for me. Fuck his grandma." Chapter 248, Pointing the Way for Future Ghost Riders. Devil's Temperament. Johnny Blaze, the future Ghost Rider, was startled and then felt puzzled. He didn't know if Anton had seen anything, but when this sentence came out of Anton's mouth, it seemed to be just unconscious praise. Yes, he saw appreciation in Anton's eyes. Devil's temperament. This was obviously praising himself for the role. "I heard that the role of Satan has been decided a long time ago, and it is a Hollywood A-list male star with countless fans. What should he do if I play Satan?" The future Ghost Rider gathered his mind and forced a laugh. "Will it affect the crew?" "It doesn't matter." Anton waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. "In this crew, I'm the boss, and what I say is what it is. I'll arrange it right away." Jim immediately joined in. Even if the actor who played Satan was a Hollywood A-list male star, he had no intention of persuading Anton to change his mind. Compared with the so-called A-list male star, Anton naturally has more say. Moreover, Jim estimated that after learning that it was Anton who denied his role as Satan, the Hollywood A-list actor who was robbed of his role would not even accept the penalty for breach of contract by the crew. Anton now has such power and status. "Wait." Anton stopped Jim and ordered, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Tell that unlucky guy that he can have priority in future DC movie projects, as long as he fits the role." "Okay." Jim nodded. Now he was more certain that the other party would not only not accept the penalty, but would be grateful to Anton. After Jim left, Anton threw a script to Johnny Blaze. "We'll shoot your scene tomorrow. Memorize the script first. I've heard of you, Johnny. You should have a lot of experience in filming. If you need anything else, you can ask Jim to arrange it." After that, Anton returned to the crew. Johnny Blaze's appearance did surprise him a little. However, on second thought, Ghost Rider is an orthodox Marvel after all. The Fantastic Four have appeared, so it's not surprising that Ghost Rider is there. Originally, Hellblazer was filmed mainly to deal with the Ancient One. Now it seems that Constantine may have a place to use his skills in advance. However, he and Johnny Blaze are not familiar enough, and he is not sure what stage the plot of Ghost Rider has developed to. The key is whether he will run into his first love girlfriend who is a reporter. If he does, it means that the plot is about to begin. Johnny Blaze watched Anton leave, holding the script in his hand, with a hesitant look on his face. Anton's words just now, and the fact that he kicked out the original Hollywood A-list male star without hesitation, and decided that he would play Satan, left a deep impression on him. More importantly, as Batman's comrade in arms, a former member of the Justice League, and the director who filmed the Wonder Woman movie and exposed the mysterious world, Anton is definitely a big shot in the minds of many people. Even if it is just a casual word from Anton, it will cause others to think, especially in Johnny Blaze's view, that word does not seem to be spoken casually, but rather has a certain meaning. Could it be, "I really look like a demon"? Johnny Blaze fell into deep thought. His experiences in his youth made him wander around. Although he has gained some fame now, he still has no place to go, and always feels like he is drifting in the world. The root of it is still because of that contract. And that mysterious old man. Devil. Johnny Blaze frowned and murmured, "Is he really a devil?" While thinking, he couldn't wait to say goodbye to Jim and return to his residence in Los Angeles. At the same time, he opened the script with a serious face and read it carefully. He felt that he might be able to find the answer from the script. The next day, when filming the Satan scene, Johnny Blaze's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, except Anton. "Hello, John. I must come to collect your soul personally. Cigarettes are a good match for you. You know, if you cut too deep, you will cut the tendons and your fingers will not obey you." Johnny Blaze in front of the camera acted with the actor. He sat in a chair and watched the actor who played John Constantine in front of him collapse on the ground, with his back against the wall. His expression seemed calm, but he could not hide his excitement. Just like a real devil, when seeing the soul that attracts him, he reveals madness and joy. This scene made many crew members look at him with new eyes. When they learned that the role of Satan was replaced by the original Hollywood A-list actor by Anton the day before the filming, they thought that Johnny Blaze was trying to curry favor with Anton, which made Anton make this decision. They all thought that Johnny Blaze was probably a fake. However, judging from his current performance, the other party is definitely capable. He is not worse than the Hollywood A-list actor, but more suitable. Johnny Blaze's performance makes people feel that the devil should be like this, and Satan should be like this, especially when harvesting other people's souls. Not bad. After the filming of Satan was completed, Anton applauded and laughed. It was filmed well. I told you, Johnny, you are very suitable for the role of Satan. Thank you. Johnny Blaze went to the room to remove his macup under the guidance of the crew. Then, his agent and old friend, Mark, found him with excitement. Johnny, when did your acting become so good? Mark said excitedly, I think with your current level, in addition to acting in car racing, you can also become an actor. The next Oscar for Best Actor is you. Excellent performance. Johnny Blaze let the macup artist help him remove his macup, and Mark's voice was still chattering in his ear. Listen to me, let's go to make a movie. Mark said, you have done unprecedented and unparalleled performances in car racing. Filming will be a good way out. Not bad. The macup artist who was working nodded, and while removing macup, he praised, you acted very well, Johnny, you will become an actor. He also witnessed Johnny Blaze's excellent acting skills when he played Satan just now, and was quite surprised. Johnny Blaze shook his head, I don't have much acting skills, I'm just lucky, I just copy others. Copy others to play the devil? Mark pouted, who? You sound like you have seen a real devil. After a moment, Johnny Blaze finished removing his macup. Aren't you leaving? Mark looked at his old friend in surprise. You go first, I'll wait. Johnny Blaze's eyes were fixed on Anton. Seeing this, Mark suddenly realized. You finally woke up, Johnny. Yes, you should thank Anton. If he hadn't asked you to play Satan, it wouldn't be so easy for you to enter the film industry. Johnny Blaze laughed dumbly. The crew in front of him was still working non-stop. Anton sat in front of the camera, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, with a serious expression, directing the entire crew. Johnny Blaze's eyes fell on the actors who were performing. All kinds of plots, combined with the script he saw yesterday, inexplicably reminded him of himself, and a nightmare he had been having for many years. Swish. Suddenly, Johnny Blaze came back to his senses, and looked at Anton. Anton's eyes were calm, but as if with a smile, he nodded to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to supervise the crew. Johnny Blaze had a feeling in his heart. Anton must know something. He waited for the whole day on the set, and Anton was free only after the filming was finished in the evening. Johnny Blaze seized the opportunity, and went up to meet Anton. Seeing this, the others were quite moved. No wonder he got the role of Satan. Not only is he capable, but he is also good enough to lick. Johnny Blaze didn't care about the looks of these people. His voice was trembling, impatient, and hopeful. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Jameson, I have something to ask you. I know, come with me. Anton took Johnny Blaze to his room, poured 2 glasses of wine, then raised the glass, and motioned Johnny Blaze to continue. Go on, I'm listening. When you met me before, you said that I was very suitable to play Satan. I have a devilish temperament. Johnny Blaze hesitated for a moment and asked, did you see anything? See what? Anton answered with interest, what do you think I saw? I saw that I once signed a contract with the devil. Johnny Blaze gritted his teeth and continued, when I was a teenager, I signed a contract with the devil. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, I often have that nightmare over the years. I always feel that all this seems to be arranged by someone. Then let me tell you, your feeling is right. What do you think? Anton asked back. Johnny Blaze was speechless. What was he thinking? What could he think? Shocked? He didn't seem to be shocked. He had already accepted this fact in his heart. Now he just got a positive answer. Johnny, before I met you, I did have some doubts about whether there were demons in this world. Anton said frankly, but after meeting you, I no longer doubt it. So, in fact, you don't know much. Johnny Blaze exhaled and suddenly felt relieved. No, I know a lot. Anton said, for example, the identity of the demon who signed a contract with you, and your current situation. Johnny Blaze put down his glass and stared at Anton with burning eyes. He knew that the latter had not finished speaking. The demon is called Mephisto. Anton said, and you are the one he chose. For people like you, there is usually a cool nickname, called Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider? Johnny Blaze forced a laugh. It sounds like the name of a superhero. In fact, it's a curse. Anton said, you will gain great power, but you will also become a puppet of the demon and the strongest weapon in his hand. At the same time, your soul will have a sense of belonging when you sign a contract with him. Johnny Blaze was silent. Although Anton did not explain the power of Ghost Rider, Anton had opened up all his memories of the past and gathered everything he had experienced. He immediately understood that his situation was just as Anton said, and his soul no longer belonged to him. What should I do? Johnny Blaze looked at Anton in front of him and said in a deep voice, how should I deal with it? How can I get rid of the devil? I can't get rid of it. Anton shook his head. You signed the contract. Your soul already belongs to Mephisto, and you can't get rid of his control. But before you die, you are still you, Johnny Blaze. Hearing these words, Johnny Blaze was stunned, and after a long time, he showed a trace of confusion. But, Anton spoke again, attracting his attention. You have to know that before you really become the Ghost Rider, you can still have freedom. But after you become the Ghost Rider, Mephisto will keep watching you until he really gets your soul, just like John Constantine in the movie. John Constantine. Johnny Blaze seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. John Constantine also really exists, right? Can I meet him? Not yet. Anton showed a regretful expression and then suddenly said, excuse me, do you have a girlfriend now? Even if it's just a woman you like? No. Johnny Blaze shook his head. Is there any problem? He saw Anton staring at him with a serious expression, and suddenly his hair stood on end, his scalp tingled, and his eyes widened. I don't like men. Johnny Blaze said flatly, Mr. Jameson, even if I'm really possessed by the devil, I will not want to be with you. Pooh. Anton almost spit out a mouthful of wine. Shit, that's not what I meant. He gritted his teeth with a disgusted expression. What I meant is that you are safe until you meet the person you think about day and night. Huh? Johnny Blaze was puzzled. What do you mean by the person you think about day and night? You'll know when you meet him. Anton waved his hand. That's all I can say. If you know too much, it will affect reality. You haven't told me yet. What should I do now? Johnny Blaze pondered for a moment and said helplessly, even if I die, I don't want to have my soul toyed with by the devil. What to do? What to do? Anton said, after you meet the person you think about day and night, call me. I will try my best to find a way for you. Johnny Blaze said, can't you explain it more clearly? No. Anton spread his hands. Don't worry, you are safe now. Even if Mephisto wants to take your soul now, he has to consider the contents of the contract he signed with you. At the same time, this world is not as simple as you think. Even the devil can't appear and wreak havoc at will. Okay. Johnny Blaze left the crew with a lot of uneasiness. Anton watched him go away, thinking of the supreme sorcerer who protects the earth, the Ancient One. From the current world view, even the supreme sorcerer Ancient One may not be able to truly control the overall situation. Otherwise, Mephisto's clone would not come to the earth from the Hell dimension and sign a contract with Johnny Blaze to create the Ghost Rider. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is another hidden reason. Anyway, for Johnny Blaze, he can only try his best to hope that Constantine will be released as soon as possible, and the time when Mephisto finds him is preferably 1 month later. In this way, Anton can ensure that Constantine's clone can be separated and give Johnny Blaze some help. If at that time, Johnny Blaze is controlled by Mephisto before Constantine appears, then Anton can only show him a clear way and let him go to Kamataj to find the Ancient One. What is certain is that, if there is no choice, Anton will never want to have anything to do with the Ancient One. I just found out that the catalog of chapters yesterday was written wrong. Damn. Chapter 249, The Taste of Ambition and Conspiracy. Constantine was finished faster than Anton had imagined. After filming the Satan plot, the film only had scraps to deal with, and Anton no longer needed to keep an eye on it. A few days later, the film entered the post-production stage, and Anton finally took some time off, left Los Angeles, and returned to New York. Harry wanted to meet him and discuss some things. Time flies. At Oscorp, Anton looked at Harry in front of him, thinking that it had been 2 months since they last met. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D's actions have mainly been to eliminate the forces of Hydra. Nick Fury got some information from Alexander Pierce, and he spent 2 months verifying this information. I also participated in many missions when the Avengers were dispatched. Harry opened his mouth and briefly introduced some of his experiences in S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past 2 months, and then said, in addition, regarding the Pegasus project, S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to succeed. So, their research on dark matter is going well. Anton's expression moved, ignoring the first half of Harry's sentence, and locked on the last sentence. Is the Pegasus project going to succeed? In other words, Loki is about to come to Earth with the Zetas soldiers, or in other words, Loki has already come to Earth. Not only that, the cosmic cube contains endless energy. Once this endless energy is obtained, human society and civilization will be able to develop rapidly. But S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military obviously do not intend to share this energy. Harry said in a deep voice, no organization is willing to share this energy with the world. Soon, the deeper their research, the more it shows that the crisis is coming. Anton said slowly, looking at Harry with a complicated expression in front of him, ready to reveal some information to him. Although Harry is a member of the Avengers, he is in KO's camp, but his heart is in Han. After all, Harry took the initiative to find Anton, and spent $150 million to ask for investment in Batman movies, just for a signed photo of Batman. In addition, when Harry inherited Oscorp, and encountered a critical moment of crisis, it was Green Arrow who saved him. Since then, Harry has always been obsessed with the Justice League. But he didn't expect that after he announced that he had become a superhero, before he proposed to join the Justice League, he accepted Anton's suggestion and joined the Avengers. Harry, the Pegasus project will not develop so smoothly. Soon, there will be a crisis. Anton said, so, you have to keep an eye on S.H.I.E.L.D., especially the Cosmic Cube. Why? Harry was surprised. What crisis will the Pegasus project bring? It's not the Pegasus project, the Cosmic Cube is the key. Anton didn't mind revealing more, and explained, the Cosmic Cube is an extremely precious treasure in this universe. It was accidentally lost to the Earth. The failure of the Pegasus project in the last century was related to aliens. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military have jointly restarted the Pegasus project, and reactivated the Cosmic Cube, which will expose the coordinates of the Earth again. In this way, those aliens who hope to obtain the Cosmic Cube and gain the power of the cube will come back again. Why didn't we stop it in advance? Harry said, stunned for a moment, and smiled helplessly. You are right. They won't know the pain without a beating. Anton said calmly, however, the Earth is not as simple as you think. Don't worry, this crisis is under our control at any time. Letting you join the Avengers is also intended to facilitate our control of the situation. Once the crisis is exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers will no longer have room to turn over. Harry heard this, and took a breath, his face slightly horrified. As Anton said, if the Pegasus project led by S.H.I.E.L.D. goes wrong again, especially with such a big event as the alien invasion of the Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D., as the leading party of the plan, will definitely suffer greater losses than the Battle of Washington, and may even be disbanded. Although the Battle of Washington caused S.H.I.E.L.D. to suffer a lot of losses, Nick Fury's shrewd calculations have successfully saved S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the crisis caused by the Cosmic Cube is by no means comparable to the Battle of Washington. It opens the door for alien invasion. S.H.I.E.L.D. is absolutely not worthy of this crime of betraying humanity. Even though in the original plot, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not suffer a heavy blow, but instead received strong support from the World Security Council, that was because the Avengers resolved the Chitauri invasion at a critical moment, and the merits and demerits offset each other. In other words, the Chitauri invasion and the Battle of New York exposed the weaknesses of the Earth. It also made people realize that the world needs the Avengers. Therefore, the World Security Council supported SHIELD, and instead of settling scores later, it increased its support. But in today's world, the Avengers are not the only one. The Justice League led by Batman is more popular than the Avengers of SHIELD. The Avengers have lost their uniqueness and seem less important. In this way, after the Battle of New York, the World Security Council will naturally not continue to support SHIELD as in the original plot. Instead, it may impose unprecedented huge punishment on SHIELD for the mistakes it has made, or even disband SHIELD and the Avengers. Anton raised the corner of his lips. He has never been a generous person. Even though the previous battle in Washington was ultimately caused by Hydra, Nick Fury's behavior of fanning the flames behind the scenes in the name of fake death, and including the Justice League, made Anton very unhappy. The reason why he didn't beat the dog when it fell was because SHIELD at that time was not a dog when it fell, but more like a warrior who escaped with a broken arm. Then again, in the original plot, before the Avengers, Nick Fury was so active in promoting the establishment of the Avengers. Maybe he guessed that he would be invaded by aliens in the process of restarting the Pegasus project and intending to control the energy of the cosmic cube. Otherwise, even after the Kree invasion during the Captain Marvel period in the last century, he didn't have to choose to establish the Avengers before the restart of the Pegasus project. After all, in the period from when Nick Fury became the director of SHIELD to when he established the Avengers, Nick Fury had plenty of opportunities to build a superhero team. From this perspective, restarting the Pegasus project has obviously always been Nick Fury's goal. Nick Fury knew that restarting the Pegasus project might attract aliens, so before that, he quickly formed a superhero team, that is, the Avengers. All kinds of events may be under the control of Nick Fury, the old fox. But Nick Fury missed one thing. He underestimated his opponent. At the same time, under Anton's influence, the Avengers also recruited the wrong people. Dr. Doom, Sandman, Dr. Octopus. Anton couldn't help but sneer. The latter two may really have the possibility of turning over a new leaf, but for the former, Anton never thought that a selfish villain who immediately lost control after gaining power would be willing to be driven by SHIELD and go through fire and water for justice. Harry, I have a suggestion for you. The thought flashed through his mind, and Anton looked at Harry and reminded him, keep an eye on Victor Doom. This guy's not ordinary. He may become a hidden danger within the Avengers. Drive Doom? Harry was surprised and didn't know why Anton made such a judgment. In his contact with Victor Doom, apart from feeling that he was arrogant, he didn't see anything wrong with him. If it was Sandman and Dr. Octopus, he could understand. After all, these two had criminal records. What criminal record did Victor Doom have? Harry hesitated. Let's stop here for this time. You won't go wrong if you listen to me. After Anton finished speaking, he said goodbye and left. Harry watched him go away, sat on the chair with a serious face, and Anton's words were still echoing in his mind. Beep. Shortly after Anton left, a hurried sound came from Harry's exclusive communicator from the Avengers. Emergency order. Coulson's gentle voice came from the communicator. Everyone, please turn on the communicator. We have something to tell you. Swish. Harry turned on the communicator, and a virtual screen popped up in front of him. The screen was divided into several small boxes, including all the current Avengers members, as well as Coulson and Nick Fury. We hope everyone will gather at the SHIELD base immediately. Coulson said, the Pegasus project and the Joint Dark Matter Energy Operations Base have encountered some strange situations. A group of agents suddenly lost control and attacked the base. Fortunately, Barton and Natasha appeared in time to resolve the crisis. Agents? Tony suddenly spoke up and questioned. SHIELD agents? Our own people, or Hydra's people? On the screen, his face was a little haggard, and it seemed that he had not slept for a long time. He had completely lost his former arrogance. The sexy mustache on his face, that was praised by others, was now wilted. Everyone else knew that, since the Battle of Washington, Tony, who had been hit hard, had locked himself up at home for the past 2 months, and had been studying a new armor. No one knew what Tony's research results were. This video conference was the first time Tony responded to S.H.I.E.L.D's call. But they could imagine that, if a genius could be so obsessed with sleep, the final results should not be underestimated. After investigation, it turns out that they are our own people. Coulson said in a deep voice, "We suspect that they have been confused by someone. Because after we caught them and interrogated them, we found that they didn't know what they had done. So, it's another superpower." Captain America, Steve Rogers, looked serious. After experiencing a battle with the Justice League, he had a clearer understanding of this world. "Yes." Coulson nodded. "We believe that someone has set his sights on the cosmic cube, so we need to gather some members to help us protect the cube. The Pegasus project has reached a critical stage, and this period is very important." Harry's heart moved. He thought of what Anton had just said, that the Pegasus project would cause a crisis. But he didn't expect that soon after Anton finished speaking, an abnormal situation appeared. "Is this the prelude to a crisis? I can," he suddenly said. "I can participate. I'm very interested in the Pegasus project, and I also want to see the cosmic cube by the way. I can come too." And me. What made Coulson very satisfied was that everyone promised to arrive at the base and protect the cosmic cube. On the screen, Nick Fury was silent, his eyes deep. Somewhere in New York, Victor Doom turned off the virtual screen projected by the communicator, his eyes flickering slightly. The cosmic cube. An ambitious smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It has been almost 2 months since he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and he has a deep understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. is naturally a very powerful organization with law enforcement powers in many countries. Doom also knows a lot about the Pegasus project and the cosmic cube. After all, this plan combines the military and the space agency and mobilizes personnel from many parties. It is not a particularly important secret. In addition, Victor Doom himself is a scientist with considerable ability, so he naturally gets the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth mentioning that in the comics, he is a physics genius, proficient in various high-tech technologies such as robotics, cybernetics, genetics, weapons technology, biochemistry, and time travel, and has also read various European magic books. The self-taught magician is known as a master of both magic and technology. However, Victor Doom in the movie was weakened a lot. He had no contact with magic knowledge and only showed his talent in science. He was a classmate of the Fantastic Four. He was not weak in ability, so he was naturally absorbed into the Pegasus project and made certain contributions. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's emphasis on the Pegasus project and the cosmic cube was beyond Victor Doom's expectations. Although Doom was studying the cosmic cube every day, he was calculating the information provided by the leader. Among the scientists, the only one who could really touch the cosmic cube was the scientist who led this research project, Dr. Eric Shorvig. Victor Doom could only watch the cosmic cube from afar. Any suggestions and opinions on the cosmic cube must be approved by Eric Shorvig. Even if Eric Shorvig approved the application of his subordinates, they could only help Eric Shorvig when doing experiments. Under this strict management system, Doom had never seen the cosmic cube properly, but only had some understanding of it. However, there were many people in the base, and Hawkeye was watching the situation in the base day and night. After Doom found that he could never really get close to the cosmic cube, he simply gave up asking for leave and left, intending to make a long-term plan. Obviously, he finally got the chance. If I can get the cosmic cube, mobilize the energy in it, and add my current ability, Doom's eyes ignited with fire, I can become a god. Even if he only had a superficial understanding of the cosmic cube, after his simple calculations and evaluations, the energy inside the cosmic cube was enough to easily destroy the entire Earth. After experiencing the cosmic storm in the space station and returning to Earth, he, like the Fantastic Four, had his own superpowers. He could turn into metal and control the electric current. If he could convert the energy of the cosmic cube into electric current that he could control, he would have endless power. Swish. Without saying anything, Doom immediately packed up his things and drove to the New York airport, then to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, and then, through Coulson's arrangement, went to the joint dark matter energy operations base established by the Pegasus project. His Avengers also set off at the same time as him. A few hours later, All members of the Avengers met at the gate of the base. Doom was so impatient that he didn't even bother to say hello to his companions. He strode into the base without looking back. Harry just greeted Tony, Rogers and others, and then saw Doom's anxious and hurried footsteps, frowned slightly, and thought of Anton's reminder not long ago. Victor Doom is not an ordinary guy. Just as Anton's reminder flashed through his mind, he heard Rogers beside him calling out, "Let's go, it's time for us to go in too." Okay. Harry came back to his senses, and the group disappeared at the door. They had no idea that when they gathered at the door, the guards of the base gave them a meaningful look, and then stared at the back of Victor Doom, the first to leave, until he disappeared, with a cunning fox-like smile on his face. If Thor was present, he would instantly recognize that this man was his half-brother, the evil god Loki. This man is too ambitious. As early as when Doom passed by Loki, Loki twitched his nose slightly and sniffed. I like the smell of ambition and conspiracy. There is one more chapter. Try to update before 12 noon. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.